Damn, did you guys hear having a Joe Rogan? That's crazy. Only 55 years old. Oh, what's up? Sorry, I went live to do a little bit of chatting. What's up? How's life going today? React to the whatever podcast. I was going to, but I'm waiting for Kidology. I don't know when we're supposed to talk. She gave me a time, but Google is like not doing times anymore. Why? What happened with Zerka? I don't know. I think Zerka's just having an episode. Yeah, no. So she said 8:30 GMT. So you used to be able to do this. 20:30 GMT to EST. You used to be able to do this, and it would just give you a time. But it doesn't anymore. Why? 20:30 PST to EST? Oh, why doesn't Google auto-translate this anymore for you? Wait, does it not recognize this as time? Oh, no, it just doesn't anymore. Why did it stop? EU antitrust? Wait, what do you mean? Why doesn't... Wait, 8:30 GMT to EST. Oh. Wait, what was I typing in before? Oh, it doesn't... Oh, it just doesn't recognize... What if I put a colon? How? What a weirdly unsophisticated interpretation. That's interesting. Okay. Weird. How do you feel about what your moderator did listen to Zerka? I don't know. I think Zerka's just having an episode. I don't think he's actually being serious. But who the fuck knows? I never know. I can never tell with the Zerks. Fearless, what's up? Really? That's what you're
Well,
gonna do? Oh, hello.
um, I was listening to the conversation that you had with with the Indian guy, how to solve birth rates.
Yeah, he's got a name, you know. He's called Scribble.
Scribble. Okay, because I didn't hear his name before, so sorry about that guy, Indie guy. But
Watch 2 Minute Paper's most recent video and check.
I wanted to ask you about like, what do you think about like surrogate mothers in solving the birth rate issues?
Well, those are some words you said there. Surrogate mothers solving the birth, like forcing surrogacy, or just having
Or
people.
like state sponsored like surrogate mothers or something like that, or like paying off surrogate mothers to like give birth to, for people that are busy.
Yeah, I mean, people can do it if
uh,
they want, I guess, but yeah, I'm not like opposed to it. I don't think I would be, right?
not opposed to it. Okay.
Realistically, I think we're pretty far away from any system like that, like being a solution for things. But yeah,
Or okay then. But maybe like far in the future there'll be like this might be a moral question about like artificial wombs.
okay.
About like that. What about like solving that issue? Because like there's like there was like probably two solutions for solving the birthing issue. Birthing birth rates, about like that. What do you think
Wait,
about like
what's the
artificial?
wait? Hold on, I missed this. Wait,
Artificial womb.
wombs are
Artificial
solving the birth rate problem?
Yeah, like artificial wombs in the future or something like that.
Maybe they could. I don't have. It feels like we're pretty far away from that, so I don't really have a strong opinion on that technology right now.
I
I think.
don't think so. I researched on Wiki where like, they created artificial womb for cows, but like I don't. I think we're like probably a little bit closer to it.
Okay, well, when it pops up, I guess I'll have stronger opinions on it, but I haven't asked much about it right now. Or I haven't seen much about it or heard much about it, so I don't have like a very strong opinion on it right now, I think.
Alright then. Alright then. Thank you for answering. I love you though. I love you.
Okay, I love you too, buddy.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Okay. Icarus, Bath, my #1 Twitter dick rider. What's up? Okay, cool.
Oh shit.
Dumbass.
What's up, Destiny? Love you, buddy.
What's up?
Mic working?
Barely, yeah.
Fuck me. Is that better?
Marginally. What's up?
Fuck piece of shit, Mike. So Wednesday, I'm going on my fucking first panel on Wix fucking hot tub streamer shit, like it's 2018 again.
Okay.
And I don't want to stream that shit, and I don't know if I should do it on Twitch, YouTube, or Kick these days. What do you think is the best idea for that?
I have no idea, man. Why not just fucking stream all 3?
Because I have dog shit internet, because I live in the middle of nowhere. And I don't even know if I can stream it on fucking one of them.
Damn, well, that sounds like a rough life for you. I don't know. I have no idea.
Well,
but I'm sure whatever you decide to stream on, I'm sure it'll be the right choice for you. Okay.
That's true. And also, all of your martial arts takes so far have been correct.
Duh. Basically, all my takes on everything are correct, so I didn't need you to tell me that.
True. True.
Yeah. True.
Alright. Fuck you.
Bye. Can somebody give me this? What is the... I'm not aware of like the super common talking points in the Red Pill community, and I can see now based on my replies that apparently they talk about this a lot on podcasts. What does this mean about like family courts can like convict you or like tell that you're abusive without any evidence? What is this talking point? Do you think AI will be able to write its own code soon? I don't know. Why do you always have the most retarded fuck name?
Me?
Yeah.
I've had this name for a bit in your Discord.
Yeah, I know. It's retarded as fuck. Okay, well, what's up?
You got me.
Shout
in
out
here,
to
so.
the YouTube mods. Destiny,
Okay, I'm gonna
EGG,
rattle
Phil,
off
and I
a
hope you're
couple of
having a good day,
scenarios,
buddy.
and I
Destiny
want you to
Weasel.
tell me if you think that somebody's consent was violated in them.
Okay.
Let's, you're imagining someone in your head while you jerk off.
Okay.
Was anyone's consent violated?
Yeah. Well, it's kind of a weird question.
So meaningfully violated, like in a way that you would
Well,
say
here's
is
the
probably,
issue:
like,
is that
morally
like,
wrong.
okay, yeah, because there's a lot of ways to violate consent. Like, I don't consent to you ever talking about me ever. But it's like, does that matter?
Yeah.
Okay, so how about like more broadly, like, is there any moral violation of consent or something? Okay, I would say in that case, no.
Yeah, okay, so generally what, like, the aim of a bunch of these situations are going to be is it seems like there are some acts where we, like, loosely involve other people, but we don't feel like it's necessary to get their consent to involve them in that act.
Okay.
Okay, let's say you're looking at someone's, like, public Facebook photo while you're jerking off.
God damn it, Lily, what are you here for this? That's probably not a meaningful violation of consent, no.
Okay, let's say you're in a Discord server and you're deafened and you're jerking off.
Probably not.
Okay, let's say you're in the Discord server but you're muted and you're listening to the conversation and jerking off.
Probably not.
Let's say you're in the Discord server and you're having the conversation with somebody else and you're jerking off but they have no idea.
Probably not.
Let's say you're posting candid photos of somebody on an anonymous forum where you know people will jerk off to them.
Probably.
Okay, what's the meaningful distinction there?
You're taking somebody's pictures and you're reposting them, which in and of itself is already a little bit hairy, and then now you're posting them in a place that's explicitly for like sexual consumption.
Okay, so if you were reposting them somewhere else just for fun with no sexual intention, or like
Could
without
still
any
be
assumed
wrong.
sexual intention.
Yeah, it could still be wrong, but it would be a lot different. The type of wrongness would be quite a bit different, I think.
Okay. I think every single thing after this is probably going to follow that same principle, except for there's a couple here. Let's say you're on a dinner date with somebody and you know how to hands-free ejaculate in your pants, and they have no idea that you're doing it, but you're doing that. Is that meaningfully violating someone's consent?
I don't think so.
Wow. I don't know the answer to like half of these, so
Okay, because you're not necessarily involving them in your sexual thing.
But what if, like, the part of your hands-free ejaculation has to do with, like, the stimulation from the conversation you're having with the other person?
No, I don't think so, because they don't have an awareness of it. It would be similar to you sitting in that Discord room listening to somebody talk or talking to somebody, right?
Okay, so then the next one is, like, you're on the dinner date and you're physically masturbating, but the person doesn't know that you're doing it. Like, you're doing it under the table in, like, the most sly way imaginable.
I'd say you're probably... Yeah, I think it's probably okay. It's weird, but I don't necessarily think you're violating a consent of a person, I think. I'm trying to think if there's some rule or principle that would make it wrong beyond the simple awareness of it. And I'm thinking, and I can't think of one.
So are there, like, other, what would traditionally be viewed as, like, wrong, like, I forget your stance on cheating. Do you think if the other person never figures out if there's actually something wrong with that, or no?
Yeah, I guess so. That's kind of the question: is could you theoretically do? Well, because there are some things you could not get caught doing that we'd still consider probably violations. So, for instance, like peeping on somebody, like binoculars into somebody's window, probably not be good, right?
Yep.
because somebody has a right to privacy. Do you have a right to a person sitting across from you to not be stealth masturbating? I don't know. I'm not sure. That's a really hard one.
Well, could you, like, let's say you could steal something from somebody and you know for a fact that they would never know that it's gone?
No,
Is
that's
that
still
okay?
that's an easy wrong, because you shouldn't be stealing things from people, even if they're not aware that they're losing it, right? Stealing $1 from somebody is immoral, even if they don't know they're gonna miss it, right? But that's an easy one. You're taking something from somebody.
Well, I guess I'm finding it hard to draw the distinction there between like you shouldn't do this thing as a principle, but it doesn't matter if the other person doesn't know it. Wouldn't that also apply to sex acts as well?
I just came in to say it's 8:30 p.m. in the UK right now.
What do you want me to do about that?
You said that's when you're having a call with Kidology.
Okay, if she messages me, then we'll go, but I'm not gonna play like the 12 hours of trying to hound her down on, yeah.
I was just letting you know.
Thanks.
All right. Bye.
So,
What?
the weather's really nice.
Yeah, is it? Isn't that the whole point of living in California, is that the weather's always nice?
What are you guys talking about?
You know, just going out
A
to
good
eat with
question.
friends and stuff.
What?
Going out to eat with... Let's say that you went out to dinner with somebody and you had a way to telepathically masturbate yourself in such a way that they could never know. Is that rape? Is that like a violation of their consent to do that? What do you think, Lily?
Rape bad.
True.
Don't answer wrong.
Okay, bye.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. Where were we?
Oh, the question I asked, because you said, we talked about the stealing example, and you said, well, stealing is wrong because you're still taking something from somebody, even if they don't know about it. And then so I said, I think I have trouble not applying that to sex acts, but I guess the distinction is like in one, you're deliberately involving somebody because it's like their stuff and it's gone even if they don't realize it. But like there's not really anything physically or materially lost in like the hands-free example. So like how does that not apply? Yeah, like that's my understanding of how it would not apply, but to me it still feels like too fuzzy to actually not apply.
I don't know what's too fuzzy. Say that again? What do you mean, what's too fuzzy?
So you said stealing from somebody is wrong even if they don't know about it. Like it's still a wrong thing even if they don't know about it.
Yeah, because you're taking their shit. You're stealing something, yeah.
But how does that not apply to the hands-free example?
Because you're not taking something from anybody, right?
Yeah. So I mean that's like okay. It's So like yeah, taking something from somebody is pretty like fundamentally wrong because there's like a physical attribute.
Well, because there's like
That's
an
being dealt with.
understanding that like there's a thing that somebody owns, and like we respect property rights, and we'll say if you own a thing, you have a right to that thing, and nobody has a right to take it from you, right? You're literally violating somebody else's autonomy or person or property by stealing from them.
I think yeah, and then this probably connects why it feels bad is because it goes back to like your ideas about identity, where it feels like we have some sort of feeling that we have a right to our identity and how
people view us, essentially.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But even like interpersonal, like there are certain things that we view as wrong just because there is like a general assumption that they won't happen, or like those can be like compounding factors to why something might be wrong, right? So like if there's a general assumption that like I'm not carrying a gun, you know, if I go and instigate a fight, somebody's not assuming that I'll have a gun and kill them if it gets to like, you know, to be very, very serious. So like you could say that I would be in the wrong for initiating a fight that would end in lethal force because I knew that other guy assumed that we would just be doing a heads up fight, right? There are like assumptions about the way in which we carry ourselves that can like influence the way we view certain like social actions.
Sure.
And I would think that like cumming your pants on like a dinner date might be like one of those like intentionally coming your pants on a dinner date might be one of those things. That
Yeah,
it's
there
like,
might be some assumptions there, but I think there are some public assumptions that I think I would fight. Like for instance, I think that there'd be a bad feeling that a lot of people would have, I think, around people like masturbating to Facebook pictures, right?
Yep.
But I don't think I would say that that's immoral. I don't think it's immoral to like masturbate to a Facebook picture. But I think a lot of people might think that, you know?
I think that might even apply to like just masturbating to like thoughts of your friends.
Sure, possibly, yeah. Some people say that's
yeah.
always immoral, right? You should never do that or whatever. It's possible that people would say that on the norm. I'm not sure, yeah.
But I guess is it assumed that people don't do that, or is it like a desire that people don't want people to do that?
It's probably a desire that people don't want people to do that.
Because I think that's fundamentally different from like the assumption of what like normal behavior would be in a scenario.
So there's a difference between the desire versus like what people acknowledge is the normal behavior.
Like I can say like, oh, like I really don't want this car to like merge into me with no blinker or whatever when I'm passing them.
Okay.
But that might be like normal behavior in my area, so I should probably like take more caution when approaching, you know, cars blind spots or whatever, or like riding in a car's blind spot.
Okay.
So I think there's a difference between like, oh fuck, I lost it. I actually lost the train of thought.
Did you really fucking lose it?
I did lose it, man. Difference between a desire and an assumption of normal behavior.
Okay, hold on, wait. There's a whole
N-word example, and saying the N-word to a black guy. There could be a desire to not get hit for saying words, like not escalating into physical violence because of things that were verbally said. But we all know that like the normal behavior that's going to happen there is like you're probably going to get fought by the people surrounding you. Like it's just.
I don't know if I follow that 100%. Or it's okay here. I think I'm kind of following you, okay? It seems like in one end we have like this I'm sure there's some philosopher that's drawn a distinction here. On one area we've got like a whole thing of norms. Oh no, actually I don't even know. Never mind. I don't know if my brain can think at this level right now. I was gonna say, it seems like we can like differentiate between two sets of norms. One are things that are just like objectively morally true or false, and then the other is like, well, actually it just depends on where you are. It's like very relative. So for instance, like walking up to somebody and fucking them would be considered rape. So that's like rape is always bad, no matter what. But that's probably not true, because like if you go to like one of Ayla's orgies where people are walking around raping each other, it's not rape because they consent to it, right? Or we'd say like shooting and killing somebody without provocation is almost always wrong. However, like if you're in war with another party, it's hard to say it's immoral to kill an enemy soldier, right? Even if they haven't done anything to you.
But you're kind of just like stacking principles at that point, right? Like there's, like you said, there's always some higher principle that applies to like, that will caveat like any situation, and like,
or rather it just seems like
right?
the norms, I guess, like what is morally righteous or not, or what is vice is just going to depend on is just going to ultimately depend on what the norms are in the area that you're in. So like what are the expectations that the people have in entering that area, I guess.
Yeah, so that would be like the assumptions that like what's the normal behavior in this environment, right?
Yeah.
The assumption would be that it's this. Right? So I guess the distinction I'm trying to make is like, I think when people post photos of themselves online, whether they're like thirst traps or whatever, generally there's a desire to not have them used in a particular way. However, I think it's a pretty understood norm or assumption that like if you post a thirst trap, people will engage with it sexually. Now there are a lot of people that post thirst traps and then on one side and then on the other side say like, oh, please don't engage with this like in a sexual way that I don't.
Sure, but I think the thirst trap one is boring. I think a more interesting question is what about people who just post normal pictures? They're not even thirst traps.
Yeah, that is the interesting question.
Yeah, because some
But
people
that-
say like, well, yeah, people jerk off to these too, you know.
I only used the first example to illustrate like the difference between like the desire and the assumption. Because I think when the desire and the assumption clash, it's like we have to disregard one of them.
Sure, like you want to do a
Like
particular
individual.
thing, but the assumed behavior in that area is not. It's not considered okay to do that thing, right?
Yeah, and like typically whatever the assumed behavior is, it's like
Oh shit.
just generally going to be okay. Did she message you?
Yeah. Okay, we can revisit
Alright.
this later. Okay.
That's okay. We
All right.
yeah.
Have fun. Be careful, man. Enjoy this moment, then jump in when you're ready. Ready to start call. I'm ready. What is this new thing? What the fuck?
Hi.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
How you doing?
Well, yeah. Can't complain really. How about you?
Oh, there's always things to complain about. So, but right now I'm not complaining about anything. So I'm chilling.
Oh, good. Good.
Hold on. I'm getting your camera up.
Okay.
Are you streaming right now?
No.
Oh,
no.
okay. I'm
This
streaming,
is,
so don't say anything crazy, okay?
It's fine. It's actually why I didn't stream. So yeah.
Wait, what's why you didn't stream?
Oh, in case I said anything crazy.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you were
Just
expecting me to
that
not
is
stream. Okay.
not too much
Okay.
evidence.
Okay.
No.
Well, hey, what's up? How's it going? I haven't watched your video yet because I haven't had time because I've been doing a bunch of stuff, but you got problems.
Yeah. I mean, I've been doing fine. No complaints really. Yeah, just getting on with life. You know. You live with the pain. How about you?
I'm doing great. I just stream. I love the pain. But yeah, I saw you were tweeting, and we were tweeting about something related to our good mutual friend Steven Crowder, and you had words.
Wiser ones than you, actually. So.
Yeah. Okay. We'll see. Well, do you want to start, or do you want me to start, or I'm not 100% sure what your contention is. So if you want, you can lead, and we can go from there if you want.
Well, I mean, firstly, I had a bit of an issue with your assumption that my defense of Mrs. or the former Mrs. Crowder was because of my hating Stephen Crowder just because I don't hold his politics. Sort of that implication was just absurd. Would you like to elaborate on that or to explain yourself?
Let me find the tweet so that I can see exactly what I said. Hold on. Da-da-do-do-do-do. Why did this just log me out? Hold on. Wait, am I getting trolled right now? Or wait, is Twitter working for it? Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. 1 second. It's been logging me out all day. Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't know if my shit just got fucked. Okay, that was really weird. Fuck, Twitter is logging me out automatically. I don't know why. Okay, hold on. I can find these tweets.
Okay.
Okay, so my tweet was, I quote tweeted you and I said, "It's insane that people can jump to so many conclusions knowing nothing." Then I quote you and I say, "This situation clearly stems ... end quote, and I say, "You have no idea what the situation stems from. Why on earth would you ever pretend to know? People are so quick to jump to conclusions about people they don't like." So my assumption here is that you don't like Steven Crowder. Yeah, I guess is that an incorrect assumption?
At that time, no. I mean, I didn't even know who he was aside from just his face. Like, he's just a meme everywhere. I didn't know his name even. So no, I mean, I just feel that you were just so quick to jump on turning a clip about a very personal thing, which sort of common sense should tell you is an abusive situation in and of itself, irrespective of context, without making a whole political hoo-ha about it, assuming that it's just because of politics that people are standing beside this white woman and her white woman tears. I mean, it was just so...
I guess it's hard to divorce the
any
politics from it
thought.
because this is, well, I mean, you say lacking in thought, but like this is arguably one of the largest like political stories that's happening right now in alternative media. So I guess it's kind of hard for me to divorce it from like the political context that it's occurring in. I think that's a pretty big part of this entire story. But I guess if you had no political opinion one way or on another, I guess that could be an unfair assumption to me. That's a guess that I'm making here, that people are quick to jump to conclusions about people that they don't like. I could be wrong in that guess, I guess.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you did, so...
Okay, well, I guess you have no political opinions about Steven Crowder, so that guess would be incorrect. And you're wrong for other reasons then, not just because of the political nature, I guess, of the conversation then, huh?
Okay, for what other reasons am I wrong about this clip?
Well, I think that you saying that the situation that they're in right now is clearly stemming from the fact that she's pregnant. I don't know if there's enough information here to say that that's clearly what this fight is about. I feel like the fight could be about a million other things. We just don't have any idea. We're not sure because all we're seeing is like this 3-minute cut of this particular disagreement they're having or this fight that they're in.
By the situation, I did clarify this in another tweet. I did apologize because by situation, I meant that sort of the fact that the situation is so deplorable is really stemming from the fact that she's pregnant and this man is incapable of showing any empathy or understanding for her situation. And that was what sort of this whole situation, at least online, of people being sort of outraged by what he was doing and his actions and his words stemmed from. That was what I meant by situation.
Sure, but we don't have any idea what he feels about her pregnancy or how much empathy he's shown because we don't even necessarily know what this particular fight is about, no?
That's a very stupid thing to say because we can see from that clip that he clearly has no regard for the fact that she is pregnant by expecting her to put on gloves, to give the dogs medication, to go out and get him his steaks and all his barbecue goods. I mean, that he doesn't want her to take the car, but then he does. I mean, it's just, there's no sort of thought in his brain that this woman could be going through something. There's no empathy or thinking about the other, which is sort of like essential for any relationship, for any sort of conflict resolution in this clip, which he is just not willing to give any leeway to her or any leeway to the situation or resolving it.
Okay, so I guess let's go down these one at a time. Is a pregnant woman capable of putting on gloves?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Is that rhetorical or...
No, I'm just figuring out which one of these is like the insanely unreasonable demand that is not taking into account her condition. So I'm trying to figure out which one it is because you named off a few things. So we'll find out which one it is.
Okay.
So you said put on gloves, give dog medication, go out and get steaks and barbecue. So I'm trying to figure out like of all of these, like what are all of the insanely unreasonable demands? So for the first one is putting on gloves. Is that like an impossible? Is that something that a pregnant woman should never do or is not capable of doing?
A pregnant woman, generically, can do that. But this is Hillary Crowder. Very specific situation, very specific person, based on information online about her health, about her health conditions, about the state of her pregnancy, about it being high risk, about it being 8 months, her
Okay,
carrying
so
twins.
is
Very
there?
different.
Yeah.
very
So okay, so
particular.
you said a lot of things. So can you give me some information in there that might make it so she can't put on gloves? Or I'm trying to figure out because you said a lot of things. Yeah. What? Is there like something particular to like a medical condition that's preventing her from wearing gloves, or is there something that you've heard online that I'm not aware of that prevents her from putting on gloves, or what part of this?
Yeah, so in March of 2020, Carter posted this whole long thing on his Instagram of a picture of his wife in hospital. This is just before she got pregnant. She was in hospital because she suffers from a syndrome called Guillain-Barré or GBS syndrome, which is basically an immune deficiency which results in your immune system attacking your nervous system. And this is very rare and it's very serious. For a lot of people, it's fatal. People are left with paralysis. It's very, very serious. And so she has this syndrome. So I think considering just that, and considering the fact that on top of that, the pregnancy was high risk because of
we'll
just
do
it being a high risk pregnancy.
Sure.
And
We'll-
she's carrying twins.
Okay. One thing at a time.
I think it's exceptional.
Sure. So, do you think then that because of her GPS, that she's just like not in a condition to like ever take care of the dog ever? Is that?
I'm not saying that she isn't in a condition to do so, but I'm saying that just looking at it from a fact of a relationship working, a fact of reaching.
You keep saying a relationship working. The
through
relationship
this
is not working.
impasse.
They're already on the verge of divorce, right? I think they go to file. I think Carter hires his divorce lawyer. I think like a month after this video. So the relationship is obviously clearly already not working, right? And it's not from the sounds in the video. It sounds like they've like
Just based
gone
on
to
your
therapy.
argument, how do you know that? How do you have any information about that?
That the relationship is not working.
Any substantial information? Because you keep talking about having all this information and waiting and seeing for more information to come out.
Wait. To be
I
clear,
mean, at
I
this
haven't
point,
talked
do you know-
about. I haven't talked about having all the information. I'm just going by what I see is like publicly available. So one thing is that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going on as well.
Okay, then I don't know why you're saying I have all this information. That statement was not true. I haven't said that. What I'm pretty sure of is that about a month after this video, I believe, Stephen Carter hires his divorce attorney, and it sounds like from what they're talking about in the video, it sounds like they've already been to therapy, and then obviously from looking at the confrontation, it looks like their relationship is not in a healthy place because Stephen is exhibiting abusive behavior. So that's why I assume that the relationship is probably already like deteriorated. I doubt this doesn't come off to me as a video where it's like this is the first fight they're ever having. This looks like a long chain of things, and I'm making those other three things, those assumptions based on the other three facts.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Okay, so then going back, was this lady's GBS so severe that she was unable to care for a dog at all?
I would say, given the state that she's in, I'd say that it's plausible to say that she was probably not in a state to do a lot of things that Crowder was expecting of her that he listed out in the clip.
Okay, I would agree with you. Is it also plausible that she could have been in a state where she was perfectly able to take care of the dog?
I don't think there's actually a point in believing it to be plausible.
Well, there's a huge
Because
point.
of
That's the
just
whole
the
point of
fact of the
having
matter.
limited information. The point of assessing things with limited information is we have to speak probabilistically, right? Even in our legal system, things are probabilistic, right? Is it probable cause? Is it a preponderance of evidence? Is it beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Very rarely can we ever say, unless we are directly witnessing, we can't say this is this or this is that. We have to say probably this is this, or with high likelihood this is this, or beyond a reasonable doubt this is this. So you said that she has GBS, which I believe they've announced before. It is an autoimmune disease that can progress to very severe stages. I agree with all of that. So then my question is has it progressed to the point, or is it a point right now where she's unable to like give medication to a dog? Now, you said that it's plausible that that could be the case. I agree with you. It is plausible it could be the case. But it could also be the case that that's not the case at all, right?
Yes, I think more likely, far more likely, the latter. And considering that also in the article, I believe the journalist said that Hillary didn't want to give the medicine to the dog because she was afraid of it being toxic because of toxic substances within this medication.
Sure, that's information.
hasn't been disclosed.
The article kind of says that afterwards, although that's a separate thing. I'm trying to just focus on the video because the article is a whole other boatload of issues that we can get to. But that is true. The statement was given in the article, or the thing was put in the article there. That is true. But it seems to me, just based on what I've seen, and again, I'm only going by plausibility, okay? It's plausible that she could have put on gloves, given the dog a medication. I haven't seen anything that was saying that, like, this is the medication, it's not recommended that pregnant women handle even with gloves, this is considered highly toxic or whatever. I haven't seen any information put out that says any of that. Now, if that information was put out that says any of that, then I'd be like, okay, well, she should never be handling this medication. She should never be doing anything like that ever, because it seems like it would be incredibly potentially damaging the pregnancy. This is a really bad thing. But she never brings that up in the video at all, and we don't know, like, the medication is being used. So I was like, oh, it could have been really bad, or it could have just been that was her part of her responsibility in the household was, like, giving the dog medication. Is that
Okay,
like...
I see where you're coming from.
Okay.
I see where you're coming from. But at the same time, I don't. I see from, like, sort of a very rational and sort of, like, reasonable perspective of looking at both sides where you're coming from, and just sort of like the place of sort of this enlightenment reason that you seem to be aligning yourself to. But when it comes to sort of a relationship which is based and founded on a lot of emotion and emotionality, I think that it's just common sense in looking at the situation from the perspective of Crowder, or from the perspective of just an outsider viewing it, that it isn't so much about the fact, it doesn't really even matter if the medicine was toxic or not. It's about just being a common sense, basic, empathetic husband to your wife who's clearly distressed and is trying to get out of a situation.
Okay, so common sense is where reason goes to die, okay? When you say common sense, it doesn't mean anything, right? Because obviously different people can look at a situation in different ways, especially when emotions are involved, especially when relationships are involved. Just invoking common sense over and over and over again doesn't get us any closer to having understanding of the situation, right? You can absolutely analyze situations, even that have a lot of emotions involved. That's why therapy exists. That's why couples counseling exists. That's why family courts exist. Like, even things with a lot of emotionality involved can be analyzed in a relatively dispassionate, like, analytical way, right? We can still take into account the emotions everybody has while doing that. When you say, for instance, that she's clearly distressed, I would agree. She does seem clearly distressed in the video. Steven Crowder seems distressed as well. But I don't know how that gets us. But and then also for the dog medicine thing, I think that the fact of the matter there, I think, is really important, because I think it would inform quite a bit how I view the behavior of Steven Crowder, right? If somebody said, for instance, like, hey, you need to go do your routine with the dog. If routine meant walk the dog around the block, or if routine meant go wrestle with the dog, I would view those two things way differently, right? Because it's a totally different thing. Same thing with, you need to put on gloves and give the dog medication. If the put on gloves is like, it's a medication that you put on gloves and you just rub something behind their neck, that's one thing. But if it's like a highly toxic, like this can cause a miscarriage, that could be a whole level of abuse just in that statement. He's like literally telling her to do things that he knows is bad for her pregnancy, in a way to, like, fuck with her mind or something. That could be a thing. That's why I think that the particular in that is, like, a little bit important, because it can range all the way from, it's not a big deal, who cares, to this is actually, like, a really abusive, horrible thing to do. But we just don't have the information.
Particularity could be, well, you could use that argument for anything. I mean, what do we determine as particular? Like, you say that the particularity of the medicine is important, whether it's toxic or not. What about the particularity of the dog breed? These are very aggressive dogs. There's two of them. They're huge. They're really big, generally very aggressive. So, I mean, irrespective of whether she's rubbing cream on them or taking them for a walk just down the road, or is like giving them some toxic medication, makes no difference. The dog breed is still big, it's still aggressive, it's still, that's a particularity to consider as well. I think you can find these particularities in so many different things in this clip that it's basically like, which one are you going to prioritize? And I think the best one to prioritize without it getting so petty and sort of just detached from just reality, and I will say it again, common sense, is to look at sort of these things that we can agree on.
Sure. So when you say common sense, what you're saying is, I really don't want to think about the other things. I just want to look at the thing that's the most important thing to me, right? Like, arguably in a relationship, I would say that saying common sense, that's abusive. That behavior, that idea that, like, well, my issue that I care about, that's the only one that we should care about. And looking at any of the other peculiarities, that's actually irrelevant. That statement in and of itself is meaningless. Well, hold on, because there's a lot of, and also, just because you say that, like, well, the dog medication could be one thing, it could also be like a killer robo dog. That's also like sure, it could be, but I mean, these are things we can consider as well. I've seen pictures of, like, both of their babies, or I think one of their babies, or two of their babies, with like two dogs like literally laying next to them. And I see pictures of the dog. They seem mild-mannered. They don't seem very aggressive. I mean, maybe they are. But again, if that's the case, I haven't seen any evidence of that. I've seen evidence to the contrary, and she never brings that up in the video. Like, oh, the dog is scary. Oh, the dog's going to hurt me. She never says anything like that. And I've never seen any evidence whatsoever of those dogs being aggressive ever. And I've seen like, yeah, the dogs have been to the studio. They seem to like chill the whole time. Even in this thing where both people are fighting and animals are very in tune to like people's emotions and stuff, the dog seems relatively chill. I think he's just walking around a little bit. He's not like attacking anybody or barking or anything. So yeah, I don't think we can hide behind the like, well, there's a lot of peculiarities to consider, so now I don't want to consider any peculiarity. I don't think that's a fair statement to make. There are a lot of things to consider, and I think they ought to be considered. That's what makes relationships, especially fighting in relationships, so complicated. And it's not easy to diagnose an entire relationship fight as like one problem that you can easily say everybody was on the right or everybody was on the wrong here, generally speaking. Sometimes you can, but...
I think in this clip, it's quite clear that there is somebody who's definitely in the wrong, because there is just an inability on his side to try to resolve the situation or to try and avoid it, which she's trying to do, and he just refuses to. He even says, I think he says at one point, we're at an impasse. Good. I mean, is that really the idea of a relationship being good, or at least in that context of this clip? Is that an example of something healthy or something that is really considering your partner who is clearly not doing well?
Yeah, I don't know when you argue this, I don't know what you're arguing against. The relationship is clearly at an unhealthy point. He's clearly exhibiting signs of abusive behavior. The relationship is not in a good state at this point. I'm not going to ever disagree with that. So I don't know. However, I think she was the one that said we're at an impasse, right?
Yes, and then he responded by saying rhetorically, we're at an impasse, good.
Sure. So, but like now, whether... To say like who the impasse is caused by or who's more at fault for the particular impasse, in this particular clip that the wife chose to leak, now it looks like Crowder is the one in the wrong, I think, but we really don't really have like much context in the relationship to see who's like fucking up the most, you know? Like, for instance, what if it was the case that her only two responsibilities in the household were giving medication to the dog and like walking the dog? If those were the only two responsibilities that she had, and if Steven was taking care of literally everything else in the household and she was unable to meet those two responsibilities, do you think it would be like, do you think you would view him being really upset a little bit differently than if he was just like saddling her with 50, 60, 70 responsibilities that she couldn't reasonably keep up with?
No, I can't say I would, because she's pregnant. It's pretty exceptional.
Okay, so then let's go back.
As irrational as anything.
Yeah, okay, so then let's go back.
She's the priority.
Yep, so then let's go back.
Else.
We're going to go back and revisit the earlier part of the conversation. So I'm trying to figure out what you think pregnant women can do. So do you think that a pregnant woman could put on gloves to give a dog medication?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that a pregnant woman could walk a dog that's like well behaved? Or do you think that's unreasonable?
Yes, she wants to.
Okay, so I don't understand what your defense of potentially negative behavior by her of just saying, well, she's pregnant. How is that?
Because she's in an exceptional situation. I think that it's so important to actually consider this and to just consider being just empathetic toward her situation. It's so exceptional. I think there's just this like detachment from understanding the particularities of pregnancy for every woman. Yes, there's some women who are going to be running marathons until they like literally burst. There's some women who are not going to be doing well at all. And I think to understand and empathize with that, even when it may be incredibly annoying, where it may be considered irrational or unreasonable in sort of just everyday life when your wife is not pregnant, I think it's really important to just consider that there is a human being carrying a life within her and is in a very vulnerable situation, and just to have empathy for that basic fact of the matter.
Sure, we can be empathetic for her being pregnant. It doesn't sound like, though, that has anything to do with this fight. I didn't hear that come out in this fight. What it sounded to me in this fight was it sounded like two people were having a disagreement over responsibilities in the household. Now, if in this fight she would have been saying things like, I can't do this, my feet are sore, my ankles, like nothing fits in my shoes anymore, like I feel like I'm just, today I feel sick, blah, blah, blah. If I was hearing stuff like that, I might feel a little bit of me like, okay, it sounds like she's having like a bad day, a rough day with her pregnancy, and she is very close to delivering. She does have twins. There's a lot to be empathetic there for, but this sounds like an extension of, or a continuation of, a long series of fights over responsibilities and stuff. And also, you say consider being empathetic towards her situation. I can be empathetic towards her situation. I can be empathetic towards Steven's potential situation as well. But I don't really know how much empathy I should extend towards either party because I don't know what they've been fighting about. It could be that he's been fighting with her about giving the medication to the dog for a year. Maybe this has been an ongoing fight and has nothing to do with the pregnancy. Or it could be that she said that I don't like giving medication to the dog because he tugs me around and he pulls around and he jumps too much and it makes me really uncomfortable when I'm pregnant, in which case he'd be like a huge asshole. But I don't know that. I don't have any of that context. I'm not sure. But like either of those backstories would dramatically change the way that I view this right here, right? If it was the case that one of her only responsibilities was just giving the dog medication, she can and if it's a mild-mannered dog, she can do that while she's pregnant. That's probably not a big deal. That's not a huge issue, right? There might be some days where she can't, in which case I would hope she would verbalize it. And I would hope that Steven would step up and do it for her. But it could also be the case that that Steven Crowder is being a huge asshole here, and that he's just like saddling her with a bunch of random things to do because he's mad and he's being lazy or whatever. That could be the case too. But I don't know. I don't have like the backstory to what's going on for this fight. And we do agree that this sounds like a continuation of fights, right? Do we agree with that? That it sounds like they've had multiple fights, right?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. So it's hard to say. We don't really know like what. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think that irrespective of what you're saying about sort of we don't know where it stems from, etc. I think that's irrelevant to the fact that just in this clip as a standalone, he is being an asshole. I think, can we agree on that? Because he is being an asshole. The things that he's saying to her relative to the things that she's saying to him and trying to be sort of conflict avoidant, and he's just being hostile and very hostile and in a detached way.
No,
it's quite...
I think that you can be.
Say so. Okay.
Well, we can go through statements he makes if you want, but I don't think it's fair to say that being more aggressive necessarily makes you the asshole. I think it would depend a lot on the dynamics of the relationship. So, for instance, if you were to watch me and Melina fight, I'm a very conflict avoidant person, and I withdraw when I'm upset. So all of our fights are probably going to be her shouting at me or her being upset at me. Now, if you were to look at that, you might say, well, don't you agree that she's being aggressive and she's being an asshole? You could say, yeah, she is, but that's usually because like I'm like emotionally withdrawn or I'm shutting down or I'm just trying to like not talk to her, right? So the conflict avoidant versus the like pursuer dynamic, it's hard to just look at one and say like, oh, that person is in the wrong and that person is in the right, because it's hard to say. I don't know what their fights normally look like, right?
Okay,
like in this, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go.
No,
okay,
go
so
ahead.
I think there's an important distinction that between you and Melina and Stephen and Hillary is that I assume that you and Melina see each other as equals, and that generally when you fight, there is the objective, at least at the end after like somebody's cooled off or you've gone your separate ways, to come together and to find a solution or to apologize, and that your relationship can continue. With Crowder, he's not just being aggressive, he's being hostile. In the things that he's saying, basically he wants there to be an impasse. He's saying my way or no way. He has no empathy or showing no emotional consideration for Hillary. He isn't looking for anything except for what he wants and his needs to be met. And there's no other conception of anything else. Where she's trying to be conflict avoidant. She's trying to get away from the situation. That does not that's not somebody who's like volatile and is then going to sort of go away, cool off, or wants sort of like space and then to actually find a resolution to something. It's very different. It's quite clear from what he's saying, from how he's treating her, from his approach to her, from him not wanting her to leave the house at all, for him wanting to keep the car. It's quite clear that this is not somebody who's just being volatile or aggressive. He's being hostile.
Okay, so again, when you say he just wants his needs to be met, maybe he meets her needs and she doesn't meet any of his. Is that possible? Again, so I don't.
I'm sorry, because I feel that she's really met a fundamental need of his as like this Christian male, which is to reproduce like his DNA. So
Do you think that's
I
the
don't really
only
have much
need that he's
conviction for
looking for? Is just for
No,
somebody
I
to
don't
get
think so. I
pregnant?
think it's paramount, and I think that, you know, when your wife, they've been married for 9 years as well. Surely she's been doing something right in those 9 years.
Well, and him as well, no?
Yes.
Okay, so that's not
until,
relevant. It
well,
looks like there's been a breakdown in the relationship. So you're saying that he's the one that it's so funny because these are so many of my fights with Melina, except I'm on the other end of this, right? Melina, when she talks to me, it's usually about me meeting her needs because I have very few, right? And again, if you were to listen to our fights, she might come off as the abusive one if this is what you're qualifying it for, where she's like, oh, you're not doing this, or I need you to meet my need here, or whatever, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that she's being abusive. It could just mean that I'm failing to meet her needs, right? And she's meeting all of mine. And the same thing with Stephen and Hillary Crowder. It could be that Stephen Crowder is putting in work to meet her needs. I don't know. I haven't seen the relationship on camera, and she's not putting in work to meet his. That's what he seems to be saying. Now he says it in a pretty aggressive and pretty shitty way, but that could be the case. Maybe she's not meeting any of his needs off of this video, right? Isn't that possible? Is it plausible?
in this situation, she's a conservative housewife who Stephen Crowder's wrote in opinion pieces that they have a great sex life. I think she's meeting a lot of his needs. I don't.
Hold on.
I don't have. Generically, I have sympathy for that position, but when it comes to this and just what I've read and seen based on his posting on his Instagram and all of that, I feel like she was meeting his needs.
Okay, so because he posted positive stories on Instagram, you know that, like, I keep trying to bring up personal examples because I obviously can't use credit, but like me and Melina will say things publicly. It's like, oh yeah, we love each other even if we're having a fight. Like, we're not like telling everybody like, oh, today me and Melina fought over this particular thing, right? It's possible that they're having big fights or breakdowns in the background, but like obviously for a lot of reasons, you've got pressure to put a public facing image on, right?
Yeah, I know, but this is all the information that we have and are going to have. None of us are ever going to be explicitly privy to their relationship. No matter how long you wait for information to arise and come out and be exposed, it's not going to happen.
Then maybe that's
It's
a good
like
reason to
any
not have a strong
criminal
opinion
case.
about it, right?
I mean, we have strong. Why can we have strong opinions about like murder trials, but we can't then have strong opinions about this?
Because
With
in
somebody,
murder,
especially a public figure who is clearly shows a lot of tendencies of what psychologists would call narcissism or self-absorption. I think it's very viable. It's incredibly viable to actually have this stance about the situation.
In a murder trial, do you think it would be fair to have a strong opinion of the murder trial if you'd only watched the prosecution or if you only watched the defense?
No.
Okay, well, right now we only have one side of this divorce. Why would we assume that that's enough for us to make a judgment about the fight that we see on camera?
Because I'm not making a judgment about the divorce and like the proceedings.
Well, no,
of
hold
the
on.
divorce. I'm making a judgment about this clip.
That's all part of this, right? You're seeing something that the wife has selectively shown the public, right? Potentially as part of this divorce case that's going to go through, right? So if you've only
Well, who
seen,
exposed it? Was it her family?
it was almost for sure her and her family,
Okay.
and they leaked it to a celebrity gossip blogger.
Okay. Yeah.
So if we're seeing a clip that she leaked, a video that she selected for, and we're seeing her specific viewing of the video, why would I draw a big assumption about the health of their relationship on both sides? There are some assumptions I could draw. It's clearly unhealthy. Stephen Crowder clearly says some things that are abusive.
You're drawing assumptions.
No. Just from what I'm seeing in the video, right? Saying things like, I don't love you. Like, that's probably something you should never say, even if you're fighting. That's a pretty shitty thing to say. Talking in a condescending manner, you need discipline, you need that. Probably think, even in a conservative relationship, you should never really say that, right? So I can see some things that he's doing that are pretty clearly abusive. It's not good. She seems to be, obviously, this is a continuation of a lot of fights. I can't see anything she's clearly doing wrong. She could be doing some wrong things, it's hard to say. But, like, this is a video that she's chosen to show us to represent her side of the story. So I don't know why I would draw a big conclusion against Stephen Crowder when I'm seeing what his ex-wife is showing me about their relationship.
He's a public figure who's going to expose his side of the story. She's not. So why shouldn't she release it? Why shouldn't she be allowed to release this? I mean, I think that it's fair enough if she wants to, if this is what she wants to do, then by all means.
If she wants to release it, I think that's fine. I mean, it's her right to. I mean, I wouldn't expect her to release stuff that shows her in a bad light.
Because that's how we sort of get both sides, I feel. At
Yeah,
least
but you're
closer
not-
to both sides. We don't have everything about her, obviously, but far more about Crowder and his sort of antics with regards to his public image, etc. But I think...
Yeah, I never said that she couldn't. If she wants to release all she can, she would. And I would expect what she releases, I would expect it to show her in the best light. I hope she's being honest, but I would expect her to show her in the best light. But I wouldn't draw huge conclusions about it the same way I wouldn't draw huge conclusions about when Crowder came out and Crowder was saying like, well, she decided to divorce and in Texas only one side can do it. I'm like, okay, well, he's obviously making her sound like she's doing some evil take the kid shit, but I'm not going to believe only Steven Crowder's side of the statement there. It sounds like he's got problems of his own, right? So you wait until everything comes out and then you make a decision on things based on the totality of what we see, I guess, rather than seeing one clip from one side and making a bunch of assumptions about both people.
Okay, but that's also very vague by saying we just need to wait for everything to come out, because when will everything come out? Firstly, it likely nothing else is going to come out because she wants this to be private. They've wanted this to be private. It has been private for like over a year at this point. And also, I feel that, what is everything coming out? I mean, if you're going to be skeptical of information that comes out from journalists, from people on Twitter, from Steven Crowder, then who are you going to trust? When is the end point of sort of everything coming out?
Sure. Okay. So in terms of public stuff, if the divorce trial happens, are divorce proceedings not public? I know it's a legal affair.
I'm not sure how it works in the US, I'm afraid.
Okay, so there would be the divorce proceedings. I don't know how much that would be public or private. There is whatever both sides decided to leak or decided to expose about it. That's that you can go off of. And then when you say you're being skeptical of information that comes out, of course I'm skeptical of information that comes out. That's not saying I would say that it's false or it's like completely fabricated. I think the video with Steven Crowder is real. I don't think that it's like a deep fake, but like obviously I would want to get his side of things too. And then you keep saying, what if stuff never comes out? What if everything isn't like ultimately released? Well, then I just wouldn't have a strong opinion on it. You don't have to have a strong opinion on every single thing that happens. There's a lot of things that I'll probably never have a super strong opinion on because you're just not going to get all the information about it. But I don't know why there's not like a need to stake a strong opinion out on something, especially if there's limited information available.
I agree with you on that, but I think it's perfectly valid and people shouldn't be ridiculed for having a very strong opinion about a clip that is being presented without it being considered in relation to this idea of these hypotheticals or what if, or looking at both sides of like this relationship when we're just looking at this clip and the behavior in this clip and whether it's healthy or not, whether he's being abusive or not. And I think it's perfectly valid and viable to see him as being abusive and unhealthy in this clip.
The issue that I have is that, broadly speaking, over the past 10 years on social media, we tend to have an incredibly binary, an incredibly simplistic view of almost every single type of human interaction that exists. Whether it's a white girl in a car rapping along to the N-word, or whether it's a guy who wears dreadlocks, or whether it's two people having a disagreement in public, it seems like we're keen to strip out every single potential part of a relationship or interaction or context of a thing and just like bring the hammer down on some insane shit. And human relationships are oftentimes messy, oftentimes complicated, oftentimes involve fights, oftentimes even involve partners sometimes saying stupid things to each other they shouldn't say, right? This has happened in a lot of relationships, probably in some that have lasted a really long time and are otherwise perfectly healthy. So we just have come off a couple years ago that Amber Heard Johnny Depp stuff where the whole world was rocked and they realized like, okay, well, we thought it was this thing and now it's this thing. And maybe it's actually like really messy on both sides because it was. Anybody that says that Amber Heard was a crazy psycho cunt who was completely wrong and everything that's not true. Johnny Depp was fucking insane as well. Anybody that came away from that thing and either side came out clearly exonerated is fucking wild. However, for the people that clearly sided with Amber Heard before the information came out, they were also wrong to do so. So I see another situation that comes out where people are very quick to look at like one or two things and it's like, you're trying to make the woman give the dog medicine. And it's like, that might have been like their delineation of household chores. Who knows? When people are so keen to enter these strong opinions on stuff they don't really have very much information about, I think it plays into this larger culture of like this binary analysis of really complicated, messy things. And there just doesn't need to be. There's like no pressure at all. There's like nobody is like in a life or death situation like, oh my God, like I need the opinion about Steven Crowder and whether or not he's an abuser piece of shit right now, otherwise I'm going to die. Like nobody's thinking that right now. There's just no reason to have a hugely strong opinion about it.
me, for instance, having a strong opinion on this clip, I wouldn't have a completely different opinion if another clip came out of her doing the exact same thing to Stephen, saying the exact same things to him. I'd have a very nuanced opinion about that as well, about that potentially being, well, about that being abusive on her part, if that were to come to pass. But at the moment, we only have this one clip.
Sure.
And I think it's perfectly okay to say these things about that.
Well, sure. Let me spin a very small story, okay? Let's say that we can tell they've probably gone to therapy. It seems like it. That's an assumption I'm making on the clip. They're talking like they've been in therapy together, okay? So let's say that they've gone to therapy, and let's say one of the big complaints they have is Steven Crowder's wife feels like Steven Crowder is not showing her enough love, maybe words of affirmation or something. And Steven Crowder feels like his wife doesn't contribute enough to the household. And one of the things that they work out in therapy is, okay, Steven, you need to do this. Hillary, you need to do that. What if it was the case that over the next like 3, 4, 5 months, Steven Crowder was making a big effort to do it, and she was completely lax in all of her household responsibilities? Maybe she only had a few. Maybe the dog is one of her only things she's supposed to do. Maybe Steven comes home from recording a few shows. He's sitting on his balcony. He's smoking a cigar. He's chilling, and like the dog shit inside and hasn't had his medication yet. And then she comes out and she says, well, I want to leave. I'm going to go somewhere. And he's thinking like, fuck me. Like you can't even, you didn't give the medication to the dog. Shit is fucked right now. Like I just got home working. I'm like finally like out here chilling, and now you want to leave and I've got to do all this shit or whatever, right? If that was the backstory to this particular video clip, that wouldn't change at all how you view the clip. You'd view it exactly the same as with all the negative assumptions you have built in right now.
Yes, because of the fact of her being pregnant.
I thought we already established that just because she was pregnant, it doesn't necessarily keep her from doing any of these things.
No, I said generically. I said that in her particular situation, with the information that we have about her health, about the state that she's in with regards to how long she's been pregnant, with it being high risk, I do think that it's an exceptional situation. So yeah, I would not have sympathy for him.
Okay, so in this case, then, your real position is that pregnant women can do no wrong, and anytime you mean to a pregnant woman, it's automatically abuse. Because that's what you're retreating. You're saying that
situation. This is a particular person.
No. The particular
pregnant
situation.
Woman. I'm not saying that this is generically the case for all women. You're inferring that I'm saying that, because I said this, that therefore that means that I'm actually saying this, which I'm not saying.
Well, this is what you're saying, because I asked you for all of that lead up, and you were saying, well, no, because she's pregnant. Or no, because she's pregnant with twins.
Hillary Crowder is pregnant. Hillary Crowder, with her particular medical history, with her particular situation, with this particular individual. Yes.
Okay, so then would you say that like she can't be expected to like do any chores around the house, or is like, should it, like if there was like a clip and it was just Steven Crowder saying like, oh God, like could you, like you didn't feed the dog? Would you be like
chores around the house? I mean, in the clip she says that she'll go out and she'll get Steven the stuff that he needs, that she'll go grocery shopping, which seems to be a thing that she's meant to do. It's one of her duties, but he doesn't want her to go because he knows that she's actually just going out because she wants space. But he says that you can't go grocery shopping if you're not going to do your other duties.
Well, but it sounds like he said he'd be okay with her like taking an Uber. It sounds like what he really wants is the car because he wants to be able to leave.
Yeah, he wants the car so he can leave. But also she said something, I think she said, I will ask somebody to pick me up. Who would you like me to ask? And he didn't respond to that. And he said, get an Uber. He did
respond to that. And he made it sound like...
he didn't respond to that. He said, get an Uber.
No, he did respond to that. And he made it sound like that was an issue that they'd fought about before. He did. When she said, who would you like me to ask? It sounds like, I'm making a lot of assumptions here, but it sounds like she's probably had friends pick her up before, and then they've talked about Steven Crowder, and those friends don't like Steven Crowder. Because when she said, who would you like me to ask? He said, is that a threat? And it makes it sound like they've had an issue with her getting people to come over before that don't like him. That's what it sounded like. But he did respond to it, and that's what it seemed like what was going on. But he also said you could just get an Uber and leave if she wanted to, but she didn't seem to want to get an Uber.
Okay, so she said, I'll ask somebody to pick me up. Who would you like me to ask? What is that a threat?
Sure, so her statement could have been
so
passive aggressive.
he hasn't responded by saying, no, you can't ask somebody or ask Candace. I mean, he didn't, I think that there's a difference between how he responds. He didn't respond directly to what she'd asked. She asked a question, and he responded with a question.
Sure, because my guess is that he's interpreting it as passive aggressive, right? And
which it wasn't. She clarified and said that it wasn't, and he didn't answer. He said, get an Uber.
Sure.
That's indirectly answering her question.
Yeah, a little
He's
bit,
not
yeah.
looking for
But
resolution at all.
sure, he's not looking for resolution. Both these people sound like fairly triggered, right? I don't think that anybody's looking for a resolution here, right?
I mean, she is by going.
She could have just gotten an Uber and left. She didn't want to do that.
Yeah, she wants to go in the car.
Yeah,
to
so
go
there,
and
so
just cool off by herself. She's not going to cool off in an Uber with a stranger.
I think you can. I think she wanted space. She just wanted to be driven somewhere to get away from Steven. You can cool off once you get out of the Uber, right?
No, I think this is just the lacking in sort of like empathy, I think.
You're lacking in empathy for Steven Crowder. You have zero empathy for him because you see a pregnant woman. I understand you keep saying lacking empathy. I have plenty of empathy for both sides. They're both sides are super, like she could be having a ton of problems right now. I totally agree with that. I'm not even conceding that. I admit that, of course. She's like fucking got twins, 8 months pregnant. Not to mention the stress of this crumbling relationship is probably a whole bunch of shit. Like, of course, all of that is definitely true, for sure. But then, and you're on the other end, there could be a lot of stress for Steven Crowder too. I have no idea what it would be like to be facing a divorce when you have 8 figures worth of assets, when you're a public-facing conservative figure, when you might have at one point super loved your wife and you've got children and you don't want to lose them. Like, you could be facing a fuck ton of stress too. You have zero empathy for his side because you see a pregnant woman.
Now, I have zero empathy for his side based on what he said in this clip, based on the fact that he has no consideration or compassion for what she is going through right there and there. I don't care about like everything else around that, or the fluff or the hoo-ha. I care about the fact that she wants to get out and he's not letting her because she isn't performing her wifely duties. I don't have empathy for a man who has consulted a divorce attorney behind his wife's back, even though that she's trying to resolve things and find a resolution to their marriage, and then he's sitting there with his legs up, smoking a cigar, telling her that he's got things that he needs, grocery shopping, like steaks, wood pellets for his grill. And it's very difficult, just basically.
It's difficult for you to empathize
for that in that situation.
I understand.
And I think that's perfectly valid.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's normal. I don't think it's valid. I think it's really sad that you have zero empathy for. I don't know if it's because he's a man or because it's Steven Crowder or what. But like everything you're saying is so. Everything you're saying is so unbelievably loaded for no reason. Like legs up smoking a cigar. Maybe he just flew back from filming like 20 shows over a week. You have no idea what he's doing. He could be a lazy piece of shit that smokes cigars on the couch like 4 or 5 times a day outside, or he could have literally just gotten back from like a fucking red-eye flight from LA, like, you know, having done a ton of work. You have no idea. You have no idea. Maybe he just literally finished mowing the yard and did all of his responsibilities. He came in and he saw that his wife hadn't done anything with the dog, even given the medication, and I wanted to sit back and smoke a cigar. You have no idea. But instead you just like hand wave, you're like, oh, legs up smoking a cigar like a fucking loser. Like, you have no idea about that.
He was a fucking loser.
You're making up.
I said, just given the information that we have, because we're not going to know what happened before then, anything. Like, this is like the only clip that's out there, okay? I think just based on just looking at it, it looks terrible. It looks deplorable. It isn't healthy.
It does look bad for him. Of course, I agree. Steven Crowder looks worse in this clip than his wife, Hillary Crowder. Hillary Crowder is the one that leaked the clip. Of course that's going to be the case. I would imagine that if Steven Crowder were to leak a clip of his wife, he'd probably make her look bad. He did it with the Daily Wire. He leaked shit of the Daily Wire, making them look bad. And when he did it with the Daily Wire, when he did that, I said probably shouldn't take everything he's saying at face value, because obviously Steven Crowder is going to selectively leak shit that makes him look good. And then when the Daily Wire came back and leaked shit, I'm like, okay, well, let's look at the totality of both sides.
It wouldn't be my opinion of this clip being bad and him being abusive in this clip. As I said, if another clip came out of Hillary being abusive, I would say that Hillary is being abusive and that's unacceptable. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but it still makes us view the sides a bit differently. I think people view mutual abuse a lot different than one-sided abuse.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, definitely.
I think it also probably changes how we feel about the divorce. Even what you said too, consulting a divorce attorney behind his wife's back. Again, I don't even know if that's necessarily a wrong thing. We don't know if she's consulted a divorce attorney. We have no idea. We don't know if she's the one pushing for divorce. If she's the one pushing for divorce...
No, he did a month before, and then she found out, and that's when she filed for divorce.
Yeah, but we don't know if she was the one that wanted the divorce, right? We don't know that, do we? So if she's saying things like she wants a divorce, he was the one that got the divorce attorney first, but if she's saying things like she wants a divorce, I would expect a man that's worth over $10 million and that wants to maintain a relationship with his children to probably start talking to a divorce attorney. I think that's totally fair. Yeah.
If you and your wife, or your wife is trying to save the relationship, You think that's perfectly acceptable?
Yeah, 1,000,000%. Yeah. If I went, so I'm probably in 2 weeks, I'm going to LA and then I'm going to Nebraska and hang out with my son. If when I was there, if his mom started to say some stuff like, I don't really know if I like the fact that you like ever come by and see him. I'm not sure how I feel about that. The second she says that, before I'm even on a plane back to Miami, I'm calling a fucking family attorney, 100%. Why would I risk the relationship with my child at the whims of my wife? Steven Crowder could feel the same way. He might think that, okay, well, she's talking divorce. I think they already have children, don't they?
They've got 2 twins.
Yeah. So they've got children already. And he's worth over 10.
Yeah.
Wait, so they just have the 2 that she's got right now?
Yes.
Okay. So if he's got these 2 children now, if he wants to have a relationship with these children, and if he's worth over $10 million, and she's starting to talk about divorce, that wouldn't surprise me. He's reaching out to an attorney. That's probably a responsible thing to do.
Okay, I think reasonably. I think when it comes to, I think as a woman, if I was in her situation, if I had said to my husband that I loved him, I'm committed to him, and I want this marriage to work, if I then found out that whilst I want this marriage to work, he's consulting a divorce attorney, that the trust is just gone.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Like,
That'd be
you're not
pretty shitty.
invested in actually trying to resolve anything or make this marriage work. So understandably, she'd file for divorce. If that's the case.
If that's the case, yeah, for sure, yeah. Now, keep in mind also, he has the right to not want to make it work and to want to break up with her. He can do that. Same thing with her. She has the right to not want to make it work and break up with him.
And why didn't he tell her? Why did he go behind her back to a divorce attorney?
I don't know what behind her back necessarily means. Like, if he's contacting a divorce attorney, should he tell her, like, hey, by the way, I've got a divorce attorney that I don't know 100% if that's, like I said, like, once divorce happens, I know this is hard for you because you want to be the emotionality or whatever, but once divorce happens, like, we're starting to put assets on paper and you're going to be involved in what is probably going to be the most important legal battle in your entire life. Nothing in your life is going to be as important as fighting over the assets you've accrued over that marriage and rights to see your children in the future. So I think he'd probably want to go through whatever. Maybe he talks to a divorce attorney. Maybe he feels like she's at fault, that it's her, that she's been doing a bunch of crazy shit. He talks to the divorce attorney. He's like, you need to make copies of her text. Maybe if he's like super forward about everything initially, maybe she starts deleting shit or hiding shit. I don't know, but that could be a thing. But I'm pretty sure that like most people that are getting into a divorce that are worth a lot of money and have children whose rights they want to protect to see are probably going to try to do everything they can to angle themselves in that way. That would be my guess. But also, it could be what you're saying, that he's like gaslighting the fuck out of her, saying like, you know, we are going to try to make this work. We're going to do everything we can. And behind the scenes, he's talking to a divorce attorney. He's like, we're going to cut this bitch out of everything. I'm going to fucking take my children. We're going to like trump up some bullshit charges. I'm going to get that could be the case too. But I haven't seen any information either way for that.
Okay. Yeah, I just feel that there's a disturbing lack of just the sort of emotional awareness that's just needed to make any relationship, whether it be a marriage, a friendship, to work in sort of this this trusting sort of disposition. I think it's not conducive to the kind of relationships that you need in order to work. And so I do understand her filing for divorce once she found out that he was doing what he was doing. And I think that sort of this lack of just, at least on your part, a sort of a lack of being able to put yourself into the shoes of the other.
I can put my shoes in it. If you want to ask me to explain something from somebody's perspective, feel free to do it. Because unlike you, who summarizes Steven's position as like, oh, just a guy who's kicking his legs up and smoking a cigar, like I could just as easily say, oh, well, here's a woman that's weaponizing, like words like, oh, well, I've got all these problems, but I'm not going to do anything, but I'm going to keep saying I love you, right? Which is what Steven Crowder was claiming in the video, that she's just saying I love you to shirk her responsibilities and to be manipulative, right? But I'm not claiming that of her, because I wouldn't claim that of her. I don't know that, right? I can be empathetic to both positions here. But it could be the case that both people are similarly being wronged and acting wrong. It could be the case that Steven Crowder is on his own being a huge piece of shit, and she's put in a ton of work to make the relationship work on top of the stress of managing pregnancy with twins. Or it could be the case that she's like completely a piece of shit, or they're both a piece of shit. I don't know. So I don't have the information on the backstory. I can empathize with both sides. It's just weird to call for selective empathy, especially from a video that was just leaked by one side of the party.
Okay, I completely agree with you on all of that. But that doesn't mean that should be prioritized over looking at this clip and seeing this unedited clip, this likely unedited clip, as being an instance of a man being abusive to his wife?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that in this clip, Steven Crowder is probably being abusive to Hillary Crowder. There's like a high likelihood of that, yes.
That's literally all I'm saying.
That's not literally all you're saying. You're making a ton of assumptions about the backstory of the relationship and of what the totality has been that got them to this place.
Gaining more information through their social medias, through articles, through research is not the same as making assumptions.
Okay, but like what their relationship was like leading up to this are all assumptions, I think. Like we have no idea.
I don't think I've made any outlandish assumptions about that.
Well, you're making the assumption, for instance, that it's wholly unreasonable for him to expect her to give the dog medication. We have no idea, though, if that's a reasonable
expectation. Not because of anything, not because of assumptions about the medicine. I didn't make any assumptions about whether the medicine was toxic or not. I said, I don't care about that. I said, I care about the fact in that moment, you can see that this is a heavily pregnant woman and that therefore it is not... It's pretty unreasonable to ask her to do these things when she is the priority, just by fact of being pregnant, heavily pregnant, about to burst. I think there's far more important things, like the well-being of of the woman who is carrying your children.
Okay, we're going to back up to this. One thing I asked, well, again, I guess I'll ask again. Is it unreasonable for an 8-month pregnant woman to put on gloves and give a dog medication? I don't know why we keep backing up saying that expectation is wholly unreasonable.
Well, this particular woman, I think it's perfectly viable to say, yes, probably it is.
Okay. I don't think we have enough information.
And I'm
to
not
say
generalizing.
Sure, I understand we're not generalizing, but I don't know if we have enough information for her to say that she should have no responsibility over the dogs. I don't know if that is the case. I don't know what they've talked about. I don't know what they've worked out. I don't know if that's a reasonable thing to say here. It might be, but it's plausible that it's also not. It's plausible, for instance, that it might actually be that's her only job. Maybe her only responsibility around the entire house is just giving the dog the medication to walk the dog. Maybe that even comes with a recommendation from the doctor that it's good to like be active and move, and like if you've got like some docile dogs, you can like walk the dog around the neighborhood. It's a good way to be active as a pregnant woman without like doing any strenuous or physical activity. Maybe.
In the Texas summer.
In
the Texas summer.
Sure, maybe.
At 8 months pregnant.
Sure, maybe, yeah. A walk around the block? Yeah, pregnant people walk around. Pregnant people can do a lot of things in life. They're not like bedridden, even in the last month of pregnancy. Nobody's
saying that.
What?
Nobody's saying that.
You're saying that she's so pregnant and bursting, that was your word, bursting, that she can't give the dog medication. That's what it sounds like you're saying.
No, I'm saying that her feelings, that her well-being, even if it seems completely like illogical and irrational, is the priority. If a pregnant woman wants to eat steak with chocolate sauce, then by all means, yes, give that to her. She's the priority. She's freaking putting her life at risk carrying your child. It's just common sense.
I think ordinarily, I would agree with you that like the pregnant woman should get the priority in almost all cases, right? That, like, assuming that both people in a relationship are being decent, right? Even at 6 months pregnant, even at 2 months pregnant, even right after she gets pregnant, that's probably true. Or in all cases of a relationship, because your wife. But this is an exceptional situation in that like both sides are clearly highly antagonistic towards each other because they're on the verge of a divorce. This relationship has been collapsing for a long time. So I guess the way that I would evaluate the behavior of both parties like is a little bit different. Like Steven Crowder should still ideally, even if he fucking hates the woman, it's his wife and those are his kids, hopefully. So like he should be obviously treating her nicer. But I don't know so far, based on what I've seen in this video, I don't know if the expectations of her just giving a dog medication are unreasonable. It could be that she's just using like weaponized incompetence. Like, oh, I can't do that. I can't do anything, blah, 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 to fuck with him. Maybe. I don't know. We just don't have the information.
Is she being antagonistic in this clip?
It's hard to say without more information. Saying things like, I love you can be highly antagonistic, right? It could be a manipulative thing. It could be like weaponized incompetence. Like,
is she being antagonistic by wanting to get out of the situation? Is it antagonistic?
It could be, maybe.
I will ask someone to pick me up.
It could be.
To say, I want to go.
I want somebody to pick me up. It could be, right? Say you've got a friend that Steven hates, Steven, and you always call this friend over and you know you're going to talk a bunch of shit and they're going to talk a bunch of shit and there's going to be like a confrontation or whatever, calling that person over. Maybe. That's what it sounds like when he says, because when she says, who do you want me to call? That sounds like a passive aggressive thing. Like she's like, if I call somebody, you're going to get mad. Well, who do you want me to call to come pick me up? And then he's like, well, is that a threat? Like she's called people to pick her up before that he doesn't like or that doesn't like him. That's what that sounds like, right? But again, I just don't know. I don't have all the information.
He's asking a question. Who would you like me to ask? And then he asks her to clarify whether it's a threat or not, and she says no. So where do we go from there? If there's just this like ambiance of just distrust and like, oh, there's always something insidious behind what somebody's saying, we're not going to get anywhere in relationships, not just in this relationship.
Yeah, welcome to a broken, fucked up relationship. That's the point. Remember, these guys have been together for 8 years and on the verge of a divorce. The relationship is fucked.
Relationship, but if it's just everyone, if you're telling people, oh, like if somebody says, would you like, who would you like me to ask? That, oh yeah, there must be something like insidious behind there, or like, oh yeah, she's probably being like aggressive behind like that perfectly reasonable ask of somebody. I mean, for goodness sake, it's.
Yeah, that's what manipulation and fucked relationships can look like. It absolutely is. Yeah, it could be, of course.
I disagree on this particular
You can
example.
disagree, but you're wrong. You're just dead wrong, right? Manipulation and abuse in a relationship doesn't just look like somebody going like, fuck you, you're a horrible person. I hate you. I'm gonna trap you. Fuck you, you're a piece of shit. That's not what all abuse and manipulation looks like. Abuse and manipulation could look like, well, I'm gonna call a friend to come pick me up, knowing that I'm gonna talk a ton of shit to that friend. Or it could look
Did she
like...
say it like that?
No, she didn't say like. I'm just giving an example. It could be him saying, like, oh, well, you can't take the car. I might need to go to the gym later, because he wants to keep her isolated and locked to the house, right? Abuse or manipulation manifests in a whole bunch of different ways. Very rarely is it a clear, sometimes it is, but it's not always like a crystal clear statement of like, I'm gonna abuse you, fuck you.
I'm not saying that at all, but I'm saying that if somebody asks you a question and then you, as he did, he assumed that she was being threatening. He asked her if she was being threatening and she clarified and said, no, I'm not making a threat. I'm literally asking, who can I call? Who can I ask?
Okay.
To then like imply that that's manipulation.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that simple.
It's I don't know what to say. Like for me, I'm going to drop the common sense. Like these interactions can absolutely happen if people are fighting, where people are just being like passive aggressive, right? Like somebody might say something like, okay, well, the night's ruined because we're fighting, and then the guy says some shit like, okay, well, I guess I'm gonna go out with some friends because I think I want to go have a beer, and he's just saying that because he wants to get away from her, or he's like being an asshole, and she's like, are you really going out with friends? Do you really want to get a beer? And he's like, yeah, but like that could be like dripping with fucking like condescension. Like it could be, and her answers could be. But again, I don't know the history. For instance, if I found out
is that boyfriend is allowed, he goes and
What?
he can go and he can let the difference.
And
with that
she could have
example
Ubered.
Is that she can go. She's pregnant. She wants to get away. She wants to clear her
Ubering is
head. She
easier
wants
when you're
space.
pregnant than driving.
Do you know what she said? You're asking a pregnant woman to get into a car with a stranger when she's clearly distressed. She's upset. She wants time alone. Driving can be very therapeutic. She wants to just go to the store. She wants to just relax, just clear her head. You're just, it's absurd to me. There's like just inability to like fathom.
I don't have the inability to
time
fathom.
on their own, to have control over themselves, their autonomy in a situation where they feel like they're losing control. You're not going to get that from consulting an Uber driver.
I don't know, but you could Uber into your parents' house and then hang out with your mom. Maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know
why
if
can't he get an Uber?
maybe his parents don't live in the area. I don't know. It could be the case. Another reason, this is using extra information, but I'm pretty sure he's got his surgery coming up in a week or two. So that might be why he can't go to the gym, or he can't have an Uber, or he can't see friends or his parents. Because if he gets
so he can't get an Uber, but he can go to the gym if he wants. He can go and see his friends, his parents.
Wait, no. He said he can't do. He said he
barbecue.
No, he said he can't do any of that. That was part of his complaint in the video. I can't see my friends. I can't see my parents. I can't go to the gym.
If she takes the car.
I don't know if he was saying that about her taking the car. If he was saying he can't do that at all.
No, he was saying that about the car. He wasn't saying that about his condition, because he wants steaks. So clearly he's fine. If he wants steaks, if he wants wood pellets, if he wants to barbecue, I don't have much sympathy for that position either.
I don't know what you think barbecuing has to do with this. I'm talking about during the COVID epidemic. He's saying that he can't go out and do things, and he's got a surgery, like a chest surgery, in a week or whatever. Right?
He's saying in the transcript that he can't go out. He says you're not taking the car because he can't then go and do the things that he may want to do, such as going to the gym, seeing his parents. That her taking the car makes him is contributing to him feeling boxed in.
I guess we can rewatch this if you want. Hold on. I'm curious. Do you know which part of the video that was?
It's very near the beginning, like in the first minute, I'd say.
Give me 1 second just to like get this
Yeah.
clip. Hold on. All right, I just want to see what he says here.
No, you just think boundary and abusive and cruel. You are not taking the car. Because if you refuse to do wifey things, then I will go pick up the groceries. Steaks, wood pellets, my grill. I know it's not reasonable, but I'll go do it. How about you first? Joey, how do you respect me? Yes, other than that, I just see love with that. No, other than that, no, you're not taking the car.
Steven,
You're not taking the car.
Steven,
You are not.
then I will ask them to do that. Would you like me to ask?
Right?
Is that what you got, Steven?
Get an Uber.
Okay, Steven, I can't.
Feeling some constraints?
Steven,
Like, I can't
Steven.
go. Listen to me. You want to walk out right now? Listen to me. I can't go to the gym. I can't go to my parents. I can't call my friends. I can't be home. You're going to take the car and leave me here. Hillary, just think of how boxing has made me.
What do you need me to pick up? I'll get.
Okay, I think he might be talking about the car here. That might be the case then.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. I see love.
And okay, well, where are we at? Why can't he call his friends then? I don't know why he says that. Maybe it means he can't call his friends to go somewhere. I'm not sure.
I don't think he has many friends.
Okay. I thought you just said you didn't know who he was. How do you have all this information about him now?
Because I'm a video essayist. I do research. That's literally all I do all day.
And you've researched and you know that he doesn't have any friends? You, it's just, you understand that, like, you. Oh, I can't tell you understand.
It was a joke.
Okay, you say it's a joke, but you come off as like an actual man hater, right? I don't know if you realize that or not, because you've like repeatedly called for like empathy, but you have no problem like just saying like there's all this crazy stuff about it without even knowing, right?
I literally get cancelled because I say that incels aren't racist and that they are actually pretty okay guys. Like I don't hate men at all. On the contrary, I just think that this is so unhealthy for just relationships to just see this like distrust in everything. I mean, this is not how you conduct yourself with people, let alone with women who it's nonsensical to me.
I mean,
position that you're sort of like dying on.
I'm not dying on anything. My position is perfectly reasonable. I'm saying we should probably just wait for more information before having like these huge judgments. But your brain can't compute not having a concrete answer on who is like the devil here and who is the angel. Like, here's a question. Do you think she's done anything wrong in this video at all? Or do you think she's conducted herself perfectly the whole time?
I wouldn't say perfectly, but far better than him. She's being conflict avoidant. She's trying to get out of the situation, and he isn't letting her.
Okay, so you think her behavior has been...
Her,
yeah, so you think her
I
behavior...
think it's acceptable.
You wouldn't criticize any of her behavior in the video?
No. No, I wouldn't. No.
Okay. Well, is there anything else you want to chat about in relation to this, or any other topics you want to go over?
I mean, I'm fine. If you'd like to, I mean, this is your stream. I'm just a guest here, so
we can talk for as long as you want, but I don't have to drag you here if you have anything else you want to go over or whatever. You keep going back to this thing where it's like this isn't healthy relationship for behavior, and I agree with you 100%. But again, like this behavior is like deteriorating. Like the behavior is like already, or the relationship is deteriorating. The relationship is already probably pretty fucked if they're like on the verge of divorce when she's like about to give birth, right? That'd be my guess.
If it's so fucked, why won't you let the person who you clearly hate and don't love leave when she wants to leave? Surely that's beneficial not just to her, but especially to you.
Probably, unless he wants his car to go out and do things. I don't know why they have only one car. That's really weird. Unless one is in the shop or they just never bought a second one. That's kind of weird, but...
Yeah. I mean, I don't... Yeah, I'm not going to speculate on that because I may go down another man-hating route. So maybe I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Also, to be clear, she is allowed to leave. He just said that she should Uber, right?
Get an Uber.
When he why didn't she suggest any friends that could come pick her up?
Well, I think probably because I think this is a ring.com footage, right? This is security footage. I'm sure they both know their friends, so it's not something they need to like talk about. They're not like sort of clarifying for like, you know, this video to be exposed to the world. I mean, I think that there's a lot that's is known to them that isn't said because I mean they've been together for 9 years, so it makes sense. So yeah.
Wait, what I'm saying is like, why? Hold on, no. What I'm saying is that, like, when so she says, I'm gonna call a friend or whatever, or who would you like me to call? And then he says, is that a threat? Get an Uber. Why doesn't she just say after that, like, okay, well, I'm gonna call John to come pick me up if she really wants to leave that badly, or I'm gonna call Samantha to come pick me up, or I'm gonna call my mom to come pick me up.
Because she says, who would you like me to ask? And then he asks her a question.
Mm-hmm.
What, is that a threat? And then she answers that. So I don't think that
he says, is that a threat? And then I think he says, like, get an Uber. Or he says, no, that's not a threat, Steven. It's like, get an Uber. Why doesn't she say, I'm going to call my mom to come pick me up?
Because she's answering his question.
Is she like, is it like a computer program? Does she only have a certain amount? Why doesn't she say afterwards, like, okay, well, I'm going to call my mom to come pick me up? If
Then why didn't he answer her question? I mean, she asked him a question. He didn't answer it directly.
Because it sounds like he's being an asshole over something that's come up. But if she's literally just like trying to get away, why not just say like, okay, well, I'm just calling my mom and she's going to come pick me up?
I mean, I don't know. I cannot speculate on that.
Like, why didn't she initially just say like, okay, well, I'm going to call my mom to pick me up? Why did she say, who would you like me to call? Why would she even ask him that question?
Who would you like me to ask? Well, personally, I interpret that as it being a thing of control, probably in their dynamic. That he needs to know where she is at all times. That he has control over who she can ask and things like that. In case she asks a man, who knows? But yeah, it sounds like she's asking him for permission. Who would you like me to ask? As opposed to it being a threat. I feel that she is actually genuinely asking him.
Then why doesn't he just answer? Why doesn't he say, okay, well, I would like you to take this person? If he's controlling, why does he say, okay, well, I'm going to call this guy to come pick you up then so that I can keep track of you?
Well, maybe because he knows that who she's going to ask, probably these people are on her side with regards to the breakdown of their marriage. And so he may perceive it as a threat just based on his general hostility and
wait, I don't understand
paranoia.
why he would perceive it as a threat if she has to ask him for permission because that's how he controls her. That doesn't even make sense.
Because then, like you said, like her talking behind his back to these people, being able to talk about sort of his behavior and everything and turn them against him. I mean, it's quite well known that he's a very paranoid person. It doesn't seem from his perspective, it doesn't seem unreasonable to see this as a threat, as opposed to his submissive wife asking who she can actually ask to pick her up.
Wait, so then in some ways so are you saying it kind of was a threat then? Or?
No, I'm not saying it was a threat, but I'm saying that he could perceive it. And I would say that he does perceive it as a threat because of his general paranoia about everybody, including his wife, ex-wife.
Okay. That's possible, but I feel like that's a farther assumption than I feel like my assumption was more reasonable there and goes by like all the text given in the video. I don't know if you're
No, definitely not.
Okay, I would 100%. I'm almost positive my assumption is correct. Steven Crowd, if you're listening, send me the rest of the footage or something. It sounds like, and I'll reiterate what I think probably has happened is my guess is going to be that these two have probably fought a lot before. When they fight, she probably calls a friend who comes and picks her up. She's probably talked to that friend who probably now doesn't like Steven Crowder, because anytime a friend comes in to remove somebody from an abusive situation or relationship, that friend is going to fucking hate their friend's partner. That's pretty normal, right? And my guess is she's probably called a friend or a couple friends that have picked her up, and now Steven Crowder knows that friend fucking hates him, so that when she's like, well, I'm going to call this friend to pick me up, she might even weaponize it. She might not, and he just perceives it as like a threat, or you're going to try to talk shit about me to somebody else. That's what it sounded like that exchange was. 100, well, I'll say 95%. Way more than like, who would you like me to call? I understand it's important for you to control me, and we're gonna go by the list of people. I think that's a way farther stretch than mine, which I think is probably what's happening. But I think I'm just giving my interpretation because we obviously disagree there. But
yeah, definitely. Yeah, I hope Steven does talk to you, because I think you're the only hope that he's got at this point. So,
I don't think so, because I'm an ardent Steven Crowder hater, but you guys have all turned me into apparently his #1 simp because you guys want to make insane assumptions about a 3-minute video clip. But
it's perfectly valid and perfectly reasonable to make assumptions about that clip. So yeah, I stand by my position on that, I'm afraid.
Okay. You don't have to be afraid. It's all good. It's the beauty of... Oh, never mind, actually. I was going to say that's the beauty of the United States, but you're in Bongerland, so I don't know how much you guys can disagree with each other. All right, well, any other parts of this conversation or anything you want to bring up?
No, I think I've said everything that I wanted to say about this. Yeah, I think we hashed it out. I'm not sure if we got to any.
At least we got our positions staked out more. But hey, listen, I appreciate it. Listen, can I give you a big congratulations for finally fucking figuring out Discord and not having to go through all sorts of insane hoops. Have you what are you using to stream now?
I still use Ecamm Live. That's why I'm not streaming, because I knew that I would go through hoops.
Okay, this would have been, if you want to see an abusive fucking interaction, this would have turned into one if I would have had to deal with the same shit that Max had to setting your shit up. Can you tell me, I'm just curious, why don't you use OBS? Why do you use Ecamm?
I've tried to use, this is my fault. I can't get it to work. I have it installed. I have the option, but it doesn't connect to my YouTube channel. I know that it's me. I'm not blaming OBS at all. I know that it's my own technical inefficiency and ineffectiveness. So yeah, it's me.
Okay.
Me.
If you ever want, I know, because I work with a ton of software and obviously I stream to YouTube or whatever. If you ever want to take like 5 or 10 minutes, I can help you figure out like how to configure it. Like it's pretty simple, and it would probably save you a ton of headache doing like the Ecamm shit.
Oh please.
Yeah.
That would be excellent. Thank you very much.
Right, if you want to, we can do it right now if you want to check real fast, or you can do it later at some other time if you want. But I'm pretty sure it's literally like a 5-minute thing to figure your thing out if you want.
Yeah. Happy to. Yes.
Okay.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Do you have
if you don't mind.
Yeah, you're good. You have OBS installed on your computer, right?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay. Do me this favor first, okay? Go to youtube.com, and then in the top right where your account thing is, click on YouTube Studio.
Okay.
Okay. In YouTube Studio on the top right, there's this little there's an upload videos button, a go live button, and a create post button.
Yeah.
Okay, click the go live button.
Okay.
Okay, you've got like a little dashboard that's opened up here now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. On your OBS, go to your OBS and go to, do you have it open?
Yes, I'm just opening it now.
Okay.
Yes, I've got it open.
Okay. In the top left, go to File, go to Settings, under System.
File.
Or I'm sorry, File, Settings, and then click Stream. My bad.
On OBS.
Or let me know what you can find. Wait. Hold on. I'm sorry. Wait, real quick. Do you have OBS or do you have OBS Streamlabs?
I have OBS Studio.
Okay, OBS. Okay, that's good. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so on the top left, you see File, right?
Yes.
Okay. After you click File, do you see Settings?
No, it says Show Recordings, Remux Recordings, Shows Settings Full. Oh, right. Okay.
Okay, you're good.
Okay.
And now under, do you see Stream on on the left side?
No. It's just taken me to like a Finder folder thing.
Wait, what was the button you clicked? You said Settings?
Yes, it's Show Settings folder.
Oh shit, no, that's it. What other things do you have here? Fuck, I just remember you're on a Mac, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay. After you click File on the top left, what else do you see?
It's just got a drop-down menu of 4 options.
Yep.
Saying Show Recordings, Remux Recordings, Show Settings folder, and Show Profile folder.
You literally don't have the Settings button. I have all 4 of those and a Settings button. Is there a Settings thing in the top left anywhere?
View docs.
Like, I see file, edit, view, docs, scene collection, tools, help.
No, no settings.
Is there a cog on the bottom right of the main screen? Like a cogwheel anywhere? Or on the top bar? Like a little gear
Where
wheel?
it says start virtual camera, there's a cog.
Okay,
yes.
not for that, not for that. That'll be just for the
Okay.
virtual camera. And like the top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right, is there any... Oh, or actually, hold on.
No.
I can turn your thing off on stream so people can't see. Can you screen share just that window with me? And I can probably point out the...
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Can I just share it now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. It's trying to share, right?
Yeah.
But it's not sharing, right?
No.
Oh, hold on. I know why. I'm sorry. Okay, real quick. Close OBS.
Okay.
Okay, and then after you close OBS, screen share on Discord, and then open OBS. That's probably what's happening.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, fuck Mac. Okay. This is
Yeah,
not gonna work.
sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
All right. Somebody's saying in the top left, is there an Apple logo on OBS Studio?
Yes.
Okay, and the top left, you said there is an Apple logo?
Yes, when I have the OBS studio open. Yes, there is.
Okay, does that go to a settings thing?
It goes to system settings.
Okay, try that. Tell me if that opens another window.
Yes, but that's just sort of like my generic settings, like for my own Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, VPNs, all of that.
Okay. Oh man. Settings are at the bottom by the start streaming button. Oh.
Start streaming.
Settings. Oh, that's true. There is a button down there. Underneath, like, start virtual camera, studio mode, do you see a settings
yes.
button?
Got it.
Okay. I've never used a settings button before. Okay, cool. All right. Now you've brought up the settings thing, right? On the left, you see general, stream, output, audio, video. Okay.
Yes.
Under stream, click that.
Yes.
Now, for service, do you see YouTube? Can you click the
Yes.
drop down? Yeah, select YouTube and see if you can connect your account here. Does it have a connect account button?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Click that button and connect your YouTube account to OBS, the one that you use to stream.
Okay. Yes. Yes. I've done that.
You are connected here?
Yes, I'm connected. Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. So it says connected account, Kidology.
Kidology.
Okay,
Yes.
click OK.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, in the YouTube studio, all right?
Mm-hmm.
In the bottom left, do you see stream settings?
I'm on the page where it says stream, webcam, and manage. When I've clicked the go live.
Yeah, click the top left thing, click stream.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, do you see on the left side of this page a stream settings thing? Like stream settings, analytics, viewer activity.
Wait, so you want me to start streaming?
No. If you click the stream button in the top left, it'll take you to a page with some settings. It won't make you start streaming.
Okay.
I'm looking for... Hold on, I'm sending you a picture. I'm looking for this page.
Stream set. Yes, yes. Okay, I've got that page. Yes.
Okay. Under stream settings, if you scroll down, is there a stream key that's plugged in and active there?
Stream key. Yes.
What does it say?
Yeah. The stream key, default stream key, RTMP variable.
Okay. Okay. This is for, okay, we don't talk about that right now. On the top right where it says title, can you click an edit button? Do you see a big edit button?
Yes.
Okay. If you click edit, for title, can you just type in like quick test stream? We're going to like stream for like 20 seconds just to make sure it's working, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Then scroll down where visibility is. Can you set that to public?
Yes.
Okay, and then click save.
Yeah.
Okay. Now on OBS, do you see a next to the start streaming button, do you see a manage broadcast button?
Yes.
Okay. Ideally, when you go to stream, once you've got all these settings figured out, you just left click that manage broadcast button and hopefully you can see that test stream under you see that test stream that you set up on YouTube, and if you click that and click start streaming, it should go live, I think.
Oh, yes, it's there. Yes.
Yeah, so click that and then just click it, and I think you can click start broadcast or whatever the button is at the bottom.
Okay, select broadcast and start streaming.
And then let me know once you've clicked that, if OBS.
Okay. Yes, I've started streaming. Oh my gosh, yes, it's working.
Do you see, oh, you see it in your dashboard?
Yes, yes, I can see it. Yes. Oh, hi guys.
Well, I'm not sure if you went. Oh, I see it. Quick test stream. Okay.
Hi, guys.
Okay, cool. All right, good. Okay, so you can stream with OBS. It does work. Okay, nice job.
Okay. Thank you so much. But how do I then do Discord with this?
Well, what are you asking me?
For instance, like if I wanted to stream our conversation that we're having now, say, how do I then go onto, how do I make your face and
okay.
the volume appear?
I understand. Okay, so right now we can see you. I think they can hear me. Let me check.
Oh, let me ask if my people can hear you.
Oh shit, hold on. We'll have to change that. Oh no. Okay.
My people can hear you.
Okay, we won't worry that right
Yeah,
now.
your audio isn't on my stream,
Okay.
they say.
That's fine. Okay, real quick. In OBS, bring up that settings menu again, and then go to
Okay.
audio.
Settings. Audio. Yes.
Okay. Under, do you see general and then global audio devices?
Yes.
On global audio devices, what is the desktop audio set to? What's that first thing set to?
It's set to disabled. All of them
Okay.
are.
Good, good, good. Okay. For desktop audio, click the drop down and turn that to default.
I don't have that option.
Impossible. Wait, what's under the desktop audio button?
Desktop audio. There's desktop audio 2. There's mic auxiliary.
Oh, no, no, no,
audio.
no, no, I'm sorry. For desktop audio, to the right of that, is there a drop down menu you can select?
Yes.
Okay, once you
And
click,
the only option is disabled.
that's the only option?
Yeah, I'll send you a screenshot. Yeah.
I'm waiting for that screenshot.
Yeah.
You said that on you said that for OBS there was like a generic systems like page, right? Settings page for like Apple.
Yes.
Do you know if You need display capture on Mac OS to do... Wait, on Mac you can't stream desktop audio without virtual cables? No shot. Hold on. Holy shit, why? Okay,
Oh, thank you for the super chat, Rocky. And Jamia.
Okay. I know it. Oh, okay, listen. We should set up a time to go through this and make this work. It's possible to work, but you need to download another program called I Show You Audio Capture in order to like basically take the audio from your desktop and output it to another virtual device that will then input into OBS. I have no idea why Mac is like this.
Oh.
Yeah, it just seems so ridiculous to me. Are you good at like following instructions on like a web page for setting something up, or?
I mean, I think you can tell that I'm just...
Probably not.
Yeah.
Okay, listen. If you never check your DMs, why the fuck do you never check your DMs ever? What's up with that?
I have a fear of rejection, which just stems into very antisocial virtual behavior. I do apologize, but I will do better, as I've been telling myself for the last year.
Oh, okay. Wait. Hold on. Oh shit, hold on, wait. There might be a way easier way to do this. Okay. Hold on. Okay, hold on, wait. Maybe. Okay, pray. Okay. On your OBS, okay?
Mm-hmm.
On the bottom left, go to scenes.
Bottom left, scenes. Yes.
Okay, right click and click add scene. Or right click and add.
Add, yes.
Okay. Real quick, can you click the studio mode button so that nothing comes up on accident on OBS? It should split your OBS into 2 different screens, basically.
Wait, sorry. If I go to sorry?
There should be a studio mode button near the settings button on OBS.
Studio. Yes. Okay. Yes. Yeah. It's split.
So now it's split. Okay. So now we can work on the left screen without showing shit on the right screen on accident. Okay. All right. Now on the left screen, go to that new scene that you added. Okay.
Yeah.
And then go to sources. All right. Do you see a sources button?
Oh yes.
Okay. Now in that new scene, if you have it selected under sources, go to right click, do add.
Yeah.
And then do display capture.
Add. Display capture.
Yep.
I've only got Mac OS screen capture.
Yeah, that's it. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Try that. Yeah,
Okay.
Sorry. Okay. Hold on. Testing 1 2. Hold on. Test.
Okay.
Okay. On your now you've added that. Click OK. Click OK to add that as a source so that it's added under sources.
It does have this. It's just come up with a thing saying properties for macOS screen capture and sort of like methods and display.
Can you send me a screenshot of what you're looking at exactly?
Yeah.
Oh my god, wait, did you send? I'm sorry, I wasn't looking. Oh wait. Okay, you're sending me a screenshot, right?
Yeah, has it sent to you?
No, not yet.
Oh gosh. Okay. Did send it. Wait, do I have to send a message with it? Oh, right there.
Okay, cool. Okay. So method display capture. Yeah, that's good. You want to select that, and then you want to click OK.
Okay.
So that it's added. Okay. After you've added that, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay. You've added that so that now it shows up under sources, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any chance under your audio mixer, do you see a thing that's muted, or do you see an audio thing there now when I'm talking that's going up and down, or no?
Yes.
Wait.
When both of us talk, it does. Yeah.
No, when I talk. More specifically when I talk. Do you see a thing that's going up and down a lot? Wait, is that like muted right now, or?
No, it's on.
Okay. Can you take a screenshot of that and show me what that is, just so I can look and see? Okay, so this is good because it means your OBS is getting the audio from the display capture, which is me. I just need to find a way for them to hear it. I don't know why they can't hear it, but we can figure this out. Hold on. Why was she unable to screen share? Apparently Mac doesn't like you screen sharing. I don't know why. Okay. When I talk, is it coming under audio output capture? Is that the thing that's going up and down?
No, it's the mic auxiliary.
Oh, okay, no. If it's just mic auxiliary, that's bad because that means it's only being picked up by me talking.
Yeah.
Okay, so when I'm sorry, it's only being picked up through your microphone. So that audio capture, audio output capture, that's not going up or down at all?
No, not even when I talk. No.
Okay, let's try this real quick, okay? Can you try click out of studio mode on your OBS and switch to, wait, is there anything that's being displayed on that scene that you added with your desktop?
As in being displayed on my live stream.
No, on the preview window on the left. Is it showing like your desktop?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, is there anything there you don't want shown on stream?
No, pretty much okay with that.
Okay, can you switch to that? And then I want to see if we can hear me.
Okay, so do I just press transition?
Yeah, press transition, and then it's going to switch to that thing, and then I'm going to talk a little bit. I'm going to see if you can hear me clearly. And then look in your audio mixer and tell me if anything different pops up there. Okay, testing, 1, 2, test. Okay. I'm going to see if I can hear me on your stream. I'm listening now. Okay, testing, 1, 2.
Yes, when I'm
going to see if I can hear me on your stream. Okay. All right, okay. This is it. Okay, it does work. Okay. Okay.
People can hear you. Oh yes, they can hear you now.
Yeah, that's what we have to do to make it work. Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay. Go transition back to just your voice, okay? Transition back to just the video of you, all right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. And then they shouldn't be able to hear me anymore, I believe. Wait, you can hear me still, right?
Yeah, I can still hear you. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all fine.
Can you go back to your settings page and then go back to the audio section and look for that desktop audio thing and see under there if you can find the display capture that we just added. Let's see.
Where by mic auxiliary, it says default, my iPhone microphone, my Yeti Nano external microphone, and
Sure.
iMac microphone.
Under desktop audio, when you click that drop down, is there anything listed there or no? Is it still
No,
just
nothing? It's
no?
still just disabled.
Okay. Okay. There's a way to do this. It's just a little bit obnoxious. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Okay. Go back to your scenes and go to the one that we made, the new one we made, right? And go to the source where we did that display capture. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Find that and then can you right click copy it?
Wait, sorry. Where am I at source?
Yeah. Find the display capture that we made. Right click that and copy it.
Wait, I don't understand. Sorry.
We added a source that was the display capture. So there's scenes and there's sources. So if you click the scene that we made, the new scene we made, there was a source there that we made, right?
Oh, yes. Display capture. Yes.
Yeah. Right click that and copy it.
Wait, I can't, because it's from a drop-down menu. I'm just saying display capture or window capture, application capture.
No. I'm so sorry. Just under the sources thing, you don't have to go into it. You don't have to open it all. Just right click the thing right on the sources menu, right click it and copy it. Can you do that?
Copy. Oh, yes. Okay.
Okay. Once you copy that, now go back to the scene with your camera on it right now and paste that under sources onto that scene. Do you understand that?
Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. I've done that. So that's been added to the sources.
Okay, let me talk for a little bit. 1 second. Testing 1 2. Hold on.
The sources. Yeah.
Okay, shit. Oh, wait. Click transition. Even if you're transitioning to the same screen, try transition. Click it and see if it goes to the same screen.
Okay.
Testing 1 2. Test. Let me see if I can hear anything. Oh, wait. Transition back to your webcam screen that you also added my desktop thing to.
Wait, what?
Like, transition so that we can see your camera on the stream.
Yep. Oh. Okay, no, I think I've done something wrong because both the scenes are now
Yeah, are the same thing?
the same.
Yeah, on the left, click your default scene, whatever the one is with your camera. Because remember, on the left, you've got 2 scenes set up. Because we
Yes,
made one,
but now because I've copied and pasted the macOS display capture, it's showing both.
Oh, true. That is correct. Okay. On your primary scene.
Oh, wait, no, it's fine. I've just moved it down. So
yeah,
I
exactly.
can
That's what I was
now-
gonna say. Okay.
Okay, yes.
Okay. So now you've got your.
No, it's fine. I've just moved it down.
Let me see if I can hear myself. Testing 1 2. Test. Okay. On your audio mixer, do you see my audio coming in at all on another source on this scene? Because we can't hear the audio here. I don't know why, but we could hear it on the other scene. I think, right?
Yes, on the second scene we could. Yes, on this scene, apparently not. Yeah, no.
Can you go over to the second scene and see if we can still hear me? Go to the second scene and I want to see if my audio is coming in okay there.
Yeah, I've transitioned.
Okay, testing. I'm going to see if you can hear me here. Test. Okay, shit. When you when you right-clicked and you went into the source, did you change anything on accident when we were trying to copy it? Did you like change the audio or?
No.
Can you right-click under the source, that browser or the display capture, and show me what you see under there? Because under the audio mixer now you don't see the display capture anymore, right?
No. Wait. Wait, how do I get to the display capture again? Sorry.
Under sources, find the display capture and then right-click it.
Okay. Okay, yeah.
And then what are your options in here now?
In the display capture.
Yeah, what are the options in here?
Sure.
Yeah, what are the options? Oh, no, wait. Hold on, wait. Stop. Okay, don't do anything. Hold on, stop, don't do anything. Okay. It's working right now, okay?
Okay.
Okay. They can hear. Hold on, stop, don't do anything. Okay. Okay. Can you take like a screenshot of like just what you're looking at right now, like this page, just so I can understand like what we're seeing? Because this now they can hear my voice and they can hear your voice.
Yes, yes. Okay. Thank you for this. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. Okay. Wait, this is so crazy. So, okay. Wait, this is so... Okay, can you talk and say something? So, okay.
Okay. Hello, testing.
Okay, can you
1, 2,
talk and
3.
say something?
Okay.
Okay, so when you're looking at this scene, this is what's confusing me right now, okay? When you're looking at this scene, when I'm talking, that Mac OS screen capture, is that thing moving up and down? Like the volume is going left to right while I'm talking?
Yes.
Okay, when you're talking, where is your audio there? Why is it not there?
I have no idea. I'm not sure. No clue.
Oh,
But my chat can hear us both.
You've manually added your microphone as a source. Okay.
Oh yes, yes, my Yeti. I probably did that at some point. Trying to.
Do you need to do that?
Yes. So, well, I don't know if I do need to do that.
Okay, fuck it. It's okay for now. Okay. Okay. All right. On this scene. Okay. We can do this. Okay.
Okay.
Take a deep breath. Okay. That Canon, is that your camera for this scene?
Yes.
Oh no, wait, shit. I don't think I'm actually seeing the right scene because you're showing me the one you haven't transitioned to yet. Wait, can you send me this exact same screenshot? Can you do it with scene 2 selected? Because I think right now we're on scene 2. That's what's working in your stream. And I think I'm looking at the scenes and sources for scene 1.
Okay.
Okay, wait. Did you just send me the screenshot?
Yes.
Okay. Mac OS. Okay. So scene 2. This is the scene that you're on right now, right?
Yes.
Okay. On this... Okay, we're just going to do this, okay? On this scene, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Can you, under sources, can you right-click and add your camera?
Oh, video capture device. Okay. Okay.
And then once you've added your camera, can you drag it to the top so that it's the thing that shows up?
Okay. US. No, it's not that. Okay. The thing is that when I add my camera,
Yeah.
the only options it gives me are my Ecamm Live virtual camera, which is my camera that's connected to Ecamm. Yeah.
That's the only thing?
Yes. Or it says OBS virtual camera, of which there's none. It's just like a OBS logo with a sort of no camera.
What is this? Oh man, this Ecamm shit. It's really... Is that program running right now?
Yes. So that I'm streaming to you using that. Yeah.
Okay, I guess for now you can select the Ecamm thing under here, but...
Okay. Okay.
This setting is wild, dude. Okay. Click OK, and then click transition, and let's see if we can hear us both.
Okay.
Okay, let me know once you've done that.
Yeah, done.
Okay, hold on. I need to talk. Let me know once you've done that. Oh.
Yeah, done.
Okay. This is so janky, but it's... Okay. Both audios.
Both audio's good.
Yeah. Barely. Okay. All right. Okay. Last thing. Okay. Are you ready? Okay.
Yeah.
This is like held together with duct tape and dreams. Okay. But it works. Okay. Here you go. Okay. Ready?
Okay.
Okay. Now, if you could put a camera on this screen, so as I look at the composition of your screen, you've got a lot of dead space to the right. That's just the back of this beautiful British chair, and you're kind of moved over to the left. Would you want generally people would go in the direction you're facing. So do you want to move the camera a bit to your right? I think, unless it's mirrored or not. Or do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to think of, like, where on your screen would you put, like, my face or somebody's face you're talking about? Because right now there's not very much room because you're kind of in the center to the left and there's a big chair to you to the right. So it's not like a good place to put their face.
Yeah. If I have somebody, usually I'll move myself, like, sort of over here. And then I sit here and then I put their face over there.
You're going to give them the comfortable chair back? You could do that. This is all subjective. If you want, we can put it there. The only thing is it looks a little bit weird because now you're like kind of facing away from them and they're like back here and you're talking like away from them and they're behind you. It's not like the worst. You can do it however you want. But that's
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely not ideal. It's just I don't have a lot of room in this room.
Okay.
When I move, then I'll make it look amazing.
Okay, fine.
But,
gotcha.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Fuck it then.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Whew, take a deep breath. Okay. This is the final frontier. Okay. Back to OBS, okay? Mm-hmm. Now, the scene that we're working out of right now, this is the second scene we've created, right? Scene 2?
Yes.
Okay. On Discord, are you using the Discord program?
As in the app.
I hate all of your generation, everything. Yes, the app. Are you using the Discord app or are you using the Safari app? Do you open the Safari thing to go to Discord, or do you have an app on your computer called Discord?
Yeah, I have the app or the program installed. Yes.
Okay.
So
that's fine. Okay. On Discord, for our conversation, is our conversation right now like inlaid into the Discord window, or is it popped out in its own kind of window?
I mean, it's its own window.
Just you and me talking. Oh, yeah, no. I understand Discord has its own window, but now I'm asking, do you and me have our own window? Because you can pop out a call so that it has its own.
Oh, right. No, I don't have it popped out. Must I do that?
We'll do that. It's like for operational security. Click that pop out thing. Because we don't really want to capture anything that could like have a DM pop up, you know?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that you've popped that out into your own thing, right? You've done that? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes.
Do you have my video set so that my video is in like an appreciable part of the screen? It's not like minimized or whatever. It's like a decent chunk of the screen that you're looking at right now?
Yes, yeah. You're like the big
Good.
green,
Okay.
and I'm sort of like a little one.
That's
Yes.
good. That's fine. Okay. Because this is most of it. Okay. On OBS, go back to scenes. Make sure you've got that scene 2 selected.
Yes.
Go to sources. You're going to right click add. And do you see window capture as an option?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It says there's an option of deprecated and
Yeah.
window capture.
Just do window capture.
Okay.
Deprecated means something that used to work, but we don't really use it anymore, but they still leave it in case new shit fucks up. So it's typically stay away from deprecated stuff. Okay. So now you've clicked window capture. Does a list of windows pop up that you can capture?
No, it says like it gives me the option of create new window capture 2
Yep.
or add existing.
Okay, create a new one.
Okay. Okay, yes, now it's given me this whole list of
Yep.
different things.
Through this list, you want to click and find our Discord call.
Okay. There's Discord, and it says at Destiny Discord.
Yeah, try adding that one.
Okay, okay. Okay.
Okay, did my beautiful face pop up on the screen?
Yes, in the preview. Do you want me to transition?
Okay, wait, not yet. Okay, now in the preview, okay, ready?
Yes.
With your mouse, you want to left click to bring up the screen with my face on it, okay? So that it's like there's like a little left click that thing that you just added so that there's like a red box around what you just added to that screen.
Okay, yes.
Okay, do Macs have alt keys?
No, I don't know what that is. I'm sorry.
Okay, what on your space bar,
Is that like sort of like when you right click?
No. On the space bar in your keyboard, to the left of the space bar, what key is there?
Command, option,
Okay, we're gonna try
control.
command. I don't know if it works, okay? Can you hold down command and then left click a corner of the window and see if you can crop the window? Does that work?
Yes.
Yeah, that it is
Yes.
cropping?
Yes.
Oh my god, okay. Now crop this window so that you've cut out all the extraneous bullshit and it's just my face. Like as much as you want. So like the whole window that you have.
Okay.
And then once you've done that, then you, without holding command, you can just resize the window. It won't crop it. It'll just make it smaller. Wait. Are you cropping it or are you resizing it? Do you know the difference?
The thing is that it's not showing the pop-out window. It's showing the Discord.
Then that just means under the window capture thing, choose another window. There's going to be 2 called Destiny. One is going to be our DMs, and the other one is going to be the pop-out camera window.
Okay. Yeah, there's 2 Discord options. There's the Discord one with Destiny, and then there's one and it says item 0.
Yeah, it
And
might be
when I
that item
click
in zero one. It might be weird. It might because it like makes a new name sometimes for pop-up. Yeah. But when you
but when I click it, it just shows my face again, not the window, the pop-out window.
wait, is there one? Can you find the pop-up window in there? Does it show it anywhere there?
No.
It must be somewhere. It's got to be there somewhere. What are the options that you have under the Windows thing? How many different options are there here?
There's loads, but there's only 2 for Discord, which is the at Destiny Discord.
Yep.
And then the Discord item 0.
And when you add item 0, what happens?
It's blank. There's just like a dot, a black dot.
Okay. When you were cropping before, is there a chance you cropped everything?
No. I don't believe so. No.
Okay. when you under window capture, are there any other buttons you can push there? Can you take a screenshot of what it looks like under the window capture?
Yeah.
What? Why is there so much shit? Okay. I'm sorry. Behind this drop-down menu, are there any other things you can click? Like if you get rid of the drop-down menu, is there like any buttons or click boxes?
There's sort of an empty box that I can tick which says show windows with empty names and show window shadow, both of which are not ticked.
Okay, new method. Okay. Bad OPSEC now. Okay. All right. Click the X in the top right, get rid of our pop-out, and get rid of our pop-out and put it back in the normal Discord thing, and then capture that, okay? Why doesn't she just window share with you? Because for some reason window share doesn't work. I don't know why.
Okay, now do you want me to do the... Okay.
Wait, are you waiting for me or did you do that?
Okay. Yeah, but it's not changing on the... Yeah, now it's not changing the window in the preview. It just stays as my face, rather than showing now the Discord screen.
When you say it stays as my face, what's staying as my face?
The preview scene. So rather than it changing to, when I change the window and I say that I want it to be at Destiny Discord and click OK.
Wait, is there a chance that
it doesn't change?
When you click it before actually adding it to the scene, before escaping that window, when you're like in that drop-down list, you click things, does a preview of the window that you're trying to add pop up anywhere?
No.
When you select any window there, is there any preview of anything coming up? Like when you try to add any window?
Item 0, no. Okay. No, I'll just send you a screenshot of what it looks like.
Okay. All right. Okay, there's a lot to look at here. Okay, so in OBS, that top window capture thing is the thing you're trying to add, right?
Yes.
And that window is just empty? If you right-click properties, it doesn't show anything, or?
Properties. Windows properties. It changes on sort of the display in the properties for window capture 2 to like what I want it to be, which is the Discord and your face.
This is kind of what I'm talking about. When I go to properties and I look at a source I'm adding, if you look at this, notice how why do I look so stupid here? Do you see? Hold on. Okay. Do you see how there's like a preview of my face? There's a preview of like the thing I'm about to add.
Yes.
Yeah. You don't get
Yeah,
that preview
I do
anywhere?
Have that. I do have that. Yes.
Oh.
But then when I click OK,
Uh-huh.
it doesn't become the actual preview.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
That's fine, that's fine. It might just be lost somewhere in your OBS, okay?
Okay.
So when you click OK, okay. Oh man, I wish you could just like mail me your laptop, okay? Okay. On your OBS in the under sources, all right? Can you drag that thing that you just added? Can you drag it to the very top so that it's like at the very top, so that it's going to be showing up over everything else?
Yeah, the window. Yeah.
Okay, and that didn't change anything, right? You still can't see it in the preview?
No, it
Okay.
didn't change anything.
Right-click the source itself, that new thing you added. Right-click, and do you see something that says transform?
Yes.
Okay. Can you do fit to screen?
Yes. There, you're there.
Okay, hold on, I'm
Oh
waiting.
my gosh, you're there.
Oh, so I am in the preview. I can't see it now, but it is there.
Yeah, now you are. Once I clicked fit to screen, then you're now there.
Okay. All right. Now that you've got me there, can you show me a screenshot of what it looks like?
Okay. Have you got it?
Oh, yeah, I see. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Okay. We're doing it. We're close. Okay. All right. Now, earlier, remember when I asked you about cropping? Do you know the difference between
Yes.
cropping and resizing?
Cropping is when you sort of make it smaller. Resizing is when you just make it bigger. Yeah, I think I
Okay.
know the difference. Yeah.
Sure, okay. Just to reiterate, cropping is when you're actually cutting away information. Resizing is when you're just changing the size, right? So if you're cropping,
Yeah.
theoretically you should be able to crop out the bottom part here. So I'm trying to figure out, I don't know if holding command was cropping or resizing. Now that that window is brought to the front, can you hold down that command key and left click and see if you can crop the edges so that you only have my camera here? Wait, people are saying you might want to hold down the option key and not the command key.
Option.
Hold down option and then left click and start dragging it around.
Okay. The option one is making it. Oh, sorry. Oh. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Now
Okay.
cut away everything until you just have my image up. Like just me, like get away all the DMs and all that, everything else.
Okay.
Okay. Now if you want, you can drag me around on the screen so that I think I'm to the right, so that I'm out of your face.
Okay, so I'd like make you the full screen.
No.
No, okay.
Just because after you crop away, you can see my face. I'm like on top of your face now, right? Or what does it look like after you've cropped it away? You can show me that if you want.
Okay. Oh. Okay, it looks. Thousand.
Okay. Close. What happened? Okay. You're okay. Did we add on this scene too? Did we add your camera?
Yes, we did.
Is that the green thing that's very, 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 very small?
Yes, like the. Oh, like do you mean sort of like the face with the green outline?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, that's a separate source, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you do me a favor? Right click that, go to transform, and then do fit to screen on that.
Okay, on the video.
On your video.
Okay, transform and fit to screen. Okay. Now it's.
Now your face should be full, but it should be underneath my face, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now all you need to do is make my face, like click and drag the bottom. You don't have to crop, just resize it so I'm a little bit smaller and then stick me in the right corner so that you can kind of like see me back there. And then I should be kind of like in the same screen as you.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I think I've done it.
Okay, if you want, you can click transition. We can see how it looks. Oh my goodness, look at that. Okay, testing 1 2. I just want to see if I can hear myself on your stream. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Oh my goodness, look at that. Okay, testing 1 2. I just want
Can
to.
everybody see and hear Destiny on this?
Jesus. Nice.
Yes,
Okay.
they're saying it's working. They're
Yeah.
saying it's working.
Okay. All right. Listen to me. Okay. This is the hard part. Okay. This is where you have to work out. You gotta flex and test and train. Okay.
Okay.
Technically, in this stream, okay,
Mm-hmm.
this works. However, in the future, when you go to talk with somebody, that last source that we added, where you added the window capture of OBS and then you cropped it and put it in the bottom right corner, you're gonna have to redo that because there might be a different name for the box. So if you ever want to practice that off stream or on stream, or if you want to demo while you're doing it, if you need help or whatever, this last process that we just did, you might have to redo. So just the thing. So everything right now should be okay. All right.
Okay.
If you want, first of all, click studio mode so that it's just one box. Okay. Click studio mode so that it's just one box right now for us.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Now
Okay, yeah,
left click
yeah.
the button to hide and then unhide my window. So now you only have to worry about this window. So if you left click it, it should hide me, right? The little eyeball thing. You can hide and unhide me.
Wait, where? Sorry.
Can you hide sources that are currently on stream right now? Can you do that on Mac OS?
Oh yeah. So the little eye.
Yeah, to hide and unhide
Okay.
me.
So. Oh wait, no, that's. Oh yes. Okay, you're hidden now. Yeah. Thank you, Mitch.
No, wait, you hid your... Oh, yeah, you're doing it. Okay, sorry. I'm just catching up. Okay, cool, nice, okay. Okay. All you have to do... Okay, so if you click left click, okay, here's a couple things you need to be aware of. Just because this is very, very, very hacky, all right? I don't suggest this setup, but it's working now. When you open the Discord thing, be very careful because if you click around for DMs or whatever, it's going to show whatever is on that Discord window, right? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So just be aware of that while you're talking. Don't be perusing DMs while you're chatting with people. And then also, if you need to have a chat with somebody besides me, you might have to delete that window capture, or actually not delete the window capture. You might have to right click that window capture, go to properties, and you might have to click the window again. Because it might get a new name. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes. Okay, I see.
Yeah. You might have to do that, yeah. Okay. But otherwise, this should allow you to stream calls on Discord, and other people should be able to see the camera, And also I can see you, so it works on my end. Like I can see your camera and hear your audio, and then they can finally hear the audio coming through as well, and it doesn't sound like just something bleeding through from your microphone. Okay?
Okay.
Just remember to close the eyeball on this scene so people can't see stuff when we're done chatting and when you're like clicking through DMs or whatever, okay? And then for OBS, you can always just click stop streaming to stop your stream and everything, right?
I see. Okay. So like just okay.
Yeah.
So close, like hide your face.
Yep. And now when we hang up,
DMing.
it won't show any DMs or anything, right?
Okay. Perfect. Okay. Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, it's a lot, but like if you can set it up, it's because I watch you with Max like spend an hour and a half trying to set this up. So okay.
That was tragic. Yeah.
Yeah. Learn to use OBS and
okay.
it'll make your life better for everything. Okay. All right. Well, hey, listen, it's been
And
fun.
this is all free as well.
Yeah, all of this is free.
Okay, that's amazing. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. You have no idea.
Yeah, no problem. Good luck. Hopefully it works next time. We don't want you to struggle to set it up, but I believe in you. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
All right. Well, if you see anything else I say that you think is stupid or retarded, feel free to DM me and we can be passive aggressive until we talk to each other and fight it out. Yeah.
Excellent. I will do. Right. Thank
All
you.
right. Yeah, have a good one. I'll see you later. Bye.
Bye.
Mac, never again. Oh my god, Mac. Oh god. Oh my goodness. Why does... Oh, dude, I thought my Twitter was getting hacked. Does Twitter just, like, auto-sign you out right now? Is it, like, having some... Is it having a thing right now, or... Bruce attacks DDG. Is that who I am? DDG?
I am.
Oh, shit. It's actually a person named DDG, not DGG.
Damn, nigga, you just got into fashion pre-era 2018 with a stylist, nigga, a gay one at that. Stop talking to me, nigga. This conversation is so dead to me, bro. Oh God, like this nigga is not talking about none.
You're a child, bro.
You released your ego before me, so now I'm just releasing my ego.
Now you making yourself look.
Why do I care about this? Aren't stylists normally gay? I can understand a barber not being gay, but I feel like if you call yourself a stylist, aren't you most likely gay? Maybe not. Oh no. Darius is getting dumped. Darius, what's going on? Oh. Friend of the show. Jesus. Oh my god. Oh, it's Allie. What's up?
She fell in love with Tom.
My husband employs me to...
Is Alyssa. This is Alyssa. She fell in love with Tom.
My husband employs me to take care of the home, and I encourage other women to pursue the same dynamic for their future financial success.
If you're a feminist at this point in time, you're a clown, right?
There are feminists on Reddit who hate me, most of which are single over the age of 30.
They called me a white supremacist.
Our friend is coming over to get to the bottom of what his opinion of our relationship is.
I don't view marriage as an economic relationship. That's just not how I would ever choose to describe it. It's a spiritual relationship.
Well, then how do you, okay, so
it's a spiritual relationship.
Okay.
We were at the same work for a while, and I ended up becoming single, and I thought he was very attractive. So I shot my shot, and apparently it landed because now I'm married and I have a baby on the way.
We've been together, what, 2.5 years?
So we were engaged, and I was going to school. I was also working, but I thought that he was wanting a little bit more attention to the house, to the home, and also, you know, to himself. So I had a sneaking suspicion that it might benefit our relationship if I stayed home.
I didn't even know I wanted a traditional relationship. I, honest to God, thought that I wanted a physicist triathlete. So until I got into a relationship with Allie, I didn't even know how wonderful having a traditional relationship where there were gender separations.
The agreement was that if I sucked at being a homemaker, that I would go back to work, but I did not suck. I wouldn't say I'm a feminist at all. I think that feminism was all bad. Men love women so much that they would have liberated us after they were fully liberated anyway. I am just of the opinion that feminism was completely unnecessary and that it's a female supremacy movement. You're just in it for the steak and eggs. So I do most of the cooking and cleaning. I do most of the laundry as well. He works for a long time. Sometimes it's 10 hours a day. So I just take care of the house while he's gone. I earn more now married than I did when I was in the military, and it's the best job I've ever had. I would probably be considered on his bankroll. He pays for my living. There's a health insurance plan.
I basically said, hey, look, how much money do you need per week to do fun things? She said, I need $100 for my snacks and my coffee, and I'm like, okay. We got rid of all her credit cards. We opened up new credit cards under my account. And so now I can see all of her purchases, and she's very disciplined.
I don't want to drain my husband. I know some wives, they don't have a conscience with that, but I would prefer if I never had to look at a screen about dollars ever. Today I'm going shopping, obviously on Tom's dime.
She really doesn't ask for a whole lot of stuff that she doesn't need. She's pretty financially disciplined.
The alternative is going to an actual job with an actual boss. Keep in mind that's a man that doesn't care about you. You clock in, you clock out, you're not on his mind, he would fire you tomorrow. My husband is not going to fire me tomorrow. I think that it's much more romantic than that, but if we have to call it labor, it's not the worst job out there.
I haven't received anything but positive feedback from my friends.
They're probably high-fiving you, you know?
Well, okay, I wasn't going to say that, but yeah, there is a lot of that, right? Because all my buddies are in their late 40s, early 50s like myself, and they're like, damn, dude, you got a 27-year-old? I'm like, mm-hmm.
There's been controversy surrounding the age gap. I am 28 years old.
I'm 51.
I think my mom was really worried.
I was wondering, how did you really feel when I started dating Tom?
Just a little skeptical because of the age difference, but...
You can tell us what you really thought.
I didn't think it was going to go. I thought it was just, you know...
So you thought we were going to break up or something?
Maybe. I don't, like... Yeah, I guess.
Did you not want it to last? It's okay if you didn't.
Oh, it's either way. I couldn't predict.
How do you feel about me spreading my messages online?
They're a little controversial, but I don't like the comments that some people make. I would just want to go in there and go, ugh.
Online, I would say that I get the most judgment because I'm a content creator.
A woman wanting to work is very
Why are
different
male
than-
sexual appetites suppressed? If you're a feminist at this point in time, you're a clown, right?
There's a lot of assumptions, right? I do this for a brand. I do this because I'm uneducated. I do this because I'm lazy. And then, you know, there's that fun racial element. My favorite racial joke that I've gotten was lady in the streets colonized in the sheets. I thought that was really creative.
Jesus.
They also called me a white supremacist. And I was like, okay, I'm dating a Latina woman and I'm a white supremacist.
There are feminists on Reddit who hate me, most of which are single over the age of 30. I just want women to know that they have other options out there. Sometimes I've been accused of being a gold digger.
She asked for $100 a week. What kind of gold digger wants that?
Actually, there's a lot of positive comments from women who feel like they've finally been seen. It's the positive comments that I get from women in that context that really let me know that I'm doing the right thing. Our friend is coming over to get to the bottom of what his opinion of our relationship is.
I know that she has a YouTube channel and that it's pretty successful. From what I understand, she sells the idea that you don't necessarily have to be a professional, that it's okay to be a housewife.
Do you think it's wrong for Alyssa to be employed by Tom? Here's what I think. Hey, here's my offer. I will provide you a home, a house, protection, and provision. What I ask for in return is support, a clean house, so that I can go out into the world and focus on the external world.
I just think that it's the right thing to do to give you a return on investment. If you have to put it in economic terms, fine, but it's just doing the right thing in a marriage. You take care of me, I take care of you. It's a good bankroll to be on.
I don't view marriage as an economic relationship. I know that you can analyze it that way.
Just to clarify, how I describe it as an economic mode.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's an
yeah.
economic way of describing it.
Because I didn't know that I was describing it that way.
No, it is.
There is an economic relationship there.
I feel like
That's just not how I
I feel like my brain works like very similarly to the Allie chick. We've talked a few times, we've argued or whatever, but she has like a very autistic way of like categorizing the world. I feel really similar. Where it's like, yeah, I do this for you, you do this for me, blah blah blah. But like when other people hear it, they they get like very, very negative thoughts very quickly about things. So I'm like, yeah.
I would never choose to describe it. You make a commitment to that other person, right? So that commitment isn't about like, I'm gonna do X, Y, Z in exchange for ABC. You're gonna miss the big picture.
I've only ever really used an economic lens because, like, literally women would rather, some women these days, they're just completely content to follow the leadership of an employer that doesn't care about them. And if you were to tell them that they could depend on a good man financially, they just would rather stay at that job instead of having to cooperate, I would even say, with a man. So trying to save these women. So these ungrateful women.
A big corporation ain't ever gonna care about you, okay? Like your spouse, there's a chance.
I boil it down to biology. You're never going to take away the genetics and the biology of it. Because I am in my masculine and I'm able to go out and provide the resources, I feel great.
I think most modern relationships aren't happy. I think men act like women, I think women act like men, and when they get together, they have a really unbalanced dynamic. I think the entire culture that we have right now in America wants you to be single, fat, depressed, and childless. So if you are going to be counter to that, it's going to be a rough go.
We have a relationship with ourselves that make us relatively happy, and then we come together, and then we have a happy marriage.
Oh, look at that doggy. Wow. What? What a wild ride. Jesus. Hello? Oh, okay. Zerka beef? I don't know what Zerka. I think Zerka's memeing, but I don't actually know. Financial audit.
My name is Daisy. I'm 28.
No, hold on. We were gonna watch our good friend Lav. Why everyone hates Ethan Klein. Wait, what was this linked? Who linked me this?
Ethan is as misinformed as Aiden Ross and Sneeko. And yes, even though they're all rich and all millionaires, they are three of the most uneducated content creators that the people get to view and hang out with. And this is also a disclaimer. I'm friends with Sneeko. Sneeko has my phone number. We collab. Sneeko is my friend.
I don't know why this was linked to me. She cooks him.
So you're looking at a small proportion of men.
I know
The-
that
the-
I know
the
that
men who
most
are-
men are not. I'm saying that they have the propensity to.
The criminality.
That does not mean that
Hold
every
on.
man is doing it, but every man could.
I think that
Sure, any man or woman could commit any number
Great,
of
but men are
crimes.
more likely to. That is just true.
I think
Let me ask you a question. Would you make that same argument if we changed the conversation from sex to race?
What do you
Is
mean?
there a race that might be more likely to commit certain crimes?
Yes.
You're treading a little dangerously there. Are
No.
you sure you're okay?
When we're talking about-
I want you to be intellectually and logically consistent.
continue. Yeah, I want to hear more.
So
Yeah.
go on.
Go ahead. I talk about this all day. This is my job. If you're trying to give me a bite like a racist bullet, I'm not fucking afraid to talk about statistics.
Wait, I actually want to know. Like, no shit.
I'm just saying.
I'm actually
well,
interested.
So you're looking at.
Jesus Christ. More than 20,000 Russian fighters dead in Bakhmut, U.S. says. The White House loses more than 20,000 Russian combatants have died in the battle. Jesus, in 5 months.
Thanks, Fork Bomb, for the 25.
What's up, homie?
Fork it up. What you guys have created here is amazing. Amazing job, guys. Really loving it. Will there be any restrictions / filtering on the TTS, or are you free speech absolutists?
What do you think? What do you think? We spent $100,000 on a project. Yes, we're free speech absolutists. Post some lolly. You fucking piece of shit. Stay the fuck away from all my shit.
McLovin super chat $25. Chris, 3 favorite metal bands.
What do you think about that?
Yeah.
Are you free speech absolutists? No. Are you fucking kidding? Even just let alone the offense that to me, like the idea of you fucking up my project. How stupid? How fucking stupid can you get?
Yeah.
And I'm mad for you. I'm mad for you. I'm not mad at you. I'm mad like because I know you're fucking your life up.
I'm for Q.
Mom, is there an argument to be made for the logical distribution of CP? Fucking stop. You're hurting yourself.
I can't tell if this is a meme or not. I don't know.
All that shit.
The other thing, if people abuse TTS and go too far, your account will be banned, and we'll take all your tokens away.
Ooh.
So, press the gas as hard as you want.
Did he say tokens?
I'm not even mad at the person at the thing. I'm mad that I've seen like talented people come to me with like game dev stuff, and they've got a game they made in Game Maker Studio, slick graphics, good controls. It's Sam Hyde shooting up Hasidic Jews, and like, what are you gonna what are you gonna do? You know, you're 19 years old. Think about. Obviously, I flushed away a lot of opportunities. Okay, think about when and where is the right time to flush away the opportunities. All right, it's not in the college admissions essay. It's not when you're 21. It's not when you're just like figuring out where the line is. Fucking think.
McLovin.
Do you think a weed whacker would cut through a person's skin? Or would the rope just like smack you? What do you think? Oh, fuck me. I'm mentally exhausted after. Everything. Are you gonna chat with the other woman replying on Twitter? What? Oh, just pearly things? God no, Jesus. She's like on some wild, crazy shit.
You would be stupid if you're not.
Meathead egg!
You're looking at public humiliation, you're looking at physical pain, you're looking at the possibility of getting injured. Nobody wants to see any of those. And what are we trying to accomplish by it? Like, I don't know. That's the search, right? When you're fighting, all you were thinking about is what you're doing. Nothing before, nothing after. You're in the moment. Same with the motorcycle riding and even the tricycle racing. I don't think there's any better way of knowing yourself other than by facing risk and facing danger.
3, 2, 1!
This is not a fight against the other guy. Like Trevor said, the rats really don't care if you beat the guy or not. As the clock keeps ticking and Meathead's punches keep landing, it's more like an active fight against the fear of death. This one thread runs through everything.
Okay. Destiny, I can help you get Delta Mastery, but just make a few small changes to your setup. Vegan gains, I'll think about it, okay? Okay. Hold on, give me a second, I'll be right back, and then I don't know if we can watch this blab thing or not, guys. I'm not sure. I'll think about it. Hold on.
Minus 80. Lily, please join us real chats on YouTube chat. Me miss you. DGGL. Destiny DGGL. Bring back Leo. Asterisk kisses asterisk. Apparently sex is the only qualifier for meeting the needs of male conservatives. I think that statement says more about Kidology than Crowder. Destiny, do you believe a man has an obligation to protect their pregnant partner as much as possible? Seems like all roads lead to Crowder is guilty for Kidology. Reminds me of the discussions with vegans, but without the yelling. Funny that Kidology is giving Hillary Crowder the benefit of the doubt and imagine only positive scenarios for her, like saving the marriage, but denies it for Crowder outright. Seems hypocritical. You might need to play the video again and break it down point by point. Too many assumptions are being added to this argument. Naruto wins. Bad men have no friends. Should obey wife. Pregnant means invalid. Destiny, one of your mods banned me from the subreddit permanently and didn't give a reason. I literally have no idea why. I haven't even commented anything approaching spicy. I make the most run-of-the-mill memes, WTF. It's also plausible that both of them are arguing about shit they don't even care about. They could just be mad at each other and taking shots. She's stonewalling you. Watch 2-Minute Paper's most recent video on check. It's insane. Screenshot. To enable screen sharing on Discord Mac, find the Privacy tab inside the Security and Privacy settings of System and Preferences. Yee. Watch 2-Minute Paper's most recent video on check. It's insane.
All right, Chad, let's try it this way. Obama. You can't hurt me anymore. I just killed 10 white names. Fuck white names, disgusting fucks gigached blade. I've hurt myself enough that I do not feel pain from the outside world. I only feel pain internally. You can't hurt me. Gigached, gigached, gigached.
Destiny, do you listen to Blady?
Chatting.
Jesus fuck. I feel like the worst thing about having to chase, or maybe this is just, I'm unlucky, maybe this is the apartments I've lived in. The worst thing about having to chase food delivery people around apartments is you always have shitty cell phone reception everywhere inside of and out of an apartment. So you're constantly trying to fucking find each other. You constantly get signal, lose signal, get signal, lose signal. This is 5 hours? Okay, I don't think we should watch this. I take my mind back.
And we are live. Welcome.
She should do her thing.
I don't want to be a slave to Fox Nation, which I don't think that many people watch anyway. We're gonna because I you know, I'm like a representative of the American media now. Speaking to an exile in Romania and welcoming him back into the Brotherhood of Journalists.
Yeah, it would help us out if you wore a sweater though, because we asked him not to wear a suit. Like he was panicking about it. So you don't have to. Tucker's gonna be looking casual. That's just how our show looks. Is that okay?
I mean, this is airing on the nighttime show, and I want it to look official. I don't want it to be like bro talk. And I, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but the majority of it, like if we go like 45 minutes, it's going to be for Fox Nation.
But nobody's going to watch it on Fox Nation. Nobody watches Fox Nation because the site sucks. So I'd really like to just dump the whole thing on YouTube. But anyway, that's just my view. I'm just frustrated with it's hard to use that site. I don't know why they're not fixing it. It's driving me insane. And they're like making like Lifetime movies, but they don't work on the infrastructure of the site. Like what? It's crazy, and it drives me crazy because it's like we're doing all this extra work and no one can find it. It's
wow. Oh no. What's he molding about? Or what are we molding about today?
As a main participant, but not the host, who owns the digital media? I'm not a lawyer, but I can provide some general information about ownership of digital media. When you appear on a show voluntarily, the ownership of the media typically lies with the producer or production company that created the content. The exact terms in favor of agreements or whatever is signed. Okay, good. That makes sense. Okay, what if I do not sign any waivers?
Just because you show up on a show doesn't mean you have any of the copyright or ability to publicize it. You could go on a show and be the star of a show and not have the legal rights to upload it anywhere. Cooking Hassan Destiny. Who's Cooking Hassan? What are these guys even fighting about? Is this a disagreement he's having with Hassan?
Here's Aiden Ross celebrating the fall strike.
W. Chat, by the way, this is Hassan's head moderator, chat. Put a W.
I don't know who this person is. I've never met this person. This person is not my head moderator. Aiden Ross somehow manages to be dumber and dumber every single fucking day. It blows my mind how he has become even stupider than before. He's like reaching new levels. I don't know how the fuck he's doing that. I don't have a head mod. That's not a thing. Speaking of dickheads online, this is Internet Anarchist who is addressed in a tweet that, he got a false copy strike, which is really f***ed up, by the way, from Aiden Ross, which I got as well, for the record. It was a false copy strike of a video that I'm in, which is f***ed up. It's insane. Here's Aiden Ross celebrating the false strike.
W. Chat, by the way, this is Hassan's head moderator, chat. For the chat, we stole $8,000 from him. W. He needed that. Yes, yes.
I don't know who this person is. I've never met this person. This person is not my head moderator. Aiden Ross somehow manages to be dumber and dumber every single day. It blows my mind how he has become even stupider than before.
What does a fascist mean? A far right authorization on ultra analyst Benito Mazzulli and Giviante Gentile and Jason Stanley. Like, who the fuck are these people, bro?
He's like reaching new levels. I don't know how the fuck he's doing that. I don't have a head mod. That's not a thing. Aiden Ross is worth so much money he'll never have to work another day in his life. Here he is celebrating one of his false copyright claims that stole $8K from a YouTuber a fraction of his size. That's this disgusting abuse from YouTube's broken copyright system that needs to have consequences.
Somebody who I think might be the biggest copyright troll in the history of YouTube just outed himself. Let's talk about how we got to this point, who this person is, and what this all means for YouTube. So this is iShowSpeed. He is the biggest, most watched streamer on all of YouTube right now. But in the summer of 2022, a lot of YouTubers who were talking about iShowSpeed started to get copyright claims. Here's the first one I could find from a YouTuber called Omni. Now, Omni does commentary. You can see his thumbnail down there. He makes great videos. His face is on the screen. He reacts to things. He's not just reposting clips. With that said, he tweeted, "I'm getting copyright claimed for the iShowSpeed clip in my latest video. Disputed it and got rejected in 10 minutes by Thumb Media affiliate, who I don't think even exists."
Yeah, Omni talked about this under one of my tweets as well. This is like literally a company known for doing false copy strikes. YouTube is aware that they know that they are knowingly doing false copy strikes, and YouTube doesn't give a fuck, for the record. YouTube literally did nothing to this company. They have been doing this. Thumb Media affiliate is the one that also came after.
What is a... I wish you would define, what is a false copy strike? Is he saying that he is like filing a copyright claim on something he doesn't own the copyright to, or what is? I'm curious. What is the false copy strikes? I wish you would explain that. I'm really curious what he means by that.
Me as well. With Aiden, it's the one that Aiden is currently celebrating in this fucking tweet.
And on August 11th, 2022, I woke up to this beautiful email in my inbox. I love getting love letters from YouTube. This email was not that. They said, "Hi, Jabroni. A copyright owner using Content ID has claimed some material in your video. It was copyrighted by DRM Protection for Cardigan Media by Aegis TM. Claims by Thumb Media affiliate."
Here you have it, identical, for the record. A copyright claim was created for content. Andrew Tate cannot handle my questions. Thumb Media claimed it on behalf of Aiden. This is the video. I'm right here. The entire content of this video is me debating Andrew Tate. If anything, I should be able to fucking content claim Aiden Ross for trying to fucking pose this as his own content, as all he did was sit there like a fucking dumbass. I'm literally in the middle of the fucking video. Are you out of your fucking mind, dude? And his dumbass fucking fan base turned around. This has 1.5 million views on my YouTube.
That's not right. It doesn't matter who's doing what. If you ripped a whole video verbatim off of Aiden Ross's stream, it doesn't matter if you were the star the whole time. It's his content. He owns this content. It doesn't matter if you were doing everything. He could have literally been doing nothing. He could have not even been on the screen. It could have literally just been a whole video of you the entire time. But if it's on his stream, he owns the content. Didn't Hassan stream it also? Did Hassan upload his stream, or did Hassan upload this stream? It was on his stream and on his call. It doesn't matter if it's on his stream and on his call. I don't know why you guys keep saying that. That doesn't matter. The question is did he upload Aiden Ross? Because if he uploaded Aiden Ross's stream, then technically it's Aiden Ross has the copyright to it. Like, if Hassan uploaded his stream, wouldn't it be Hassan's content? No. Wait, what? This is so simple. What are you talking about? No. It doesn't matter if Hassan is in this video or not. He didn't stream it, only Aiden Ross video captured. If only Aiden Ross video captured it, yeah, this is Aiden Ross's stream. Yeah.
YouTube channel. And they're just trying to fucking milk it. They're trying to take these views and trying to make money off of the video that absolutely is a video that I can claim is mine. It's crazy. I'm on the video. Like that.
Doesn't matter if you're on the video. Tom Cruise is in Mission Impossible. Doesn't mean he owns the copyright to the film.
That is the next level of copyright bullshit, okay? It's not even like I'm reacting to the fucking video. Aiden Ross tried to retort this by saying it's actually his videos. His socials are in the corner. Saw a clip of it a couple days ago. Yeah, I should have never been kind enough to keep his fucking socials in the corner. That was my problem. That was my issue, I guess. I never signed a fucking release. Suck my cock. I'll see you in court.
You don't have to sign. I don't know what he means. You don't have to sign a release for anything. How can Hassan not understand this? Wait, I'm so confused right now. This is so simple.
You stupid fuck. You fucking imbecile. You absolute fucking dumbass. Holy shit, you stupid little bitch. What an absolutely idiotic baboon-like thing to fucking do. Like, oh, yeah, you signed a release? What release did I sign? You stupid shit. Did you pay me to appear on that fucking Zoom call? No, you didn't. Suck my dick. You don't own that fucking content. It's quite literally me in the fucking video. See you in court like you're gonna do shit? What do you mean? You think I'm not gonna pursue this? You think I'm not gonna fucking counter? Are you stupid? This is such an objectively incorrect thing to do. And this fucking dumbass is also, again, stupid enough to like do this. Not only is he stupid enough to do this, he's done it to so many people. And most importantly, perhaps most significantly, he's dumb enough to gloat that he's false copy striking people. You fucking idiots. Look at him.
W. Chat, by the way, this is Hassan's head moderator, chat. Put a W in the chat. We stole $8,000 from him. W. He needed that. Yes, yes. Yes. W, yes. Yes.
How absolutely idiotic can you be that you're like ball striking people and celebrating it? But here's the thing. With Aiden, he's in the gutter, right? He's already shit. He's already dog shit. He already knows that people don't like him at this point, and he's made more money than fucking God at this point. The reality is that the crypto gambling casino that runs Stake paid him a fucking fat bag. He's already made a shitload off of crypto rug pulls about fucking, you know, getting his dumbass fan base hooked on gambling and numerous other things, and yet...
Destiny. Tom Cruise signs waivers and is a paid participant. Hassan's entire argument here applies to all content where people have a gentleman's agreement. Neither party signed or agreed to anything. What gentleman's agreement? If I go on stream with somebody, I have a gentleman's agreement that I can re-upload the whole thing? I've never heard that before. I have to ask everybody. Fresh and Fit, Adam, or things that I go on if I'm not streaming. Yeah, I have to say, like, people ask me, hey, that chat that we just had, can I upload that content? Which... I'm generally chill. I don't really care usually. But yeah, of course you have to ask. There is no agreement that I could just rip your whole VOD just because I was on your stream and I can upload that to my channel.
And he's still over here gloating fucking false copy strikes. It's so incredibly dumb to brag about it too, on top of that. Imagine being so stupid that you literally self-snitch. Oh my God. Oh, what a fucking idiot, dude. But he literally said stole. Like he said, first of all, the $8,000 is not even correct for the record. I don't think internet anarchist understands that like it goes into a separate pile when someone copy strikes you and you can counter it and take all of those dollars back. If the video is made $8 grand overall, then it doesn't matter. That means like you made that $8 grand until they fucking copy striked it. They never go to court. They threaten until you give up or back off in a month after you counter twice. Yeah, 100%. It would be fucking so unimaginably stupid to go to court over something like this when you have a false claim here.
These people don't own the content that I posted. The video I posted and a lot of the other people in this story posted are fair use videos, which are completely allowed under United States copyright law. You are allowed to show a piece to critique it. You are allowed to show someone else's clip while you're doing a commentary video, especially if you're reacting to it.
Do you guys want to know why? Do you guys want to know why that's like legally permissible, by the way? Because someone who happens to be my fucking podcast co-host made it legal precedent. His name is Ethan fucking Klein, and his court case quite literally is taught in law books now. It's copyright law. It's literally ridiculous to do some dumb...
I don't understand how Hassan is so uneducated on fair use. Fair use is an affirmative defense in court. It's not like an ironclad like, oh, this is fair use. Fair use is... Fair use... An affirmative defense means essentially you say, okay, I am guilty of a crime, but I'm not really guilty of a crime because I had a really good reason to do it, right? Like, so for instance, like, I could kill somebody if I say it was self-defense, right? So somebody takes me to court for homicide. They say, listen, second-degree murder, okay? Boom. And I'm like, okay, hold on. I actually did kill that guy. I did. But I will affirm, I'll admit to that crime, but I did it for this reason. It was a good reason, so I shouldn't have that crime. Fair use is similar, right? I can violate your copyright, and I can rip some of your video, and it is a copyright violation, but not really, because there's a good reason for it. There's an affirmative defense use called fair use. I think I should be allowed to critique this or satirize it or news broadcast or whatever.
What's up, homie?
Hi. It's crazy how many YouTubers don't understand what fair use is. Still, I feel like what...
So I feel you might be a... Listen, it's a weird situation. Let me give you some thought experiments, if you will. Okay? I would state that there are certain times where you can be producing content and it's questionable if you own it.
No. I agree with you. Like, let's say that you call me and then you put my camera up on stream and you just broadcast me for 3 hours and then I upload that broadcast. You could DMCA me. That'd be a fair DMCA, but I could fight that maybe in court. Like, hold on, this was me the whole time. This is bullshit. He didn't contribute anything. Like, I could fight, but it's not like, it's not a clear-cut case, right? Like, that would still be something I have to fight, right?
I think my entire view on this right now is that you're gonna hate this. I feel like most of streaming is probably like any React variety streaming is probably mostly illegal. Like I know you're going to seem this is kind of a weird thing to say, but for instance, if you're browsing YouTube and you watch a YouTube video and it's a 1-minute video or whatever, do you feel like you like you
makes it
would be able?
transformative? No, I feel like would have been like a hot take like 7 years ago.
No, okay, so it's not transform, but you do that, right? And then you go and you put your YouTube and you monetize it. So what about if I owned that commercial? Or what about if you just looked at a painting that I did for a brief second on the screen? Like, do you just get to monetize that just because it's not the whole point of your stream? Okay, fine. Maybe you could say because it's such a small part, it doesn't matter. And I'm, even though I didn't talk over it, I'm not being transformative. Okay, what about if now someone clips a portion of that stream and all it is watching my commercial or something? What about then? Who has the copyright over that?
Yeah, we'd all have to fight about it in court, right?
Yeah, what I would say, I think in this situation, I don't know if it's so cut and dry, right? So here's the deal.
Well, hold on. It's fair for a DMCA to be filed, right? Like if Hassan is on somebody else's show, and that guy's streaming a show that he's dragged a bunch of people onto for that conversation, and now Hassan is re-uploading parts of that show, that's a fair DMCA. He set up the conversation. It's his call. It's his friends. Hassan might have been a guest on that conversation, but it's fair for him to say, I own the rights to the show. I want to put this on my YouTube channel. I don't want you cutting it up and just, jacking him an hour or whatever.
Yeah, so I think the reason, like, when you're talking about rebroadcasting Discord, which I think is what this was, right? It was just someone on Discord and then streaming that. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
When you do that, the simple act of you streaming that content, I don't know if that makes that content now yours. Right? Like in the same way, if you were broadcasting Star Wars on Discord and I screen capped that and streamed it, I don't know if that now is mine and, you have to DMCA me to do it. I don't know if I feel like that's probably not the case. I feel like when you're in a call with a lot of other people that there's individual people that have ownership over the content that they're creating.
We're not talking about any of that right now, so I don't know why you're bringing that up.
Well, I mean, you kind of are, right? Because you're saying that it was wrong for Hassan's wrong for Aiden. This is getting complicated. Basically, you're saying Aiden was okay. Aiden was okay to DMCA that. I don't know if that's actually the case, just because he got his stream ripped. Because I don't know if he had ownership over the content he was streaming in the first place.
Well, but he did. What do you mean? It was a Discord call that he was broadcasting on his stream. Who else would have ownership over it?
Well, it could be the other. Is there ever a case where multiple people have ownership over content, or if there is a case where direct ownership can't be assigned? I'll put this another way. So right now, people were broadcasting video when they were doing that, correct?
Yeah.
Like Hassan was on video. Would it have been different if instead of Hassan broadcasting his face, he was broadcasting Star Wars?
Wait, okay, I don't know why you're going to this autistic example that is not related at all to this.
I mean, it is. It's a piece of content that's created.
We're not talking about like we're fighting over like other copyrights or trademarks or registered trademarks that are recognized by other people. That's not what we're fighting about right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, for instance, like for the Raj Royale, if I was on the Raj Royale and it was a 4-hour show and I uploaded like the 45 minutes that I was on, and I'm taking that from Raj's stream, even though I'm on it and I might even be the star for that particular segment, that doesn't give me the right to steal his stuff. Like he could rightfully DMCA me if I were to rip that 45 minutes and put it on my channel.
I feel like in this case, that's not the case. The
that
reason
is.
I say that, I think that if you're going to go and publish this content and be seriously, any real organization would have to get releases from the people that are on it. And that doesn't happen. And I think that it's probably in limbo, and I think there is shared ownership as a result. If not, you would never, ever see people getting releases when they do things like getting in a movie. Like, it hasn't been tried in court for streamers and things like that, but it's probably absolutely the case that you should, if you're on the Raj Royale, Austin should be getting a fucking waiver from you. And if he doesn't, I bet he is at risk, legally, that he hasn't done that. And that he probably doesn't have full ownership over that content. If it went down to court in the end, there would probably be some sort of agreement where a portion of the revenue would be derived to this guest and this guest and this guest and everything else. I think that's pretty likely.
I agree that it's hazy and it could be fought in court, but I still think he has every right to DMCA it. Are you saying that like you no longer own the copyright on anything that another person is involved in? Like, for instance, let's say I upload like some crazy DayZ scene or whatever. Like, did I need to get a release from the guy that I killed who was shit talking on the mic that made the clip funny for me to publish the content?
Does Dan think actors own the rights to the move as
If
they
I
start?
can add to this, Destiny is right. It is actually a legal precedent that just because there are other subjects in a piece of media that you created, that doesn't mean they own any share of the copyright. Photographers have fought over this before. I used to work as a photographer, that's why I know this. You can take photos of people in public, sell those photos, as long as they're not used commercially, so say like in a, I don't know, Botox commercial or cell phone commercial, it's fine. There's
You mean so
nothing
as long
wrong
as
with-
they don't monetize it, is what you're saying?
No. As long as it's not used in a commercial setting, so say to sell a product. So there was a woman whose Facebook photo was used in a Virgin cell phone ad at a subway stop. That was illegal. But if I were to take a photo of that same person and, say, monetize it in some way, where, I run ads on a video that includes her, then that's fine.
I think you're wrong, completely. But I don't. I'm not a lawyer.
Damn.
But, I mean, can you take a photo of someone and have the copyright of that? Yes. Can you go and make a business and have a sponsored stream and have ads showing and things like that? No. You can't set up a Twitch stream 24/7 of that stuff. I would be skeptical of that being the case. But I don't think either of us have the legal skills to be like, oh, well, I can point to this case and that and that. I'm just going off my gut. So I understand what you're saying. There was even there was a famous case where a guy had a photo that a monkey took, and he was trying to make money off of it. And then I'm sure you're familiar with this. And then the monkey won, or whoever had custody of the monkey
I
won,
think
right?
PETA supported the monkey. It was kind of weird, but
So yeah, that's like a kind of thing in this case.
yeah,
But
the thing, like the distinction I'm making here is the actual piece of media that you created involving another subject isn't itself an advertisement. Just because you're running ads using that piece of media, that doesn't mean it is the advertisement.
Yeah, so right now we're both in a call. Let's say we're both on video, yeah? So what you're saying is you feel like you could go and monetize it and have the copyright over that conversation.
Well, if I was the one recording it.
Yeah, so what about if I was also recording it?
Well, then your recording, you would own that piece of the recording.
Okay, but what about if they're bit for bit the same? Which they could be.
Well, it wouldn't matter. Because
Really? So you're saying that two people can have the same copyright over the exact same piece of data? Exactly. Well, you're just, that's not true.
Again, no. Again, we can use like the photography example. If you take a photo with somebody else's camera, that is still your photo. You're the one who took it. So if I set up a photograph of, I don't know, something, say like New York skyline or some shit. So I took a photo, and then somebody else came up, pressed the button, and took the photo. They would own that photo, even though it's exactly bit for bit the same. It doesn't matter. It's the action of you being the one making the recording that matters. It doesn't matter if it's identical to some other piece of media. So like a live stream.
Okay, well, I mean, as I've said before,
And by the way, you are going to get, like, especially on a live stream where you do have like compression artifacting and stuff, there is going to be technical differences in each live stream. They might be not like apparent, but there are going to be technical differences. So
Absolutely.
you're going to see like a pixel being different.
Steve,
here.
shut the fuck up. Okay, you're actually fucking retarded. I'm trying to have like a fucking 900 IQ shit coming in here, and you're like, well, actually, the pixels are different. Bro, that's not what I'm talking about. The pixels don't fucking matter if you're broadcasting Star Wars. I'm using Star Wars as
Star Wars Wars is a copyrighted
and
piece of
trademark
work.
Do you think that when you go getting
recording
a copyright on a piece of content, do you think that significantly strengthens your stuff? Whereas if you don't have that, you don't own it. Meaning, if I go do a
No,
drawing,
no, no. Okay, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Just
Okay.
because, okay, I'm not saying that if you watch Star Wars and film it on your camera, because you filmed it on your camera, you own the copyright. The
Okay.
intellectual property is owned by somebody, and you're reproducing that intellectual property.
Why do game shows get releases from people?
What do you mean?
I can't be any more clear than what I just said. I don't know if it's actually possible to be
What do
more
you
clear,
mean
but
by
I'll try.
game show?
When you go onto a television game show, like for instance Jeopardy or something else, you go onto that show and they say, "Hey Dan, that'd be great to have you on that show. We love it. Can you go and sign these docs saying that we can use your likeness and that you can come on here and you're not going to have a copyright claim?" Would that work?
I'm not understanding.
I
what you
give
mean
up.
game- You mean like Jeopardy or?
You're trolling me, right?
Well, like what about
That's
like a
funny.
Star Wars TV show?
Nah, I'm not playing this. I'm actually
just
trying to have real
asking a
conversations over here,
clarifying-
and you
I'm
guys
just
are fucking
asking you a
14
clarifying
IQ
question
between the two of
to-
you. No.
Well, I'm just trying to ask you a clarifying question because I don't understand what you're saying. I just want to understand, like, the context.
I think
of
Dan
what
is
you're
what
saying.
Dan is trying to ask is like why?
No,
do they sign,
I don't need the fucking soy voice explainer. There's no what am
No,
I
I'm just
trying
saying
to
why
say.
do people sign releases at all when they go on shows? That's what Dan is trying to ask. If it's like if it doesn't matter anyway.
Oh, okay. So, like, any type of show. So, like, it could be a certain type of Twitch stream, or it could be Jeopardy, something like that.
Yeah.
Sure.
And what type of release?
Bro, are you capping right now? I feel like you're not being for real for real.
There are different types of releases. Like, what type of release are you talking about?
Well, I mean, probably the one that we would be talking about here would be a release not having a claim over any of the content on the show, waiving your rights to have any ownership of the content, that type of thing.
Okay, it's probably just to be safe and cover their legal bases if it has anything to do with copyright.
But why?
usually when
Why
you
do you have
sign-
to?
Usually when you sign a media release, it's my understanding, you have things like embargoes where you can't talk about what you did. That's usually releases if you're going to go on, say, like a game show that isn't going to be like uploaded right away. And on top of that, there's other things too, like you can't sue for some form of defamation if you don't like what happens on the show. Crap like that.
Okay.
Like, isn't a release
I
where you're
don't-
trying to like release them from liability? Isn't that why it's a release?
Yeah, like I don't know what type of release he's talking about specifically. I've never heard of a copyright release if somebody's going to go on a game show.
Well, I think he's probably. I think he's just trying to use an example because he doesn't.
I'm not doing this fucking troll shit from you two fucking retards. Like, it's on a...
Well,
I don't know. It's on me. It's on me because I come in here and I expect to have real conversations, and then I get this fucking
Well, I
mean
worked as a
shit
photographer
coming
for a
in here.
while, and I've
I
had to.
who asked? Honestly, who asked? I don't care. Okay, why? What is? Okay.
Well, I have some experience with this type of.
Yeah,
thing.
it's like a directly related
That's-
thing.
Yeah, when I worked as a photographer, I did have, like I did make photo sets for country music singers, like clothing models, stuff like that. And usually when you sign releases, it's mostly in regards to embargoes with talking about what the media is, or something in regards to first publication rights. So I may own some amount of rights to the photo where, say, I can display it on my website as, an example of my previous work, but I can't publish it right away. It has to be like a year later. But like, I've never heard of a media release where if somebody goes on a game show or something, they have to sign and say, I don't own any amount of this work. I've literally never heard of that in my life.
Yeah, can you give
The
like what's like an
copyright
example
law-
of that, Dan?
Like if I were to take a photo of people on the street, do I have to make them all sign a media release? No, I own that. So if the studio is filming people on a game show, they're the ones that own that. They don't have to make people on there sign a media release. Like there isn't any kind of assumption that the people who are a subject in whatever media is being created have any ownership over that media. It's only if they're signing some sort of contract where they own some amount of rights because they're a producer, or if they're going to get a certain amount of net revenue or gross revenue.
What about, I want you to imagine a situation. Imagine you're on a beach and there's a camera, and that camera is taking a photo of a lobster. And on the shutter button, there are two other lobsters, and they both press the shutter button at the same time.
You already gave the monkey example.
Yeah, I know, but who would own the copyright in this place? Because
Well,
there's
I
two
don't
lobsters.
fucking know, who cares?
Well, I mean, I need to know. There's two lobsters pressing the shutter button at the same time, and one person owns copyright,
well,
right?
I guess 50%, like they own 50%.
Wrong. Lobsters
know.
don't have a brain and can't be assigned copyright. Boom. Done it.
The assumption would be if they're sentient.
That was a trick question. So you admit they're not sentient. Got it.
No, I didn't admit that. Yeah, I know what video you're referring to. I've changed my stance slightly.
Oh, wow, but you feel like a real asshole now, Dan. Okay, wait, I'm sorry. Let's back up a lot, okay? Let's make it personal, Dan.
I don't think I want to do that.
Well, I've got a lot of, well, I mean, it can be you or any orbiter, but like I've got a lot of videos of obviously like you and me talking, or you and another orbiter talking, or whatever. Even though that other person might be like the star of my content, technically because it's my broadcast, I still own the copyright to that. Right? Like there's no way they could ever say like, oh, cool, hey, like I took that that stream that you did that I was chatting with, I liked it a lot. I took that and I published it on my YouTube, or like I sold that to somebody else and they gave me a lot of money for it. Like I don't think you could do that, right?
I honestly don't know. I mean, I'm going to keep coming back to this example, but
oh yeah, sure. If you want to say, if you want to say, like it's hard to
recording
know.
something.
Go
No,
ahead.
no. I was just going to say, like the act of you recording something and broadcasting it, I don't think makes that enough of a derivative solo product where you can say this is now mine. Well, I could say, wait, no, I'm DMCAing that because that has my content in it. I don't know. Like this hasn't been tried in court enough. My view on it would be the same as is. If I came in here and played the new whatever fucking Kanye, or whatever,
I think
it doesn't matter. If I play that,
yeah,
you don't get to say this is mine, right?
Yeah, but that's different.
What?
That's somebody else's.
Why?
Like, I think
You're
I understand what you're saying.
reproducing something that already has a license. I think I understand.
Wait, no, wait, hold on. I know what he's
miscommunication.
getting at. I know what he's getting at. What Dan is getting at is he's trying to argue. I'm so sorry. I wasn't even memeing. I'm sorry.
I
Dan,
think
no, wait, no, I really do
confusion-
understand. No,
Sure.
hold on, I'm sorry. I really do understand. Dan is trying to argue that when you do the video and somebody else sees it, that video, that you're doing a performance essentially. And what Dan is saying is that, like a Star Wars movie, right? My video that I'm broadcasting to you, that's a performance. It's a performance that I do on my stream that I have the copyright of, and it's a performance that I kind of share with you that you can, view basically. But if you're going to make like a derivative work or something based off of my performance that I'm displaying to you, then it's not right that you could DMCA me for also wanting to show my performance somewhere else. Is essentially, I think, the argument he's trying to make. I think that the complicated matter is to try to figure out like, well, what is a performance, So like, for instance, how we said that if you capture people in the background of a photo, or if you're taking a video outside, people in the background probably can't sue you, I don't think, if they show up in the video. However, if you took a video of somebody and in the background there was like a whole Broadway play going on, they probably could sue you, I imagine, because it's like their whole performance is now like part of the video, and that's what they would fight over, I think.
Well, if you're an entertainer, part of what you do is a performance. I mean, if you're a singer, what you sing is the same case. I mean, to simplify, what about when
pretty easily.
Okay, cool. When Lycan was on and singing a song, would that change things? Because Lycan's come on before and he's played the guitar and done something. What changes then?
I feel like for that, I feel like Lycan could argue that, well, look, this is actually, I own this performance. This is my performance. It's not just a thing on Destiny Stream. What?
No. So, two problems here. You don't own a license to your likeness. So, when, so-and-so, Hassan goes on Aiden Ross's stream, he doesn't own a license to his likeness. That's why if you take a photo in public, people can't tell you to sign a release, this and that.
True, but
So
we're
no,
not talking
it would
about
still-
likeness here. We're talking about a unique performance, though, right?
Well, no, you don't own a license to what you say either. If you have a certain opinion on Russia-Ukraine and there's a debate going on, you don't own a license to your opinion on Russia-Ukraine. You may own a license to whatever music you produce, and say if somebody comes on somebody else's stream, plays some sort of song, they maybe could argue that, hey, I own part of the stream or all of it because you used licensed content in that stream, you could maybe argue in court some other details, because why would you play licensed music that you want to keep licensed and monetized on somebody else's stream without
Yeah, and
any
I think
kind of agreement?
that's what Dan's essentially arguing, is he's saying that, like, what if Lycan comes on and plays like one of his songs?
Yeah,
do I
so
automatically get ownership
that's a different
of it?
case. But if we're talking about Hassan going on Aiden Ross's stream, he can argue with Aiden Ross on Nazism, Russia, Ukraine, or something, but he doesn't own a license to those opinions, and he doesn't own a
Not the
license
opinions,
to his
but the
likeness. So
video
Aiden-
camera footage. That's what Dan is essentially asking.
No, that is something that would give Hassan, you know, a reasonable claim to copyright. But he doesn't. If Aiden Ross was the only one recording, he's taking Aiden Ross's recording. Hassan doesn't own a license to his own likeness or his political opinions. So that is Aiden Ross's stream. He owns the copyright to it, and if Hassan re-uploads it without adding any kind of additional commentary or changing it some way that would be transformative to make it reasonably considered a different type of content, then he can't argue fair use, and he's just violating copyright.
Well, Dan?
You're just so confidently speaking when you're just wrong. I don't,
Wow.
you know.
Well, explain why I'm wrong. Like, yeah, I'm confident because I'm pretty damn sure I'm right.
Well, you're wrong. Do we have any
What am I
lawyers in
wrong
chat we
about?
can bring on?
What am I wrong about? Like, by the way, I did photography for a good 5 years before I started doing YouTube. Like, I've been through some of this crap.
I don't know. When you say that, it almost make. Oh, there we go. We got Pisco. Pisco can handle
What
it.
up? How you doing?
Good. Wait, are you on my side? Are you on my side? Do you not know?
Wait, Pisco,
Hey, you've been shut the fuck off. You've been paying attention. Don't
Pisco,
play into his
question.
games. He knows exactly what's
Pisco.
going on.
Let me just ask a question. Here's a question. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say I show up on somebody's stream. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They invite me into a Discord call with 4 or 5 other figures. Okay. One of them's really famous.
Yeah.
Andrew Tate's there. I'm gonna go debate Andrew Tate. So I'm on his stream. He's broadcasting everything. He's capturing the Discord, and then he uploads that stream later onto YouTube. It's his Twitch stream or whatever. Let's say that I go to my YouTube channel. I'm like, oh shit, I had a sick debate with Andrew Tate on Aiden Ross's stream. I'm gonna take the part where I was on stream, and I'm gonna upload that section of a stream. I'm just gonna rip that verbatim, no transformation, or whatever. I'm gonna put it on my YouTube channel since I was part of that stream, and because it's like my performance in the webcam. Do you think I can claim? And then let's say that person says, well, hold on, you just ripped part of my stream. I'm gonna DMCA you. What's the status?
Yeah.
Who owns copyright of that? Yeah, go for it.
So first of all, this is not legal advice, whatever. I think Dan is absolutely correct when he says that a lot of this has not been. This is uncharted territory.
Of course,
That's fucking right. The answer is we don't know, and anyone
And
who's
we do
confident that
know.
knows is
No,
fucking
we do
retarded.
know. Okay, can you
God,
prove
you're
me?
so-
Can
you're so
no,
smart.
like you can easily prove this. Okay, you can easily prove me wrong. Show me a case where somebody was able to prove that they have a license to their own likeness or their own political opinions.
You're not understanding.
That's all you have to
the
do.
problem. So it's an issue of copyright, and so I would agree with you that you don't have a
copyright is a license. Show me anybody who has a copyrighted license to their own likeness or political opinions.
A copyright
Because
is like
that's what
like
Hassan would have to prove in order to claim that he has a right to ownership of that stream.
No one is arguing that likeness is protected by copyright. The copyright statute is very clear on the subject matter of copyright. Doesn't include likenesses. So I don't think anyone is arguing.
Right.
that.
So you'd have to argue that Hassan has some sort of license to his political opinions.
No, I don't think that's the
Or
good faith.
speech.
No, I don't think.
Then you have no argument. You've just admitted you're wrong.
No, I haven't.
Okay, so on what basis can Hassan claim he has ownership over Aiden Ross's stream?
So what is potentially copyrightable by the copyright statute in Aiden's stream? The stream itself is an audiovisual work.
He recorded it. That's what makes it his.
So the just the mere recording of an audiovisual work by itself hasn't been enough to show that you
Yes, it
are
is.
the author.
Yes, it is.
So let me give you an
Wait,
example.
hold on. No, it's not, because if you record Star Wars in a theater, you can't say you own that, even if you're recording.
Well, no,
right?
that's already licensed.
Hang on a second. Don't worry about licensing. Licensing. When people talk about licensing, they're thinking about private interactions between two parties and giving.
No.
What do you mean
that's
no?
already a licensed work.
Are you a lawyer?
It's a copyright license.
a copyright
He
protection.
did photography for 5 years. Just slow your roll, all right?
So
if you film Star Wars, you're filming something that has a license already. If I film Hassan, there's no license to his likeness.
I want to start at absolute base zero. What is copyright? And what works are qualified for copyright? Do you know?
You didn't answer my fucking question.
Yeah,
On
so
what
I'll give you the
basis
answer.
does Hassan-
So the argument, right? The argument that he would make, which I'm not saying is going to be a successful argument, but I'm just trying to represent him well, not as someone who's saying like he thinks that political speech is protected or he thinks that his image is protected. His argument would be that he is a co-author of the audiovisual work that is protected by copyright. And so he
it's
has an
not his
entitlement.
fucking stream. He's not an author.
These things, when Dan says that they're untested, he's absolutely correct.
No, it's not.
No, he
no,
is
it's
correct.
Not. No, it's
so
not. No, it's
this
not.
is an issue.
No.
This is an
He's
issue.
not an author. He's not the one who recorded the stream. He's not the one who pressed
Have
the
you read
play
any
button.
copyright
No.
case ever? Are you a lawyer?
Yes,
Am
I
talking to a lawyer?
have.
Are you a lawyer?
Okay, hold on,
okay,
wait,
so-
stop. Asking
sorry,
somebody's a
wait.
lawyer has no bearing on the stream whatsoever.
Destiny,
so the
Destiny,
wait,
like, these people
hang on
are
a second,
fucking
hang on a second.
retarded, dude. Like,
Wait,
there's
a
no
second.
point in
Wait.
arguing.
Let's be clear. Let's be clear.
He's not even making a fucking argument.
Wait. I just made an argument, and you can repeat it for me if you can. So Hassan's argument would be, not saying it's a successful one, is that he would be a joint author of the audiovisual work of the fixed stream. You know, copyright only exists in fixed, in works that are fixed in a tangible medium of expression. So it would have to be a fixed work. So I'm assuming it's being recorded on Twitch's servers.
What's the
or on his own
argument for him
servers.
being an author?
The same argument that a director would have, even though he's not the one who's having the camera, right? I'm not saying it's a successful argument, but there is a colorable argument that someone who's providing, like when there is no underlying contract that clarifies whose role is what, if there's two people streaming at the same time, the colorable argument would be one of joint authorship. So did I not make an argument? Did I make an argument? Yes or no?
No. Well, you
Did I make an argument?
made
Yes
a
or no?
premise. You didn't make an
No,
argument.
did what I just give? Is that a potential argument?
Your premise. Well, no. Your premise was that
It's not a wait. I just want to be clear.
Hassan could be
Is that
considered an author. The
is that
argument
an argument
would
for
be
copyright protection
for
or not?
Hassan's authorship.
Wait. I just want to be clear.
Well,
Is
by the
what I
way,
just
being
gave-
an author does not give somebody copyright permission, so that's not
Is
even
what
really
I
an
just
argument
gave a
related to the
colorful-
discussion.
Hang on a second. Is this stream an audiovisual work?
Yeah, sure, it's Destiny's
Is it
stream.
fixed in is it fixed in a tangible medium of expression? I.e., is it being recorded in some hard drive somewhere?
Well, yeah, Destiny is.
Okay,
I-
so we
Are
agree.
you saying you'd be able to argue for
No,
the
I'm
ownership
just
of
telling you
Destiny's
this-
stream because you
hang on
have
a second.
co-authorship?
You don't even think I've been given an argument.
I'm just asking. Do you
Am I
think
giving
that
an
you
argument,
have
yes or
some
no?
sort of legal argument?
Am
Well,
I
no,
giving an argument,
No, you
yes or no?
didn't. No, you didn't. What you did
Why
was you
did I?
gave a premise. The premise was Hassan has some sort of authorship over the stream. The argument would have to that you haven't made yet is why he would have authorship and why that would grant him copyright permissions.
But that is an argument that would get you to copyright protection.
No,
if he wasn't,
okay.
wait, hang on a second. If someone's an author of a work, are they entitled to copyright protection?
No, it only depends if they're. No,
wait,
it
just to be
only
clear.
depends.
No, authors are not initially.
By the way,
default
like
vested
you're
in
using the term author in a very unspecific, vague way. What do you
No,
mean?
I'm
by
using it
fucking
the way the copyright
authorship?
statute is.
Well, hold on. Let's
You're
be
not a
clear.
lawyer, right?
Wait. Hold on. Let's be clear. Hold on. Well, Pisco, what you're saying is not true, right? An author is
What are
not
you talking
an author is not necessarily granted copyright. If I write a script for
As
Hollywood,
a default matter. Wait. As
Oh,
a default matter, the author of a work, once it's if I doodle something on my paper right now, I have copyright protection over what I just drew.
What if I commission you?
Right?
What if I commission you to draw it?
That's different. That's different.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
that's
Yeah, sure. Then
different,
I
but-
just to specify. I guess.
There's
Okay. Sorry.
specific rules
if
related
we're
to
going
if
to if we're
works
going
for
to
hire.
well that's okay well if we're going to use that kind of example to analogize what happened with Aiden Ross would be the author because he's the one who fucking recorded the stream, dumbass.
We're not even there yet. You're not even granting that this is a colorable argument, that it's even an argument.
Okay,
Is it an
okay,
argument,
dude.
yes or no?
Okay, dude. You have two things to prove. Prove that Hassan has some sort of authorship in relation to Aiden Ross's stream.
Are you going to answer my question, or are you just going to dodge it?
And prove that authorship would grant him copyright access to
Are
Aiden
you
Ross's
going
stream.
to answer my question? Am I
You're just
providing-
wasting our fucking time.
Wait,
You're the one who
wait,
made the fucking premise and argument. So
First of all,
go
you didn't even
ahead,
let me
dude.
talk. I'm just here to explain away.
Well, you're not talking about fucking anything. Prove
I
that
am.
Hassan has
I'm not-
some sort of authorship over Aiden Ross's stream,
First
and
of
prove
all,
that gives him copyright
I
privileges.
just want to be clear that
Okay,
my
Destiny,
I mean,
this guy's a fucking idiot. Like, both of them are wasting our fucking time.
I just want to be clear that when I came into this entire conversation, my
I don't
point
really
was
give a
that
fuck,
Dan-
dude. Make an
that
argument.
Dan was that
I don't
Dan
give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Are you memeing?
So prove fucking Hassan has authorship over Aiden Ross's stream.
That's not my
and
position.
Prove that gives him copyright. You
That's not
literally.
my
Okay, if that's not your position, then what the fuck are you doing here?
My position is that Dan is correct that these difficult questions of joint authorship.
No, he's not.
Are you memeing or are you being real?
Is this
no,
the
I'm
best-
being real. You're both being fucking stupid. So, Dan, what's your actual position? Like, is your argument that Hassan has authorship over Aiden Ross's stream? Is that his
Hang on a second.
argument?
No, his position was that there.
Okay, wait. Don't speak for him.
Oh, he
I'm
said it.
asking
He
him.
said it. No, he said it, though.
Don't speak for him, Dan. What is your actual position? Do you think that Hassan owns some sort of authorship over Aiden Ross's stream?
I think that the question over who has the full copyright is completely unknown, so that probably doing a DMCA vindictively is not okay.
So,
and I don't think it's clear cut.
Okay, so if City TV, so if some news station like CNN were to do interviews with people on the street, it's up in the air who owns the copyright to that fucking content?
No. I think that there's better and worse arguments depending on what is your level of.
Okay, so wait. So
What
if
is your-
CNN does street interviews
Wait,
with
except-
people. So if CNN does street
I
interviews
see.
with people or interviews
You
Trump
don't even wanna-
protesters, you're telling me the Trump protesters own some sort of authorship?
See, you're
over that
missing a
video
piece
footage?
here. You're conveniently missing
What's
a part.
The piece? What's the
okay,
piece?
what about if an NFL game is playing in the background and you see the entirety of the game?
Yeah, so
that's
already
not copyrighted.
licensed.
It's
There's
happening
a
in real
license
time.
behind that.
It's happening
There's
in real
a
time.
license behind
You
that.
can't
Doesn't
say
matter
that.
if
It's
owning
happening in real
There's
time.
a license behind
Don't
that.
say license. It's a copyright protection. Use the right word. When you talk about licensing, everyone's thinking about giving
It's
grants.
not
of
happening in
use
real
of
time because you're filming footage of it.
Real
You're
time
not
doesn't matter.
filming the actual fucking game.
Bro,
If you're there
how
at
are
the
you
game and you film footage from your camera, you own that. If there's footage of an NFL game in the background, somebody's already filming that, and that would be considered licensed content. You people are so fucking dumb.
What do you know about copyright? You think you know way more than you do. Like,
That
you're not
is-
even letting people finish.
Make a goddamn
It's like
argument.
Dunning-
I don't give a
it's like
fuck what you
Dunning-Kruger.
think I know or don't know. Make a fucking argument. Neither of you have done that.
So the truth is, and like so many other things in copyright, like fair use, for instance, so much of authorship, modicum of creativity needed for originality, questions related to authorship. These are tough questions where there aren't strict bounds defined by the statute.
There are.
There are
Hassan
not.
doesn't own
I'm
a
sorry.
license to. Hassan does not own a license to his likeness. He doesn't own a license to his political opinions. And if somebody films
No
a
one's
video
saying that.
or stream, and Aiden Ross was the one who filmed it.
Wait.
Aiden Ross is the one who owns the fucking copyright.
Did you hear me?
It's
Did you
as
or did you
simple
not?
as that.
Did you or did
people
you-
keep trying to inject like different context in different situations
Did
that have
you or did
nothing
you not
to do
hear
with
me?
the fucking
Did
Hassan
you or
debate.
did you not?
You don't even understand
Did
any
you or
of these
did you not
fucking
me hear?
concepts.
Did you or did you not hear me say
Ma-
that
make
political?
an argument for
did
why
you or did you
Hassan
not
owns-
hear?
You gotta
Did
let
you-
other
make an
people fucking
argument?
talk.
Make-
Hey,
I don't give a fuck. Make an
I know you
argument.
don't. Is this like the legendary debater? Do you just go no,
You're
no, and talk
horrible.
over everyone the whole time?
Did
Like,
you-
You're not.
All you can do is call me wrong, and
I
then
can't do
laugh.
anything.
Doesn't
No one
matter.
can say
talk.
anything. You won't shut
No
the
one
fuck
can
up.
talk.
Argument.
No one's allowed to talk. Did you or did
Make-
you
make
not
an
hear me
argument.
say? Did you or did you not hear me say that political speech and likeness is not protected by the copyright statute?
Then what is the
you
argument
heard me say
for
that,
why
right?
Hassan would own copyright over fucking
So the
Aiden Ross's stream?
He said
What
that
is
it's
the
murky. I can't. I can't.
What? I'm asking you what the argument is. I'm
Okay,
not
so
asking
I've-
you for dead proof,
Calm the fuck
inexplicably,
down.
that nobody could ever
Calm the
contest
fu-
it.
calm the
What's
fuck down.
the argument?
Calm the fuck down. First of all, Dan and I's argument. Are you gonna let me finish this sentence?
No, he won't. I guarantee
Dan
it.
and I's argument isn't that it's super clear cut that Hassan owns a copyright entitlement
so you're
to the
strawmanning
stream.
me. Just make
Wait,
it
whoa.
I won.
Just to be clear, our position is not going to be prove beyond a reasonable doubt that
I
Hassan's
never
entitled
said
to
that.
authorship.
I said
I just want to be
make a
clear
fucking
about what to
argument.
I just want to be clear about what you're
Great,
expecting.
make the argument.
Okay. So the argument from Hassan would be that he put a great amount of creativity and such that he's entitled.
Okay, so where's
to
the proof that he owns a
authorship-
license to his creativity?
Wait, what do you mean? When do you think?
What
that
license does Hassan have?
How do you get
over what
copyright?
he
Wait,
said in
can
the
you
Aiden
even
Ross
tell us
stream?
how
What
does one get?
license does Aiden Ross have? What
Vegan,
we have a problem.
Vegan, how do you get copyright in a work?
I don't need to answer that. Where
Do you
is
know?
the
Wait,
proof
do you-
that
wait.
Hassan owns the
Do you-
license to
do
what
you
he
need to
said in
know-
Aiden Ross stream.
How do you get
He
copyright
just
protection
made
over
that
work? Yes,
claim. He has a license over what he said. Where's the proof he owns a license over what he said?
Vegan.
You're saying political opinions can be licensed? Oh,
No,
I think
no one's
fucking
saying that.
okay,
Vegan.
I can say Russia
How
should
does
invade
someone get
Ukraine.
copyright
There's
protection
a
over a
license
work?
over that? I
You
don't
wouldn't
need to answer that.
you wouldn't need
You're
it.
the
You wouldn't
one
need
who
to.
made the fucking argument.
Listen, vegan. The problem with your question is it
I'm
presupposes that you
literally-
it presupposes that you
Oh my
would need
God,
a
dude.
license. A license. You don't need a license to get copyright protection. Copyright protection. Do you know how you get a copyright protection?
Instantly.
Well, you
without
either
doing
have
anything.
to have a license to the work, or it has to be considered.
Wait,
fair
what does it
use
mean? You
or
would have to have a license?
transformative.
No. How do you get copyright protection over your work? How do you do it?
Well, it's assumed you already own a license to it if you created it.
So you have to. How is copyright protection vested?
What do you mean tested?
Vested. How does one obtain it?
Well, again, it's assumed if you're the one who creates something.
Really? So like if I just dance on the street, do I own a copyright to that?
No.
No. Why not?
Well, because I don't know.
You know anything about what the fuck you're talking about?
I
You don't know shit.
fucking
These are
care.
like
You're the one who
basic
made the fucking
questions about how.
argument.
This is basic questions about how one is entitled to copyright in the
Hey,
first
by the way,
place.
you can't copyright a fucking dance. There's a
You
variety
actually
of reasons
can.
for it.
Wait.
Well,
You
no,
actually
you
can.
can
There's
copyright the media
choreograph.
to a dance.
So the choreographic work, right? That's one of the works of authorships protected by the copyright statute, 17 USC 102. So I would ask you again: do you know anything about copyright?
I would be interested just to know if there's ever been a dance copyrighted. But
Yo, how about
anyway,
the
you're the
Fortnite?
one
Wait.
making the argument. You're the
Have you
one
not
making
heard
the
about?
argument.
You know
What's
shit
the
about
argument
copyright?
that-
Wait, some of the most famous
Wait, tell
copyright
me,
cases that are
what's
happening
the
right now.
argument
Hold on, I
that
will
the
say,
most
let me
copyright-
hold on,
Some of
let me
the
come in.
most
Wait,
famous
wait,
copyright
hold on, let me come in with a quick fact check. Okay, 17 USC 102 Section A. Okay, it talks about copyright protection
Sub
subsists, and it says in sub 4 pantomimes and choreographic works. To be clear,
Absolutely protectable. But just doing some creative work is not enough. It needs to be fixed in any tangible medium of expression. So when you ask, well, prove that
what do you mean by
Hassan has a
photo or
license,
video?
prove that Hassan has gotten a license to the work, it's silly because the argument isn't that you would get copyright through a license. It would be that he fixed the work in a tangible medium of expression, i.e. he recorded it while it was happening,
Well, he
and that
didn't
he was an
record it.
author. Now, if you're
He
going to say,
didn't
well,
record it.
that's
Okay,
a weak...
so then what's the argument for his authorship?
So the argument for his authorship, which I don't think is necessarily a great one, not having seen the stream, right? Not having seen the stream, I'm not here to argue the particular facts. I was just here to tell everyone that I think Dan is absolutely correct that streaming is a very untested medium, and he's absolutely right that no one knows how these cases are going to go.
Since it's the exact same thing as just film, so.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It is.
Wait, I
It
can
is.
tell you. I can
It's
tell you
no
very
different
easy ways in which
than
they're different.
Recording with a camera.
It's different in many ways. Now they're the same category of protected work, audiovisual works that are going to be protected, but of course, sometimes you arguably wouldn't even have copyright in a stream. So I'll give you an example. There was a famous case in which recently, I think, where someone accidentally pressed start stream, and the argument was, would you even have copyright protection over a stream that you accidentally start? Well, the answer that is not a clear answer. There's not a clear answer there. Just so you know. But how do you know?
You just
Have
said
you
it.
studied any of the case law?
Well, did the fucking monkey example that we brought up, did the monkey deliberately press the fucking record button? It doesn't matter if you're the one who pressed record.
Your ignorance
it's
about the
yours.
topic is so. You know that.
Okay, so if I had a
wait,
camera
the
and I
monkey
accidentally
case. The
pressed
monkey
the
case.
button-
They didn't even, from what I recall, they didn't even reach the merits in the monkey case. That was dismissed on like standing grounds related to jurisdiction. And so people citing the monkey case, everyone laughs at you who's a lawyer who's actually read the case or looked at it because they don't even. And it's not even a controlling opinion that applies throughout the entire world, the entire country. And so
I really don't even
It's not a
care.
decided
Like,
question.
What's the argument in favor of Hassan's authorship, and why would
So
that grant him copyright?
I'll point you. I'll point you to a case. Do you know the Titanic movie?
I've heard of that.
So you know how James Cameron, right? He's not the one necessarily actually recording all the things that are happening, right?
Yeah.
He's not the one who's pressing the camera, but it's his creative vision, right? It's his he's the one who is the mastermind behind what's going on. And so even though he's not the one actually doing the recording or actually pressing the button, doesn't necessarily mean that he is not the author. And in cases of streamers, I could see a colorable argument if you're saying, well, I went on Aiden Ross's stream and this was it was planned that I would provide content.
Yeah, it's just analogous. In the James Cameron case, they signed a contract with the fucking studio where they'd own the rights. So
okay, so in the absence of a contract, wouldn't you say you just said it right? In the James Cameron case, they signed a contract.
In the absence of a contract, the person who fucking records is the one who owns it.
It's beautiful. Your point just detracted exactly from your argument. If there's a contract and it clearly lays out everything that's going to be said, presumably you're going to follow the contract. But if there's no contract on point, then there's room, right? There's play on the joint. There's ambiguity. There's ambiguity,
okay, so
and that's what Dan is arguing for.
Okay, so there's ambiguity if CNN does street interviews. Who owns that content?
No, I think in those cases it would be a factual question. It would be a factual question about who's masterminding, who's creating, who's like. That's why you would sign a contract with like a Tucker Carlson, right? Assume that Tucker Carlson and Fox never sign a contract, right? They never signed a contract. And
yeah, Fox, the studio would be the one who owns it because the fucking Tucker Carlson isn't the one who owns the footage.
Well, how do you know that? In the absence of a contract, let's say there was no contract.
Because the studio who's doing the fucking filming are the ones who are doing the filming. Tucker Carlson wasn't doing the filming. Like, this argument would result in photographers who are doing street photography. Everyone who's in the photo could make a claim to owning the fucking photo.
No, they wouldn't. And first of all, it's not a. I don't even think
like this.
I don't think that
Hassan
Hassan
even fucking care about reality.
Bro, you don't even know how. You don't know the first thing about the copyright statute. You don't know anything about its terms. You don't know how copyright is given.
That's right. Okay, yeah, right.
You came on here to talk about something you don't know. No one said that. No one said that.
Yeah, that's what you said.
But there's a reason why
these ones who necessarily have authorship. It could be the people doing the interview who had the idea for the topic, and because it's their idea, then they own the footage. Like that. This is just fucking retarded.
So if CNN and Fox like collaborate on some project together and they have filmers on both sides filming some guy who's not affiliated, who owns the copyright?
Sorry, give me the example again.
What? So you have Fox and CNN, they're both contributing and they're both putting their creative influences into recording somebody, a third party not affiliated with either channel.
It happens all the time. They would own their own fucking footage.
Oof.
Have you ever seen a fucking press conference?
They're jointly.
Have you ever seen a fucking press conference?
They're jointly recording.
Right. Have you ever seen a fucking press conference?
They're jointly recording.
What do you mean jointly recording? If there's only one each other's footage, then they're agreeing to share each other's footage.
There's one contractor who's filming everything, and they give at the end there's 2 hard drives, and they give them to each person, each representative, CNN and Fox.
Well, then the fucking contractor would be the one who owns the fucking license.
That's so stupid.
And then they would give it to Fox and
no,
and
they
CNN.
wouldn't.
Then what are you talking?
If you
about?
hire a wedding
if they're the ones who are if there's a fucking this example doesn't even make sense. Are you saying there's like a videographer who takes photos and sells those photos to CNN and Fox? Well, then CNN and Fox would each own a license to that because they paid for the fucking license.
Stop saying license. Copyright. They own a copyright.
There's no difference.
If there is a difference between a license and a copyright protection. Why do you? What's your?
No,
if someone,
not in the context I'm using it, but whatever. If you
prefer
me to use copyright, I'll use copyright.
In your proprietary usage of the word, I guess, but in the actual discussion where these legal terms matter and you're trying not to confuse people, you shouldn't use license. If you are talking about
is copyright a license?
A copyright has a great many protections. If you go to Section 106, 17 U.S.C. 106.
I don't even give a shit. Just make your point.
If you go to 17 U.S.C. 106,
I don't give a shit. You're wasting my time.
If you go to 17,
I don't give a shit. You're wasting everybody's time.
If you go to 17, if you go to 17 U.S.C. 106,
I don't give a shit. Why the fuck are you talking about irrelevant bullcrap?
No, because you just asked
use the term copyright.
You just asked if it was a license, and I'm telling you how it's more broad than a license. And so one way, you asked whether or not it was.
I don't understand how you don't go fucking insane by listening to these fucking retards waste your fucking time.
You are the one who sounds dumb. You don't know anything about copyright.
I don't fucking care. I'll use the term copyright. You fucking idiot.
Well, you asked the question, then I was answering it, and you got so mad that you're.
That's great. That's wonderful.
Yeah. So
what the fuck is your argument for Hassan making a claim that he has authorship?
So if you are going to grant that there are situations, I don't think you have yet, where there could be joint authorship between 2 equals, right? Are you going to grant that there's a possibility that could happen?
What do you mean joint
authorship? Is there such thing?
What do you mean by fucking authorship?
Is there such thing as joint authorship? Yes or no?
What do you even mean by fucking authorship?
I mean authorship as the statutes and as the law recognizes.
Oh, the statutes and the law, right? Okay.
No, not statues. Statutes.
Wait, hold on, Bisco.
Statutes and
Bisco, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, what's up?
If what you were saying was true, then theoretically, wouldn't this put all paparazzi out of business immediately? If Kanye West was coming out of his house and somebody took a video or photograph of him, couldn't Kanye West say, well, I'm DMCAing all of you because this is my performance of walking out of my house?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. There's already legal precedent for this. This guy's just crazy.
So there's absolutely precedent for photos and the subjects of the photos not being entitled to copyright protection. That I mean,
it doesn't matter.
Part
it's
of that,
the same for
part
photos,
of that is
same for video, same for recordings.
No, it's not because it's
yes,
not.
It
They're
is.
not.
It's the exact same thing. It is legally considered the exact same thing.
You don't know the first thing about the law. You don't even know how fucking copyrighted.
You can't even fucking explain to me what you mean by authorship. So yeah, you're a fucking expert.
That's the whole question. That courts ultimately, when there's a dispute about who is the creative mastermind behind a work, those are literally
the
words.
Mastermind is Aiden Ross because he's the one who fucking.
Hang on a second. They'll literally use words like mastermind and person who's pulling the strings. They'll use words like that because the courts.
That's great. Okay, that's great. So if we're gonna talk,
you're not gonna let me.
Wait,
you're not gonna let me
fucking
finish.
Hassan stream specifically.
Do you acknowledge that? Wait.
You
dodged the question.
Had any idea?
You dodged the question. Is there such thing as joint authorship? Yes or no?
What do you mean by fucking authorship?
Meaning someone who's entitled to copyright protections because they're the ones who created the work as understood by American law.
That does not fucking explain what authorship is.
Yes, it does. If a court determines
you
that you are
used another fucking term in place of authorship.
The ultimate bedrock of this is what the courts are going to consider to be the.
Did this guy explain to you what authorship is?
I don't know, Pisco. I missed that. What is authorship, Pisco?
Okay. Dude, you're just fucking trolling.
An author under the statute, right, and under copyright is the person who's entitled to the copyright protection of the statute and of copyright in general because they are the creative mastermind. They're the creative artist behind what's going on, right? And ultimately the bedrock is the bedrock of that is whoever the courts are going to acknowledge as such. Okay, that's
great.
the bedrock.
Okay. Well, that settles things.
So do you acknowledge that there's? Do you acknowledge
that? Yeah, sure. Yeah, great. We can clean this up.
Is there such thing as joint? Wait, are you going to answer my question? I'm not going to move forward to answer my question. I'm not going to go forward to you. Excuse me. I'm not going to go forward to answer my question. I've answered your question. You're going to answer my question.
Shut the fuck up.
Is there such? You're so stupid. I thought you were a good debater.
No,
you're
dumb.
dumb.
You didn't even ask me a fucking question, so I don't know why the fuck.
I did. Wait. Do you remember what question I asked? What question I asked?
If I fucking just
you
said
don't, because you're a fucking coked out.
Obviously, I wouldn't know
coked
what
out idiot,
and
you don't know what the fuck is going on in the conversation.
Everyone's fucking time.
The conversation is above your head. You're just not following. You're not following.
Destiny, get this guy to shut the fuck up for 2 seconds.
Are you gonna cry?
Too much cry? Too much heat in the Wait, Pisco, who am I? Can you tell me how this the argument for Hassan? Can you tell me how this grants him copyright over it? Can you?
I'm not answering any questions.
I'm the one asking that.
No. Vegan, you're answering my question, crybaby. Hey, crybaby. Hey, crybaby, you're gonna answer my question. You're gonna answer my question.
How is he the creative mastermind?
Crybaby.
Okay, so he can't make an argument.
You're gonna answer my question.
Every fucking time he makes
an argument, he has to backtrack. You bit off more than you thought you could chew. You're in trouble now. You didn't think that the person you were talking to actually knew anything, and you're in trouble. You bit off more than you can chew. I mean, you need to answer me now. Is there such a thing as joint authorship? Yes or no?
Yes. And by authorship, you literally mean copyright ownership. Yes, 2 people can own a work at the same time.
By virtue of their joint authorship, correct?
Okay, so now
yes or no? Is there
now
yes
you
or
have
no?
to make an
yes
argument
or no?
that
yes
Hassan
or
has
no?
authorship.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Can you get copyright protection by virtue of your joint authorship in a work? Can you be vested with an equal copyright protection as anyone else?
Yes, you can. Now you just have to make the argument for why Hassan would have joint authorship.
So the position from me and Dan's perspective is that Hassan could make a colorable argument, not to say a successful one, but a colorable one based on the content of the stream, his creativity on the stream. If there's no contract for which we can establish the relative roles, then it's going to go to a court, and the court's going to have to determine as a matter of law, or send it to a jury if it's not fit for judicial review.
No.
What do you mean no?
So that makes no sense, because with authorship you defined it as having some sort of creative input in the actual work. Hassan
creative
didn't
mastermind.
necessarily have any. Yeah, right. Well, creative input, creative mastermindery, like actually being involved in the creation of the work. Hassan didn't have anything to do with that. He was just giving his political opinions and arguing. He didn't have any fucking actual input into the actual fucking, like, stream.
Okay, that's an argument.
He was just a guy who came on the stream to argue.
Okay, that's an
have
argument.
Any kind of creative input.
If you would have calmed down, right? If you would have calmed down, I would have told you, on balance, I probably think in that particular instance, as the facts that you laid out, I probably think on balance, if I were a court, I would rule against Hassan. I even think that it's not necessarily the strongest argument on Hassan's part. All I was saying is that Dan is absolutely correct that so much of the authorship questions are muddied when you have joint broadcasting and
there
two
wasn't
people
joint
who don't.
broadcasting.
Okay,
there wasn't joint broadcasting.
I didn't watch
Trying
the
to
stream,
inject
bro. But
extra context.
I didn't come here to counteract you specifically. I heard Dan say something about copyright being unclear in the streaming space, and I know because I've been looking at all the shit that's going on with people, accidentally streaming, co-streaming, copyright
great.
stuff.
Yeah,
and so I was just coming in here to give him some praxis
That's
and some
nice.
solid
Thank you.
support, and to
That's
say that he's
great.
absolutely
that's
correct.
great. You're
wait,
wonderful.
wait, hang on a second. And it's evident everywhere. It's
Why
evident
is he
in-
blabbing? Like, why
it's
do you
evident-
just like the sound of your own voice? I don't
it's
fucking
evident-
care. I don't
it's evident
fucking
in-
care why you came in
evident
here.
and fair. It's
I don't
evident
give
in-
a fuck why you came in
It's
here.
evident in fair use too. So Ethan and Ela Klein, I don't know if you remember that whole thing with Bold Guy. That was one of the first cases of that went to a
that's
decision
because it was
on the
considered
merits.
Transformative. Why the fuck? Like, what does
Okay,
this
but
have to do
even
with anything?
so even that, right? Even fair use is a ground that has been walked over a lot. But we're still getting Supreme Court precedent on APIs, whether that's copyrightable. We're still getting district court precedent on React streams. That was like one of the first ones. There's not a lot of precedent because most of these things don't go to trial. And so when Dan says you don't have a lot of case law on this kind of stuff, he's absolutely correct. And anyone who says he's not, and that they're sure about what's going to happen,
Yeah, when you're
they
talking
just don't know
about somebody
they just
who's
don't know the
only
law, and they're
person
just an idiot.
recording, No, there's plenty of there's already plenty of legal precedent over this.
Okay. You don't know anything because you don't
Yeah,
even
I
know anything
do.
about copyright. What do you
Yeah, I
know?
do.
What
Yeah, I do.
name one case?
Like again, the logical extension of this: if somebody made a unique dress and somebody photographed it while you're out in public, they have some sort of creative input. So
Oh my
therefore,
God,
they
you're
own like that's the
Bro,
logical
it's so sad that
extension of the
wait,
stupid
it's so
shit
sad
you're
that you
saying.
it's so
Like,
sad
this
that
isn't
it's
a
so
fucking
sad
realistic argument that you'd
it's
use
so
in court.
sad that you just
like
said that.
acting as if this could be used
Wait.
as a fucking defense.
Wait,
it's
so
just stupid.
It's so sad that you just said that taking a picture of a dress, that you think it's absurd that you could possibly have copyright protection over that picture. You absolutely would have copyright protection over that picture.
No,
the
you
copyright. Wait, you absolutely would
If
over the
you
picture.
go out in a public area, no, you have no
the
copyright
picture, you taking a picture, right? Taking the angle,
It's your
picking
photo.
the lighting. Yeah, okay, so you could take a picture of a dress and you would have copyright protection over the elements related to your picture. You would. And so these are more complicated questions
Okay,
than you
know,
think.
I'm fucking done, dude. Like, this
Yeah, I
guy's
know
a
you are.
fucking Idiot.
Go
You're an
cry.
idiot.
Go cry. No one wants to hear anymore.
Yeah, great. Okay, my feelings are hurt. Wonderful. Can we fucking move on?
I thought you were gonna leave.
No, I wanted to
That's so
talk
too.
about Destiny, about his deadlift form.
Well, tough fucking shit, mate. This is the copyright conversation. You fucking butted in when we were having it, bro. You're gonna have to fucking wait. Set your place in line in the pecking order, and it's well below. We're still on the copyright issue. Want to have real conversation about it, not fucking this soy sauce shit that's going
Real
on right now.
conversation about it. That's what you'd call this.
Not
Why don't you
this.
tell us
no.
why
Not
you
what you're
joined the
having.
stream again.
No, not what you're having us. No. So, wait, what'd you say? When am I gonna stream again?
No, tell us about like the story about why you joined the stream.
To talk
Me?
about copyright.
Or why don't you talk about like Star Wars again? I like that.
What?
I can't believe this. Vegan Gains, you
No, give me the
are.
Star Wars story again.
I am just disappointed. You were supposed to be like this
Why
legendary
are you afraid of
debater.
getting Copyrighted?
No, you were
struck?
supposed to
I
be
mean,
this
it's a Star Wars
legendary
story.
debater that was going to be able to like
neither of
bring
you
balance
even
to
gave
the
a fucking
force.
argument. Neither
But
of you
now
could
that I
even
see
give a
it in
fucking
person,
argument for why Hassan would have
and
a legal case for copyright ownership.
Dude, he would.
Dude, are
And
you
then at the very
tolerable
end,
case?
you admitted a fucking
Are you
jury
fucking
or
8
judge
IQ?
would side
You have
in
like the
favor of
IQ
fucking
of a
Aiden.
plant, like a cactus or something. That's your IQ. I don't know how to put this. Why am I trying? Why am I trying to get through to you? You may be.
Can you
This is
spell
impressive.
IQ?
you may be the dumbest person I've ever met, which is weird because you don't seem dumb. You're having this conversation, I'm talking to you, but it's like you have this special sauce of dumbness that I've never seen before. It's actually throwing me completely off of fucking kilter. This is what I'm talking about. This is like this is what it is. The outsiders, they're looking in and they're seeing the vegetable IQ and they're not getting it. I'm getting it. I'm in awe, but also disappointed at the same time. That is your legacy. This just flowing disappointment while also, I don't know, crying about it. Yeah, weird.
Oh, can I copyright that under a license?
Jesus.
I own your stream now, Destiny. This was I did this for creative reasons.
You, I don't know how to put it. You're so incapable of saying you might not know.
You just
pipe the fuck down when someone's talking.
I'm the creative mastermind of this.
Oh no! Listen. Oh my god. Okay. The key is to know.
You see how triggered they're getting?
The key is to know.
Tell me
that you don't know.
Hard I'm crying again.
The key is to know that you don't know. To know that you can't know with certainty anything that's happening. But you're like kind of full force, full-throated, retarded, running into like, no, it's set, it's done. And you have lawyers coming in here that deal copyright shit saying, no, it's definitely
You're a
not
lawyer?
settled.
I'm a lawyer.
This guy's a lawyer, yes.
Are you a copyright lawyer?
No, I'm not a fucking copyright
Okay,
lawyer.
then fuck you.
Wait, but just because I'm not a copyright lawyer doesn't mean
This is like
I don't know about
this is
more
like
copyright
a doctor
than you.
coming in and talking about fucking dentistry.
Oh, you're a fucking photographer for 5 years, and that's your credentials. I'll
Yeah, I
err
don't
on the side of the
understand.
attorney.
Yeah, I have practical fucking experience with this shit.
You
and
are.
then here's a
Not
fucking
legal
guy claiming
experience.
he's a lawyer when he's never even dealt with fucking cases like this.
True.
No, not true. No. I see. You know the thing is Steve like makes money off of this, so he's the real winner in here. But I feel like I've lost like definitely like.
Well, I don't know if I
probably
can make money off this, Dan, because apparently all of you guys could DMCA me for your performances.
Well, no,
so.
I'm the creative mastermind.
Or maybe Vegan
I've
Games
been
could sue me.
masterminding you all to act like this, so I'm the creative genius.
Listen, I think on balance, based on everything that Vegan has said about the facts, I think that Aiden probably has the better argument. I'm
Wait,
not
okay,
gonna-
here, hold on. Can I have a 2-second serious comment with you, please?
Yeah. Yeah, what's up? What's up?
This was my original take, okay? Hassan was on Aiden's stream. Aiden was the one that was streaming the whole time, okay?
Yeah.
Aiden brought him into the call. It was his Discord call. He broadcast the group.
He decided to invite him in the first
Yeah,
place.
and then Hassan, I don't even know if that would matter, but Hassan uploads his stream, basically, the segment that he's on. He uploads that onto his channel, and then Aiden DMCAs him for it. Now...
while he's streaming the thing too?
No,
His
no.
portion of it?
Hassan's not even streaming his portion of it.
Okay.
Aiden is, and that's what Hassan, or at least Hassan didn't stream the whole Discord, right? So then Aiden takes, so Aiden DMCAs him. Now, I think it's undeniable that Aiden has a right to DMCA him. It's clearly it is his content. Now, if Hassan wants to fight and say, well, hold on, I can argue that my performance was an integral part of this or something like that, and he wants to go ahead and present that affirmative defense, he can do that. But I would say that without, like, we can say that, quote unquote, it's untested. We can think of a lot of things that are untested. But I think based on my understanding of copyright and historically how things have played out, I've never heard of a case like Hassan's before that would favor Hassan. And it seems like, on balance of facts, it would probably favor Aiden. That's what I'm saying. So for Hassan to come out, so like, if I were to do something like this, somebody sued me for it, or somebody DMC'd me for it, I'd be like, all right, we're going to fight. But I would never be like, I can't believe you DMCA'd me. Well, of course you DMCA'd. I ripped your stream straight and I uploaded it to my YouTube channel with your watermark still in the corner, right?
Right. So I think that even just the things of like the camera layout, right? The stream notifications that are coming up. I actually think it matters whether or not you're directing things, you're making the content, you know, you're the person in charge of making the broadcast. I think those are all factors that point heavily in favor of Aiden. I'm just saying that in this, I don't know the facts of the specific stream, as you know. I just came in here to give Dan some affirmation that, in fact, it is true that there's a lot of murky grounds and a lot of the areas where there's disputes on copyright, things like fair use and authorship, and even infringement in many cases, those issues are ones where the statute leaves a lot of room for fact finding that and interpretation.
Yeah, I mean,
so
fair
think
use
that-
is all about like interpretation, right? There is no hard and fast fair use. Like, there's going to be a lot of fighting around any of the 4, I think, points for.
Like, let me give you an example. Let's say that you and Dan both plan out a podcast, right? What were you guys going to call it? The Over Russell podcast? You guys plan the Over Russell podcast, and you guys Dan puts 60% of the work, Dan puts 70% of the money, you put 40% of the work and 30% of the money, and you're the one who broadcasts it. But it's really both of your creative visions. You're both bringing to life other aspects of, you know, that you're bringing in the streaming world, and him bringing in like the, I don't know, what do you do, landlord-tenant relation world. In that case, I think there's a stronger argument for joint authorship if you guys haven't like had a contract that details who owns what respectively, right? In those cases, just because you're the one broadcasting, well, that's not what, you know, the copyright statute, if it wanted to, could say anyone who broadcasts the work.
Yeah, and I understand. I understand what you're saying here, right? But to Vegan Gaines' point, if Hassan would have come in, for instance, and did a performance of a musical number that he'd written or a choreographed dance, sure. But him coming in and just speaking on it, I feel like that's kind of a stretch for, well, actually, I have some ownership in the creative direction of this.
Even if he just came in and sang it, right? Even if he just came in and sang or danced or whatever, or talked.
Well, those things, because some of those things are meaningfully different.
No, right? Hang on, but like singing, right, like just talking isn't protected by copyright. Agreed?
Yeah.
I don't think so, if you sing a song for the first time and you invent it, I'm sorry, bro, that is not copyright. If you wanted to steal someone's copyright who's just like riffing, like you do a lot of improvisation, right?
Yeah, but I'm almost positive. I think that
your stuff might be protected because your music would be fixed in like some hard drive in the stream that you're making, right? But just singing out openly typically doesn't give you protection. It's not fixed in a tangible medium of expression. Don't argue with me. If you just sing out loud.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean by not fixed in a tangible medium of expression? Hold on, wait, explain that.
So copyright protection only extends to works that are fixed in a tangible medium of expression. And so and that has been interpreted not to
like
apply to like,
wait, like hold on, wait. So here's a question. So could I theoretically go down to a jazz club, New York City, okay? 11:30 at night, I'm listening to people play, and I just sit there and I transcribe their solos, and then I immediately, why not?
No, because there's protections offered by federal law to unfixed performances.
Well, okay, well then what kind of unfixed performances are protected?
So certain kinds of unfixed, I'm not fucking studied up on the unfixed performances, but there's an exception for those kinds of things that is carved out.
Okay, well that's why I'm asking, because you just said improvisation. I'm pretty sure if I go and I give like an improv, like an improv concert or whatever at some club, I don't think somebody could transcribe all my notes and then go and release that as a song and not have a.
But you don't have copyright protection over it, right? You might have a protection against that kind of surreptitious videoing, but that's not a copyright protection.
What kind of protection am I extended there?
It's whatever the sui generis protection is for against those recordings. So those recordings might be infringement, but if someone heard your song, right? Let's say someone hears Steven perform his improvisation and then goes off and writes it down in a separate little document or a separate little piece of sheet music, that wouldn't be infringement over your work, because assuming that you did not fix it previously, right? And assuming that you didn't write it previously. So the copyright protection extends to fixed works. In the case of Hassan, whether he's saying a political opinion, whether he's dancing, whether he's singing, the key aspect to it that we're examining is who has copyright protection over the stream. That's what's going to be the dispute. And in this specific case, I think the only argument that he could make is either fair use, if it's like a newsworthy thing, I don't know. But that's a weak argument, I think. Or probably more likely joint authorship, but I think that's a loser. And if Vegan Games had just calmed down for a few minutes for me to explain that, I don't think we would have had this huge, like, I don't know, fight. I don't have anything against
I think if
them.
he added commentary to the stream and like made a new video about it, that probably would have been an adequate protection.
Fisco, I have a question. When it comes to protections for individual pieces of content that might be copyrighted, is there more or less protections afforded to a work depending on the medium that it is? For instance, so how are those protections different? For instance, if I have a painting, could Steven put up a stream doing nothing else than showing that painting?
Yeah, so to be clear, yes, there are differences. First of all, I'm not a copyright lawyer. Again, I'm not even necessarily, I've done some IP work, but nothing in the copyright space. So if anyone knows more than me, this is just your regular disclaimer. You should listen to the people who know more. But my understanding is in fair use arguments, the nature of the work is one of the factors that the statute is telling you to consider. And so let's say that you have in a scene shot down in downtown New York in a crime movie, you have someone's poster, right? That's copyrightable. It's a fixed work. It's in a poster. And you, as part of your scening, right, you have the entire work is placed into your movie, right? It's not even just part of the work. It's the whole work. The whole picture is in your movie. there have been arguments where in some cases the background art is considered fair use, or and sometimes when it's the focus, it's not considered fair use.
All right, so
the nature of the. Go ahead.
Okay, so you're saying it. I think I can understand that. So video has specific protections that are not found with other things. Then, would you say?
Again, I think that's judicially crafted exceptions. So and there's also statutorily crafted exceptions for music too. There's mandatory licensing schemes under the statute for covers. That's why it's important to get a difference between and so I would agree with you that audiovisual works and music, when they're used in other audiovisual works, they probably have more judicial protection than like a piece of art that you're showing.
All right, so here's my thinking, right? So you have the 4 factors on something, if it's fair use or not, right?
Yeah.
On Destiny's stream every day, he's watching copyrighted work probably in its entirety. Now, he's not watching Star Wars, granted, but he's watching YouTube videos in its entirety. He's watching commercials in their entirety without permission of that copyright author to do it. Now, he's going to be successful because the people that are coming to his stream, the reason that they're coming there is not to watch that content. Versus if he turned on a stream and he called it Star Wars stream and he was streaming Star Wars, he would fail on the purpose and character of his work, and the purpose and character of his work would be to steal the content at that point. However, there's 3 other points on it there that he still fails of, meaning the only difference would be that front. So what I'm saying is the murkiness of it is that when you stream and he watches a YouTube video or does pretty much anything, that there is murkiness on who now owns this piece of content. Just because he's watching a commercial or a 1-minute YouTube video and not the entirety of Star Wars does not change the fact that he is now rebroadcasted in its entirety a copyrighted audiovisual work without the express consent of the author. And and that's the murkiness of this, is meaning that you have now done that.
I think it's even more murky because the factor you considered, the first one, purpose and character, that's the so-called transformative factor. That number 1 and number 4, the potential market and the purpose and character, are considered to be like the most important factors to consider, as opposed to the nature and the amount and substantiality, which are like downplayed. As you've seen, you can use a whole picture in amount and substantiality, and it could still be fair use. You could use a whole article even, right? And I'm sure many of you would argue that providing commentary on an entire article from New York Times, which is like, you might say is highly transformative, but you're putting the whole article, that might be protected by fair use. But the first and the fourth factors are considered like the most important. And so if he is not making active commentary, it's even more murky, right? So I think that there.
Well, I mean, there's a reason we don't have YouTube channels of watching Star Wars in its entirety, where I just stop every few seconds and give commentary.
That's just analogous, dude.
Yeah, like,
like it's just a bad analogy to the Aiden Ross thing.
It's not about the Aiden Ross thing. You fucking degenerate fucking retard. Just pipe the fuck down. I'm talking about copyright in general. Fucking Christ! It's like you're coming in here like, no, actually, hate record.
Part of like it just
Oh
if
my
you're just
God!
Using that as a general example, it doesn't make sense because
who said Aiden Ross in the last fucking half hour?
If you're gonna make a fucking argument, again, this is written out in the fair use. It has to be transformative in some sort of way, and it also can't significantly take away from the original work. If you were to watch Star Wars in its entirety,
it doesn't need to be
while giving commentary, it's not transformative. And even if it was transformative to some extent, like, again, it's taking away quite a bit from the original work, where people who would have otherwise watched the original work might not.
It doesn't need to be transformative.
You're not even correct. It doesn't have to be transformative. That's just one of 4 on the options.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but
well, you just said something that made me very clear that you don't understand. I don't even know why you're discussing this. You have no idea what the fuck is going on.
Right.
It just doesn't.
And when you're how Pico's a lawyer again, or Pisco?
Because I went to law school and I passed the bar in New York State.
Yeah. Good.
Okay. Jesus fuck. All right.
Like, I know everything about fair use or copyright, but just like, if you're gonna interrupt and be an aggressive asshole and be wrong.
Well, am I being aggressive right now, or am I being fucking calm?
I think you
kind of are. Yelling again?
I think by implying that Dan.
Here we fucking go, dude. I don't fucking care, dude. I'm being calm.
Dude, we're trying to have a conversation. We're trying to have a conversation.
I'm part of the conversation, so go suck my fucking cock.
Oh,
1 second,
God. Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
Well, do you want me to tell you about your deadlift form and how you can
Tell
improve
me.
it?
Give me some tips.
All right. Well, I would say there's 2-3 main mistakes you're making.
Go for
So, first big mistake with your setup is the bar is too far away from your shins.
Okay.
You seem to, and it's kind of normal. A lot of people want to start off from a really deep position in the deadlift, and they kind of want to make it feel more like a squat.
Uh-huh.
The proper position in a deadlift usually feels kind of weird and uncomfortable, and it is a pull. So put the bar a little closer to your shins. It should be over your midfoot. You should only have about inch, maybe 2 inches at most, away from your shins when you're standing straight up. Then, when you do go down, you haven't performed the Valsalva maneuver before you went down, and you're just sitting in this position about to initiate the pull, where you haven't developed that tenseness in your core. So step closer to the bar, perform the Valsalva maneuver, and it should only take you maybe 2-3 seconds to actually get your hands over the bar, maybe wiggle your feet a bit slightly, and then pull. You don't want to just be in this low position, squatted down, waiting for, 20-30 seconds before you actually start pulling. You'll feel like you have a lot more power out of the bottom if you actually perform the Valsalva maneuver before you bend over to, touch the bar, initiate the pull. Okay. And third, it looks like your stance is pretty wide. Your feet should be very close together, very, very close. So your legs should basically just be pointing straight down. They shouldn't be angled at all. So have your feet very close together, and then you also want to make sure you depress your shoulders as much as you can. So in order to make sure you depress your shoulders as much as you can, actually push down into the bar, and then that's when you initiate the pull. That'll give you some extra leverage where you can just be a little more upright before you start pulling. Pete Rubish probably has the best deadlift tutorial video that I think you should watch. And
Okay.
I think you can improve your deadlift quite a bit if you just make those changes.
Gotcha. I'll keep it in mind.
All right. And if you want any more tips on training, I'd be happy to help. I've seen a few streams where you invite on idiots, but yeah, I did want to go over some more programming and periodization stuff with you.
Okay.
But, it's up to you.
Gotcha. Probably I'll try this thing for a month, and then if I need to change up, I'll let you know, okay?
Okay, sure. Take care, man.
Have fun.
Later, man. No. Oh. Hard feelings.
No, hard feelings.
What's up with that guy?
No, I want the hard feelings.
I wouldn't even come in here to argue. I didn't hear the case. I thought Dan made a good point.
Oh man.
It's literally Dunning-Kruger in the fucking flesh. The less you know, the more you think that you fucking know, or whatever. How the fuck it works.
Jesus
Oh Christ!
That was just a brutal execution of the both of you. If I'm going to be completely honest.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You want to speak about executions? Why are you ducking, bro?
Which one?
You're ducking. You know who?
Oh,
you don't
Abby?
You don't want to say the name.
I do, because they all come from the community that guy just came from. That's exactly that community.
Wait, really?
Yes, they're all part of the same community. Yes.
No, but he's different. I've heard him. Wait. Fuck. I've heard him argue vaccine people, and he did a really good job.
Who, Dr. Abby?
Dr. Abby. Yeah.
No, hold on. Dr. Abby's a cool dude. I've never heard him say anything weird, but he's like part of this community. He's a generally cool dude. He doesn't do generally, I don't think any of the crazy
guilt by
shit.
association.
Basically, yeah. Yeah.
Remember that guy?
Yeah, Jesus Christ, I do, yeah. But if a blood came to my house and he wanted to ask me to hang out, and I was like, I'm sorry, bro. And he's like, we don't have to do any gang shit. And I'm like, yeah, I just don't feel safe. I would go by association. I'd say, sorry, bro. Not today.
I just want to be clear. In the chat, Ains, who's always adding me with fucking venom.
Call out.
He's like, but when you actually got to the facts of the case, you were wrong. I came in here, right? First of all, I don't know shit about
Okay, hold
this.
on. Pisco's about the cope. Pisco came in here because he saw Dan was against me, and Pisco was like, "I'm gonna go anti-jerk
That is-
Steve, and I'm gonna go and help Daniel."
It's not. You were just wrong.
Wait,
You
wait,
were
I don't
just
even-
wrong.
I
I
didn't even
wasn't
know what-
wrong. I wasn't wrong. Hassan is.
I didn't know-
Here's my original point that I stand by 100%. Hassan is a fucking retard for being like, oh, I can't believe you DMCA me. This is so obviously wrong. Hassan is the one with a ton of confidence. There's nothing surprising about Aiden DMCA. It was his fucking stream, and Hassan ripped the stream like 100%.
I thought Dan was just saying that it's.
I
murky.
was. I don't know. He's trying to like make it seem like he's like, no, you can't DMCA. I never said that. I fucking said that the whole situation is very unknown when it comes to streaming in general. Never mind DMCAing people.
Okay,
It's
but
like
Dan,
no one knows
when you
how
say
it works.
stuff like that, Dan, it's very unknown what would happen if I were to inject bleach into your fucking fingernail, right? But that doesn't mean I can't.
That
make
is
it,
not the same.
That's horse shit. Wait,
hold on.
No,
Pisco.
Here's why I would say unknown.
Pisco.
You don't know who owns
Oh
the
my
copyright for
God.
this stream. You
Oh my
actually
God.
don't
I
know.
do. I own it.
You think you do
I know
until
it.
fucking
Oh, no.
Tide Pod sues you and wins because you broadcast their shit without permission
Okay,
and
Dan.
fucking rapes you in court.
True.
And Pisco knows that there's a chance that could happen too.
Good one. Nice. True.
Bro, you see some of the rulings that are happening in this country over stuff?
No, which one suggests that your take here is correct?
Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna elaborate.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'm not gonna. But I do think on balance, probably Hassan has the worst argument. That's
Yeah,
true.
there you go. Then we agree. Boom.
But to pretend, and I think this is Dan's point. I think it's a good one. To pretend that everything is so clear. No, it's not like
What's
that.
no. Hold on. There's one thing that's clear. What's clear is that Aiden Ross could file a DMCA claim. That's almost for sure.
Anyone-
Yeah, but that anyone can sue anyone.
No,
Anyone
oh
can
my
DMCA
God.
anyone.
You
That
got-
means
hold on.
nothing.
Do you guys understand
In
that?
good faith.
Wait.
In
No,
good
yeah, hold on.
faith.
You guys are acting fucking retarded, right? When I say
No.
like you could protect your house, and you're like, well, you could also jump off the Empire State Building.
What-
Yeah,
what do
you
you
could. That's
mean
what I'm
by it?
saying.
You mean you
What
could
I'm saying is
possibly-
that reasonably, I think there is a very high reason for Aiden to assume that he owns the copyright to
I
his
don't
own
think
fucking
Dan denied
stream.
that. Wait,
Yeah,
no,
of
wait.
course,
I
Dan
didn't
does.
deny that.
Dan does
Dan
deny.
has
Dan
not
is.
denied.
I did not.
No,
I
Dan is
said-
denying. Dan, shut up.
You
We're talking about
stupid
you right now.
fuck.
Dan is saying, oh, well, actually.
Hey, why is that my voice? Well, all right, I'm gonna do your voice, so you do my voice like that. I'll
I'm
do
sorry,
yours
okay.
then.
What Dan was saying, oh, actually, he has no fucking idea. Oh, it's fucking copyright because Tide Pod could fucking sue him. That's what Dan
And then
was saying.
Steve was saying, Dan, that's not the case. I'm telling you, Aiden has a really good chance here of doing it. Okay. So
and then Aiden
that is
came
the
in.
difference.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Pisco came in and he said, I agree with Steven. Aiden does have a really good chance of winning this. Boom.
I do think so. But
Oh
wait, hang
my God.
on. Wait.
Oh
Wait,
my
wait. No,
God.
They're at maximum cope right now. They're maximum
I
cope.
think Dan's point was like a little bit more modest than that.
No,
right?
it wasn't.
That's
No,
what
it wasn't.
I
No,
heard Dan.
it was, but
point
he's
was not
actually
modest.
fucking brain dead. He just wants to try and win. His blind Hassan hatred, like anything that can get him to possibly have Hassan wrong and him right, is going to be
Even
like,
Crowder
illegal.
right, huh?
Yeah.
True.
Wait,
I was
I'm not gonna let you get
going
away.
into this to dick right Hassan because I hate it, and I figure Aiden's gonna do some retarded shit. I figure Hassan probably knows copyright. I was trying to build up good credit with the left here by saying like, oh, good faith that can be for Hassan. But then Hassan comes out here saying like, well, obviously this is my copyright because I was on the stream. It's like, what? That's
Bro,
the
wait,
dumbest
wait,
thing I've ever heard in my
wait.
life.
You just said the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. This isn't Hassan the person who like streamed kitchen drama or what kitchen nightmares?
Yeah.
And you thought he was gonna have a good take on fair use and copyright?
Yeah. Streamers know that that's illegal. We just don't give a fuck because nobody cares about it. That doesn't preclude you from having a good take on anything. I don't. My guess would be if Hassan got a copyright strike filed against him by the people that own the copyright to Master Chef, he'd probably like, oh, okay, well, fair's fair. That'd be my guess, unless he'd be like, I have a right to rebroadcast this.
Oh, all right. Damn. How you been?
Okay. Except for when Dan comes in to harass me about shit, but
I feel like Dan's the content man, and him and Mutant streams were always my favorite.
Yeah.
Wow. That brings me back.
Really just fucking grinds my gears. I'm going to be $150 with you.
What's grinding them right now, Dan?
No, all of it. I'm proper ground right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a serious question?
Are you gonna specify who you're talking to, or?
You, Steven.
Okay. Yeah. What's up?
Do you really think that in order to be trans, you have to have dysphoria?
Why, Pisco? Why does listen? I'm a great fan of trans people, huge ally. But I would also think not every conversation on this stream every fucking day doesn't need to be about trans issues. Every day.
Wait, I
Just-
agree.
And you're part of the
I
problem right
agree.
now doing this.
I agree. It doesn't always need to be about that, but you are ducking a conversation very openly, Steven, and it
Wait,
makes
hold
me
on.
embarrassed.
I'm not.
It makes me embarrassed.
Pisco, you're the last person that's going to goad me into this with this type of rhetoric. So,
Well-
number one, nice
Wait.
try. Okay. But number two, I don't avoid that conversation. I just feel like
You
having it with
are.
the AY
Wait, wait, wait.
community.
But why?
I've had this
he's a good
conversation a
debater.
million fucking times because I don't want anything tangentially to do with that community. They're gross to me. I just don't want anything to do with them. Do I not have that right? Why are you trying to debate rape me?
Never ever on any topic.
No, I just tend to stay away from them.
He's obviously scared.
He is.
Give me Avi's argument. What's
Well,
so
this
wrong?
is-
What's so wrong about saying you need dysphoria to be trans? You're making it sound like it's a
I'm
ridiculous.
gonna give you an example, right?
Yeah, give me an example.
Say that somebody, a person, never has dysphoria, except that hypothetical. All right, never has whatever the DSM-5, whatever the definition of dysphoria is. This person does not have it.
Okay.
And this person transitions fully in the way that you would describe as fully. Medically, they have surgery, they take hormones, and now this person was a biological male, transitions into a transgender female without dysphoria.
Okay.
Are they trans?
I guess potentially they could be. Yeah.
What do you mean they could be? They are, aren't they?
Okay, sure.
So you don't need dysphoria to be trans.
I think that there was probably some dysphoria that they just didn't recognize.
No. Assume my hypothetical, the facts as I laid them out.
Could somebody theoretically be trans, and then they transition for no reason, and then you find out that
they prefer it. They prefer it, and it's not for related to dysphoria. They just want to be, for reasons unrelated to dysphoria.
Oh, sure. I would just call that really advanced cross-dressing.
Would you call it transgender?
No, I would call it really
Why not?
advanced
Wait.
cross-dressing.
Why not? They were one gender.
Because if they were comfortable with the gender they were
born.
before, but they like the aesthetics or something related to being a woman or whatever, then they can do that, I guess. If they want to cross-dress with surgery, they can do that. But
But in every other physical respect, right? You've before said that I don't want to identify women based on, well, like things that we don't use to verify whether or not they're actually women in the real world, like looking at their genome or whatever. So in this case, you have someone who has fully transitioned, has no dysphoria, and is similar to someone who had dysphoria, whose transition cured that dysphoria or treated that dysphoria. And at the end result is these two people, the only difference is historically one had dysphoria and one didn't. And you would say one is trans and one is not, even though in all other respects, right? The
example is really hard to compute. Like, what is your definition? Is your definition of trans here just a person who is happier after surgery than before?
No, it would include, so I would say a transgender person is either someone who has dysphoria and is and has the kind of mental state, the fact of the matter you're referencing, or someone who wants to transition and does. Surely it must include that.
I guess maybe there might be some like edge case trans person here that qualifies under that. I don't know if I'm interested in talking about this case like 99% of the time, but I theoretically, I guess what you're talking about could be true.
What do you mean could be?
Just what I said. What part of could be true doesn't? Are you not computing right now?
On your vision of transness before, you said that would not that example should not fly because you said in order to be trans you have to have dysphoria. If it is the case that it could be the case that those people are trans notwithstanding not having dysphoria, then it would be the case that your definition that you need to have dysphoria to be trans would be wrong. If it could be the case,
I guess I don't see somebody as being like whatever in their gender, and then they want to go through all the surgeries and everything else to be a different gender, and they didn't have some kind of dysphoria before.
You're
I think I would just call
it.
I would just call that advanced cross-dressing. It's just super advanced cross-dressing because because you're born a man. You're a man. What do you mean? But like you think you could have more fun as a woman or whatever? That's like.
So then it isn't the case that it could be that they're trans. It would be they're absolutely not trans.
I mean, I guess you theoretically you could be trans and not realize it? Is that
Hang
what
on,
we're
this
talking
is-
about for the dysphoria
no,
thing? You
this is all theoretical because of hypothetical. So you don't need to use words like theoretical or hypothetically or I guess. We're operating in a space of perfect information, and you have a definition that is, or a condition which is, if you don't have dysphoria, then you are not trans.
Okay, if you are a trans person, I believe there should probably be some discomfort that's caused with the mismatch between brain and body. If there's
What do you mean
no
there should be?
like if you're in a woman's body and your brain genuinely feels like you're a man, and there's like a mismatch there, that should cause some feelings of discomfort. If there's no discomfort there, then you're probably fine being a man or a woman. I don't think you're.
Don't you think the best definition of transgender is someone who transitions?
No,
And not.
absolutely not. That's probably the worst definition of transgender.
Don't you think it should include someone who transitions?
No,
someone who
absolutely not. If I
Someone
forcibly
has-
transition somebody, are they now trans? Absolutely not.
One second.
Oh God, Abby's like typing
got
to you.
someone-
Now we're doing proxy debates. Oh God. It's Irk. I saw what you typed in chat earlier. I'm pretty sure what 99% of this debate is it generally boils down to people get mad because they think that the definition for gender dysphoria is too medically restrictive. So then they feel like in order to get around that medically restrictive term, they just want to argue that dysphoria has absolutely nothing to do with being trans. But,
no one's saying it has nothing to do with it, but wouldn't
or no,
someone
they're saying
who-
it's not a requirement at all. But if you're somebody who's like, oh yeah, I'm a man, I'm chill being a man. I think I'd like being a woman more though. That's like you're
Yeah.
on some hardcore AGP like cross-dressing thing there with your body. That's like in my mind, that's like a fundamentally different thing.
But if you fully medically transition, why shouldn't we consider you to be trans?
Whether or not you medically transition has
you're
nothing
literally
to...
you're transitioning from one gender to another.
That is not what trans means.
Why shouldn't it include people who do that?
That's like such a weird definitional, like tautological
No,
win.
no, hang on.
If I go and I take a kid and I forcibly transition them, are they now trans under that definition? Would you say yes?
Good luck.
Listen.
Have fun.
Listen.
Well, no, wait, answer that question, because that's what you're saying. If somebody transitions, then they're trans.
I would think that the dysphoria felt on either side, right, for someone who is forcibly transitioned, right, that dysphoria would reassert them back to the initial gender. And so I would not.
So you'd call them trans while they're transitioned, but then when they would trans back, they would no longer be trans.
Hang on, to call them trans while they're transitioned?
Yeah.
No. I probably wouldn't call them trans because of the forcible nature of what they did, and just like I would call someone who is in the process of going into their new gender, I might call them trans because of the dysphoria they feel. Likewise, someone who has been forcibly changed because of the dysphoria they now feel, right? I might call them trans as well. Or sorry, not trans. Even though, but this is one avenue, right? If you feel dysphoria on either side, I think there's a good argument that we should label you either trans or cis in the case of the forcibly transitioned.
I think that if you don't feel any dysphoria, then whatever you're doing essentially amounts to cosmetic surgeries, which you can do if you want to look a different way, but I would call you something different than transgender. The
hang
easiest
on,
thing I can think of right now is like is cross-dresser.
But it's useful though. It's a useful term.
It's not useful at all. It's, if anything, it's incredibly damaging.
Wait, why is it damaging?
Because the main impetus behind providing healthcare and resources to trans people is that they're living like almost unmanageable lives absent medical care. That they experience intense feelings of disgust. They've got problems with their body, relationships. Usually there's comorbidities, a bunch of other mental illness. If we start lumping in a bunch of people that are like, oh, like I'm really cool and happy being a man, but God, it'd be so cool to have fucking tits. Like that's they're fundamentally a different type of. That's a totally different type of experience that's going on there.
I think that you'd be right to say like most people present in the way that you're describing. That is to say, most people will have dysphoria and they'll transition to treat that dysphoria. But to the extent that if you're saying something like you need to have dysphoria in order for me to consider you trans, if there's a single case that you would consider to be trans that doesn't fit that, and I think in the case of someone who transitions because they want to, that would fit the bill, then what you're saying can't be true.
Okay, there might be a world then where I would say, okay, yeah, I guess this is a thing, but I would never talk about it, and it's not relevant to any of the conversations that are going on. And giving it too much air is probably incredibly harmful to actual trans people, because then all you set up now is a society where parents are constantly thinking like, oh, you're just one of those people that like you think you want to be a woman, but like you're fine a man, you'll be okay. Like trans people are totally cool in their own genders as well. Like that type of trans person to me is fundamentally different than somebody with intense dysphoria. Or maybe
you're now making a separate claim that anyone who's espousing that as an argument is doing harm themselves. Well, I mean, you could spin
what you're saying
narrative from intuition the other way around too, which is
how
you
no because in my world hold on. In my world where I impose on these quote unquote non-dysphoric trans people, hey, there probably shouldn't be private access or I'm sorry, there probably shouldn't be like medical insurance and stuff that covers these surgeries. They're fine. They don't have dysphoria. They'll be okay. There's no harm there.
You're not real. So you're spinning a story from intuition, which is me saying that certain trans people might not have dysphoria is harmful, but that's a story from intuition that you can tell. I'm not going to say that you prove it with data, but I could spin a narrative that said you imposing the requirement that people be dysphoric is causing other people to scrutinize heavily people who purport to want to transition, and that's causing harm for other reasons. We can both spin stories.
I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that. There should be heavy scrutiny, especially with children. Surgeries.
Hang on. Assume adults for now. Is that okay, or do you need the children?
Okay, we can assume adults for now, but the scrutiny is still important. Because we're talking about things like insurances, public or private, covering it, which kind of affects everybody. And we're talking about people like, I think there's probably some surgeries that should be pretty heavily gate kept, I would say. Right? Like if somebody goes into the conservative argument, like if somebody says, I really want my leg cut off, you probably shouldn't be able to go into a hospital because your leg cut off because it makes you feel better, right? So there should be a high degree of scrutiny around trans stuff, right? It's a very rare thing. It's not 20% of the fucking population. And there should be some hoops you have to jump through, like any medical diagnosis, even for SSRIs or fucking amphetamines, like you've got to go through some process, and these drugs have a lot less of a permanent effect than other things, right? I think that's okay for it to be gate kept a little bit, and there to be a high degree of scrutiny. That's fine.
Would it surprise you if trans people thought that was not helpful?
The problem there is we have to start breaking out when you said trans people, because most of them online, I don't even know if they're really trans anymore. I don't know if I believe that. So that's like a fundamentally different type of thing.
Trans people, how you would define trans people?
How anybody would define trans people.
No, I'm asking, do you think it's possible that trans people think that what you're offering, which is that you think there should be greater restrictions?
I never said there should be greater restrictions. I'm just saying there should be a high degree of scrutiny.
What does that look like?
As in when somebody comes in, there's some battery of tests, or there's some way that you ascertain the mental state of a person to figure out if they're actually trans or if they're not actually trans. And if they are, then you proceed with some treatment to help alleviate their symptoms. And if they're not, then you figure out what else is wrong.
And if they say, if the doctor says something to like, I don't think that you're suffering dysphoria, therefore you are not cleared for gender reassignment, you would be like, that's the world I want.
Yes, that's part of figuring out what a medical diagnosis is that can help you. Yeah. If a person goes into a thing, they're like, I think I have ADHD, and then they talk to the therapist for a while, and the therapist's like, I really don't think you do have ADHD, and they've got other problems going on. I'd rather a world where they're like critically analyzing the patient than just like relentlessly giving them drugs. We'd probably say the same for painkillers, right? Do you think that a doctor should be in charge of figuring out if a patient has pain or not before prescribing opiates?
I think they should, yes.
Okay, even though there's a world where some people are probably going in and genuinely having, because you just said that, well, what about women and black people? They get fucked over hard on that type of scrutiny. Because you can argue that there's some, well, not argue, I'm pretty sure it's borne out in the data, they've got hard, right? But you wouldn't say, well, hold on, okay, well, no more scrutiny for painkillers because some groups of people are adversely affected by the scrutiny here, right? You'd say, well, we should probably change the scrutiny a bit. But you'd want to gatekeep access to those. And things like hormones, like HRT and TRT and shit, probably a little bit more serious than painkillers, arguably, depending. But
yeah, I'm not sure if I think that you should require I'm someone who thinks that the drug war has been a big waste of time and money. And so I'm not sure if I think, I think recreational drugs should be largely legal in this country and taxed.
Hold on.
And so
recreational drugs being, hold on. You're, okay, wait. Let's take a moment.
Including...
No. You're super debate brewing right now. That was the most retarded thing I've ever seen in the world. Recreational drugs being legal is a far cry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
From going to the hospital and having a doctor prescribe you opiates for abuse, right?
I was foreseeing the next. I didn't complete the circuit.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. So my argument was like, if I'm in favor of making recreational drugs legal for everyone, regardless of whether or not you quote unquote need like weed for pain or anything, then I'm not so sure that I would say that you require a doctor's script to get prescribed a painkiller. I'm not so sure that I'd be in that camp, because I think that that's partly contributing to the opioid pandemic that we have now, which is people, because of restrictions and because of pricing, are turning to fentanyl, and it's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year.
Okay,
That's
I'm actually
also
super
side.
curious. Here's a question. Do you think that, and this is a hard one, I actually don't have an answer to this. Should people be allowed to self-mutilate if they do it in like a safe environment? You could argue to some extent this happens with like extreme forms of body modifications or tattoos if you want help, but I'm curious what you think.
Themselves?
Yeah. Or
I mean, I think-
even having a shop that does it. You go to a shop and they're like, we're gonna cut your ring finger kind of in half so you have 6 fingers. Like, should that be a thing that is allowed to be done? And then the next question would be like, what if somebody wants to cut off a leg and they go to a shop and they pay them to do that? It's an adult.
Yeah. And then what about to kill you, right?
No, you don't have to go to the kill you, because trans people aren't trying to kill themselves with drugs, but it's just
No,
kind of
but-
like a form of extreme body modification.
I'm not saying that the analogy extends that far, but I'm saying, wouldn't you be okay with? Do you think people have the right to kill themselves, and then I can work backwards?
Yeah, I guess we can, sure. As long as we have to knock out the easy examples for like extreme like medical fucking
So
shit or whatever. Right?
I also think that people should be allowed to kill themselves. And so I don't know, other than my personal disgust, and maybe you can find a way to distinguish it, other than my personal disgust, or you know, if it were institutionalized and taxed, maybe I'd be fearful of the incentives on these businesses who are making profit off of it.
Mhm.
So maybe there'd be a reason why I wouldn't want that to be commercialized for other reasons. But don't you agree in principle, if you have the right to kill yourself, why wouldn't you have the right to mutilate yourself?
I think for an adult, I think you probably should have the right to do whatever you want. But I think that when we start talking about like insurances, like covering it and everything, like because a lot of the arguments for a lot of these things come down to like mandatory coverages, for instance. Like, so for instance, for abortion, one of the big things is, do you remember when Hobby Lobby had the big fight over whether or not their private insurance group had to cover abortion? Yep. Yeah. So I think that I feel like that would be the next stage of the fight is, let's say, okay, fine. If anybody wants to get drugs and be trans and do all that, that's fine. But then a whole bunch of insurance groups are like, well, we're not going to cover this. Would there be like a federal protection that's called there for protected classes or whatever?
Yeah, I think that you can make a good argument that insurance shouldn't cover these elective, destructive procedures. And I don't.
Well, hold on. So like
sure
what you just said there, that was a loaded word. Elective, destructive procedures. I would consider SRS for an actual trans person. I wouldn't consider that destructive. I would consider that would be important surgery, right?
I'm not applying to drugs or trans-related drugs that are used for gender affirming, whatever, right? I'm just applying it to the. I'm interested by your body mutilation hypotheticals, and I'm going on them, and I think that you could find a reason to distinguish giving benefits and encouraging these kinds of things, and commercializing them, and still maintain the right to do it. And so it seems like you're okay with it being legal to mutilate yourself.
Being legal to mutilate yourself. Okay, tell me if you have an answer for this, because this is a catch-22 that was always hard. Okay, do you think that here's a strange catch-22? You should be allowed to go into a hospital to have a doctor help you commit suicide. However, you have to be of sound mind in order for the doctor to do it. But how do you evaluate sound mindness of a person who's suicidal? What is the answer to that conundrum? I've never heard a good.
I don't have one right now off the top of my head.
Because I think that would be similar to the trans question. It's like, well, if a person wants to go in and do whatever to their body, should they be able to? And because I think you and I would probably agree that in some cases, if a person wants to go in and do crazy shit to their body or whatever, like, fuck it. Like, they should be allowed to. But, like, let's say it's the case that a guy, like, say you got, like, the hand cutting shop or whatever. Let's say that a guy just gets divorced or his kid dies in a car accident and he's like, fuck this. Like, my life is, I'm just going to get my hands cut off. I'm going to go and do this surgery or whatever. We probably say, well, maybe there should be, like, a stop or a check for this guy. Like, I don't know if we want these services, like, super readily available.
Okay, that's fine. But the whole reason we're here, just to unwind it a little bit, is you said there's reasons why it's important to have this definitional distinction where we're talking about dysphoria as a prerequisite to transness, because if we don't heavily scrutinize it, then people are just going to go willy-nilly and do this kind of thing. I just don't know, is that a huge fear of yours? And if at the end of the road you would allow people to just do what they want anyway, just maybe not fund it, why does it matter then? Why do you have a problem definitionally?
Well, I think definitionally...
okay, there could be some trans people who don't have dysphoria.
Yeah, I think definitionally it matters because we seem to have a really hard time right now having a consistent and stable definition for what trans is. And I feel like right now in the United States, the self-ID thing is taken over, which no sane, reasonable person, not you nor Avi, I think, agrees with, right? You wouldn't agree that... Okay, yeah. You can't be a thing because you say you're a thing. It's tautologically meaningless. It's absolutely ridiculous, right?
I do not agree with that. But I do want to say, your definition of trans to just mean dysphoria, that is useless. Then you just have two words that are...
Wait, hold on. That's
totally...
wait. That's not useless. It's diagnostic criteria for disease. How is it useless?
So, to be trans, is it equal to being dysphoric, or is it more than that?
That essentially a person with dysphoria will, or a person who is trans will likely have dysphoria, yes.
Who are the people who have dysphoria and are not trans?
I mean, I'm sure we could imagine some forms of like body dysmorphia, people that feel like there's...
Gender dysmorphia, sorry.
This gender dysphoria and aren't trans?
Dysphoria, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I guess it could be the case. Like maybe like a woman that gets like a mastectomy after a surgery feels like her body is not good because she's lost her breasts or something.
So the category of gender dysphoria includes things that trans doesn't include, right?
The gender people can be gender dysphoric without necessarily being
trans, right? And so my position would just be extended out the other way. People can be trans without necessarily being dysphoric, just having dysphoria. That's the symmetry I'm looking for.
But then I can't compute the idea that you are born in a body whose gender expression doesn't match your identity. Your body doesn't match your brain, but it like doesn't bother you that much. Seems like you're probably not trans then. But I just can't imagine that trans experience.
Not if trans is relating to something about what you're putting your body through, right? If trans is relating to how you're presenting yourself to the world and changes you're making to your body, which I think it should be, because I think if that tells us more at a glance what a trans person is. You don't necessarily know someone's history, right? At the end of the day, you might have a trans person to you, Stephen, right? Who looks indistinguishable from another trans person, let's say. And for one, you just happen to know their history. If the other one, you don't know their history, should we treat them differently? Should we use a different word, even though...
Wait, I don't understand what is the comparison here. All right.
So
we're talking about treating people differently based on what they look like or whatever. I don't understand.
Labeling people differently, right? If you have someone who is willing, who at the time they were born, presented and did everything associated with male, and changed at T=2 to present and behave as female, I think that is a good grounds for calling someone trans. And you wouldn't necessarily...
So if somebody just changes their gender presentation, then they are trans at that point?
In a way, I think that's more permanent, I think, is what trans is envisioning, right?
So if tomorrow I started wearing a dress, shaving my legs, and I up-pitch my voice, am I now trans? Well, because it sounds like what you're saying. I'm trying to understand.
If you are making efforts that people will perceive, and that people are perceiving you that you're doing that way, otherwise we're saying that it's required for you to have a particular procedure to be trans, and I don't think that you would accept that.
Okay, I'll draw this out. Okay, this is what I'm thinking. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, this is kind of how I view things. All right, there's going to be a big spectrum in our brains of like of we'll say female to male. All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
sorry, I didn't see the line until just now.
That's okay. All right. There's gonna be a big gender spectrum in the brain of like female to male. Some people probably feel like ultra male. Okay. Some people feel pretty male. Some people are kind of maybe close to androgynous or whatever. But like generally, we kind of have like this is where our brains are at, right? Now, if it's the case that your body, okay, is sexed differently than your brain, for however this works, right? We still don't 100% understand. But if it's the case that you're sexed differently, right? That your mind is way more sexed in the male direction and your body is sexed in the female direction, or vice versa, I would imagine that if that condition is met, a dysphoria will arise from that. If it's sexed differently, I don't know if it's possible for a person to just not care or to not be that concerned with it. I feel like those are exclusionary things to me. That'd be my guess. Unless you're so close to androgynous on like both your body and your mind, where you've got a brain that's like barely female and then a body that's like barely male.
This is a beautiful hypothetical.
Okay.
Let's put you right dead set in the middle.
Sure. So you're just very androgynous. You have a very androgynous brain. Sure.
brain, right? This is the brain, right, that you're putting on the spectrum.
Yeah.
If you're dead set in the middle, but let's say, I don't want to have to deal with people being like you're androgynous. I want to pick one, right? And I might even flip a coin, right? I might even flip a coin to see where it lands. That's how indifferent I am. Okay?
Well, but the statement that you've already made, I would say, precludes you from indifference. If you're saying I'm tired of being perceived as androgynous, then
I'm indifferent between the two ends of the spectrum, the two polarities. I want to pick one of those tendencies. That is to say, I want to be perceived 99% as either male or 99% as female. You follow me?
Okay.
I'm not indifferent between being androgynous and not being androgynous, but I'm indifferent between being male or female. Does that make sense? As a hypothetical? Not that if you conceive of that.
I don't know. I don't know if even for hypothetical, I don't know if I can see someone who's indifferent.
No, you can. Stop. You can.
Okay. Let me ask a contra
You put the
positive. Hold on,
spectrum.
wait,
no.
Oh God.
No, hang on.
The problem is if I grant you this, it's your whole argument, right? I can't conceive of a person that just doesn't care. But if I say, well, yeah, this person could exist, then your whole argument is laid out. Well, of course, they don't give a fuck, and they would be happy being. But I don't think I don't know if those people
you can't
exist.
Conceive of someone who doesn't feel strongly male or female. You've described yourself as such.
Wait, no. Hold on. As somebody that both doesn't feel strongly about it, but would be happier if they 99%ed one way or the other. Those are the two things you meant. I don't think those two things can exist.
Okay, you don't have to think it. You think it's impossible to exist. That's fine. For the purpose of this hypothetical, you can accept the facts or you can just not engage in the hypothetical. That's your choice.
Good. Here's a question.
You're going to say, wait. Are you just not going to engage in the hypothetical because you think the facts are so preposterously, but you'll engage in the sniper hypotheticals. You'll engage in the, whatever hypothetical you want.
If I engage in the hypothetical, the rest of the argument lays itself out. Oh, well, here you got a person who doesn't experience any gender dysphoria, but they'd be happy they presented on the extreme end of the spectrum, even though they were indifferent to being in the middle, and then boom, there you go. You have a choice. But I don't believe those people exist. But if I grant you the hypothetical that person exists, well, then the rest of your argument is automatically laid itself out for it, right?
Okay, so now you have a whole group of people who are telling you that they don't feel strongly one way or the other, and they call themselves non-binary, and you're telling me you don't think that they're real, right? You think
I don't think that that's the non. First of all, I don't even know how I feel about non-binary, but that's
there are people who are saying this is true of them. Sure. There are people who profess to be neither strongly male nor strongly female.
Yeah, but typically they stay away from ultra-gendered expressions.
A non-binary
person doesn't say, I want to go and be ultra-femme or ultra-masc. Usually they go for some androgynous thing.
Whether or not they typically do something, the people that I'm describing that you've put out the spectrum that I'm accepting for the purpose of this discussion of having quote unquote non-binary brains, they are saying that they exist, and it could be the case that one of these people, one day without feeling dysphoria says, I want to medically transition to have more, away from the gender I was born with or assigned at birth. That person, I think it would make sense to characterize them as trans. Just as a definitional thing, because I think trans relates to having a gender expression that's different than the one where you were born with and assigned at birth. That's what I think the core of trans means. And I think the core of dysphoria means something else. The core of dysphoria has to do with your mental states. And the core of trans has to do with what you are presenting to the world. And I don't think it's wrong at all. And I don't think it makes the definition useless. And I don't think it marries you to a self-ID perspective, which I don't have.
It doesn't marry you to a self-ID perspective, but I think it's just...
What's wrong about it?
Because that group of people they're so different than the other group of people. A person who's like, I'm gonna kill myself because I hate my body so much because I'm male presenting and I feel like I need to be female. You're saying that person, it falls under the same umbrella as a person who's like, yeah, I'm male and it's kind of cool or whatever, but damn, it'd be super cool if I was female. These two people are having a fundamentally different experience.
Yeah, trans people can have different experiences.
No. And cancer patients can have different experiences, but we say a person with a cold is a person with cancer. Okay, obviously, everybody can have a different experience, but when we say trans, we want it to mean something.
Example. That's a great example, right? Mm-hmm. That's a beautiful example. We have some medical definitions for what cancer is, and let's assume that definition has to do with a size of a tumor, the number of cells, or whatever that a doctor would pick up and perceive as a tumor.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the definition, right? There can be cancer patients who, you never even know you have cancer, or they have totally different challenges than other cancer patients. But that's okay, because what the essence of what the cancer definition is getting at has to do with these cells, these tumors, and not with anything else.
You have to compare it with a different other thing, because the problem with cancer is not a state of mind, right?
Okay.
And the issue is that cancer is something that you can measure in the body, right?
Athletes, right? The core of that term is reflecting some kind of, I don't know, physical activity related to sport, right? And that term encompasses probably like a lot of different broad categories of things, and athletes could have very different challenges. The challenges related to the women's U.S. soccer team are different than the challenges of CTE in American football, right? But notwithstanding that, we wouldn't say, well, let's just make athlete, because their experiences are so different, let's make athlete mean whatever the majority experience is. I think we're trying to preserve what the word means.
It's such an unbelievably different, like.
No, it's not. Come on. You're blowing out of proportion. The trans definition I'm arguing for.
If athlete was like a term that like conferred upon you some like rights to some sort of medical thing, then we would actually be fighting over like what it means. Like, let's say that athlete, if you're considered in the United States to be an athlete, let's say that you've got like advanced access to certain types of medical treatments in the United States. I bet we'd be fighting a lot over whether or not people that were esports athletes were actual athletes then, because who knows if they should be entitled to the same types of medical treatments, right? We would be fighting over it. But right now, athlete doesn't confer on you anything special. It doesn't mean anything. It's not even important that we recognize what athlete means. People argue all the time over like, is somebody that plays like fucking racquetball or tennis is that a real athlete? I remember you used to fight over this in high school for footballers, right? Or is like somebody that like mountain climbs, is that an athlete? If you're a rock climber, right?
If that's
but it doesn't matter what they like. At the end of the day, these are inconsequential terms. Who the fuck cares what the definition of an athlete is? It doesn't mean anything.
I think that it's just an example to show that you don't necessarily change the meaning of a word because you think it's going to have good or different results. You just have more specified terms, more specific terms that refers to the subset you want to. And I think the core, the essence of what people mean when they say trans has to do with how that person is trying to be perceived and is being perceived by the people around them.
Well,
and
hold on,
doesn't have to do this.
I reject it. I'm sorry, just the very first sentence.
Okay.
We literally make classifications and designations just because of what we're trying to achieve with them. There's a reason why we make these things. There's a reason why we have categories called athletes, because they help us organize and understand the world. We don't just do these randomly.
But I would argue to you that the category of trans includes people who've transitioned.
No,
that's
hold
already
on. But no, wait,
people,
you already
most people would agree to. When I'm arguing about the meaning of a word, I'm usually referring to its ordinary public meaning. So, when people refer to trans people, I think they're including anyone who medically transitions, at least voluntarily. I'll say. That's a good hypothetical you have.
What if somebody is incorrect about like an underlying fact of matter for even if they were trans and they had another problem and they thought transitioning would help and then they trans? Is that person now trans?
In a specific case, who's wrong about a fact of the matter?
The person who thinks they're trans isn't actually. They just have like depression or anxiety or something, and they find a community and they decide to transition. And fuck it.
So how I could apply that is, suppose that someone has medically transitioned, but now wants to go back, right? At the time that they want to go back, are they still trans?
Well, no, they were never trans. If you're going to say this, then that means that a person who transes themselves and is now trans is no longer trans at all because now they're trans and now they're the gender they identify as. Right.
So you're saying that you can only ever be trans, so you're assigned trans at birth?
Yes. Or not by birth, but like through development, basically.
What if it's that? What if that's not the? I mean, okay.
Well, if it's not, then I'm wrong. But I mean, like all the neurology.
Then
and
no trans. Then no trans people exist.
That could be the case. That might be the case. I don't know. That's
not how people talk. That's not how people talk. People.
Well, no, wait, we're not talking. Hold on. You're jumping around 50 million different conversation topics. How people talk is another thing versus like, are trans people a real thing?
I don't think that's what people use the word trans to refer to.
Everybody's referring to different shit right now when they're saying trans. If you want, we can iron out like definitions for what we mean when we say trans. But like, you can't just like immediately appeal to like common vernacular. Like there is a common vernacular because we just said in here, like some people think self-ID is trans. Some people, you've got a definition for trans. Like we're arguing about what we think the definition for trans should be. But
okay, so on your reading, on your, I don't know, on your version of the word trans, a necessary condition for being trans is having dysphoria.
Yeah, that would arise from the mismatch necessarily.
And
if your mismatch doesn't cause us dysphoria, then it's just you've got like a desire to like basically cross-dress or something. It's something different than that.
So if that's the case, granted my hypothetical, so if that's still your definition, it is the case that this person in the middle of the female-male brain spectrum that you've laid out, that person, were they to, flip a coin and pick the gender that wasn't the one they were assigned at birth, that person, despite going through all those medical treatments, despite having life-altering surgery, despite ingesting all manner of hormones and completely shaping and shifting how they present themselves to the world, and as such that everyone will recognize that person is presenting as female, that person is not trans.
Correct. Just transitioning has nothing to do with making you trans. Yeah.
The transitioning is not a sufficient condition to be trans.
Well, it's nothing to do with being trans.
Transition has nothing to do with being trans.
Yes.
So if transition has nothing to do with being trans, why isn't gender dysphoria enough to be trans?
I thought that's
trans-
what I said it is. I thought, yeah, I would consider that, like, if you have gender dysphoria, you're a trans person. Yeah.
But you gave it examples of when that's not true.
What was the example that I gave?
If someone had to have a mastectomy and they're experiencing gender dysphoria.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a necessary but not sufficient condition. There you go. Okay. So there would be other things that would go along.
What other things other than transitioning?
Not transition is not a symptom.
No. So sorry. You said that dysphoria is a necessary condition for someone being trans, but it's not necessarily a sufficient one, correct?
Sure.
Because if it were a sufficient one, then everyone who has dysphoria would be trans.
Well, it seems like the only people that I can think of, unless you give me a box, the only people that I can think of that would have dysphoria that aren't trans are people that have had some sort of like gender destructive thing happen to them. So for instance, like the easiest one I could think of is a woman with breast cancer getting a mastectomy. Or perhaps a man getting a fucking penile cancer or something. Like the only things that I can think of that would give you dysphoria are things that would attack your.
Okay, but then those cases you would agree are gender dysphoria, right?
I don't know if they're used that way. I'm trying to. It feels like that's. Those cases, gender dysphoria. What's the difference between gender dysphoria and body dysmorphia? Do you know the difference?
Well, now we're getting somewhere. Hey, Destiny.
Hi.
Go ahead, Av.
It's okay if we talk if the vegan debate ninja assassin is here.
Go for it.
I think so. I think a couple of things that you two should clear up. One thing is, I would clear up if you mean the same thing by gender incongruency and gender dysphoria. Are those just synonyms? On your view?
I believe if you're trans, I think they're essentially synonyms. The dysphoria arises from the incongruency. If the incongruency is such that you don't experience any dysphoria, then it's probably nothing that's worth. Like we all probably experience some sort of incongruencies every now and then. Like I don't think that arises to the
so
level
they're
of being
different.
trans.
So the answer is they're different.
Thank you.
Right. So it's important because the reason it's important is because it's when gender incongruency rises to the level of a diagnosable mental illness. Standardly, that's when it's used to describe gender dysphoria. So you'd have to have certain criteria, one of which being it has to be present for 6 months. That's why it's there for other conditions like schizophrenia and whatnot. It also has to be the case that it interferes with your job or day-to-day living or whatnot. That's a common theme in mental illness. But that doesn't mean it's like no big deal if you don't have gender dysphoria. You can be sad about it. You can have a persistent like dysthymia. But as long as you're able to do your daily functions.
Sure, but now we're going by dysphoria as it exists in the DSM-5, which is what I was saying earlier, is that I'm pretty sure people are fighting over the dysphoria thing because they think the DSM-5 might too harshly grade what dysphoria is, and your particular symptoms might not rise to it. Yeah.
That's just why I'm asking how
so
you're
there's probably
using it.
I can imagine somebody having gender dysphoria, or I can imagine somebody having major depressive disorder, where maybe it doesn't necessarily rise to exactly meet the criteria of what's laid out in the DSM, right? Or maybe somebody is actually a paranoid schizophrenic, but they can't actually hit enough of the DSM-5 criteria to get the diagnosis, perhaps, right?
So I'm just asking you if, on your terms, like, would you consider those cases? Are you including that in your usage of dysphoria?
Yeah.
Then that's just you shouldn't use the word gender dysphoria. Then you're using it in a way that people are hearing you say gender dysphoria, and they're hearing you the way anyone would hear you say gender dysphoria. That is to point to a specific clinical meaning, right?
You're absolutely fucking retarded if you think that the vast majority of people online are using a word. Nobody does that. No.
You're referring to gender dysphoria. When you say gender dysphoria, it's a catch-all for any gender incongruence.
Yes, not gender incongruence. Common parlance is gender dysphoria is talking about the intense discomfort that arises between the incongruence. It's like that would be like saying, well, do you have depression? And then, well, Destiny, everybody knows that when you say depression, you're referring to the 7 bullet points under the DSM-5. That's not how people use that word. That's not true. Same thing with gender dysphoria.
So how about so you just said intense?
Yeah.
And okay, how about moderate? People with moderate.
No, not moderate. Only intense. If you have moderate, suck it up. You're not trans. You just got other problems.
That's silly.
No, what Silly is saying. No, hold on. What Silly is saying. I'm actually kind of chill. I think I'm cool being a man. Man, being a female would be super rad though. And then I'm gonna go get surgery to do that. And like, oh, cool. I was trans. That's ridiculous to me.
No. When you surely transitioning and going through those steps by itself, right? Going through all those steps intentionally, purposefully, whether for pain or potential pleasure that you're seeking. Once you've achieved that, once you've gone through those states and gone through those procedures, I think most people would consider you to be trans. And I think the trans definition is getting at how you're either are presenting yourself to the world or you're trying to present yourself to the world. And if you are doing it in such a way that 99% of people would consider you to be trans if they looked at you or if they knew about.
I don't even know if
what you did.
99% of people consider actual trans people to be trans. Conservatives, a lot of conservatives don't even think trans people are real at all. So I don't know what you mean.
Well, conservative people may not think any trans people are trans, but like I think what Pisco's trying to capture is not part of that community. He's trying to capture some like Western liberal society type of community.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, look, like I think there's two different goals here. Like one goal is to say, okay, this is a definition, and our goal is to capture public meaning within a certain space. And I think Destiny's goal here is to say, well, I want to use this term because I care about how resources are allocated, and I want them to be allocated for meaningful purposes, aka a certain degree of suffering. Would that be fair?
Probably, or some meaningfully, yeah, because it feels like this definition of trans basically, like, theoretically, it would encapsulate, like, people that are purely, like, just AGP, like, and don't even feel trans. Like, what if you have a guy who's, like, totally cis, but he, like, super gets off on the idea of being a woman, and then he transitions just for that, and he's actually happier for it? Like, Pisco, in your world, or I guess Ivy, too, do you guys consider... Do you consider that person trans? Okay, yeah. Interesting.
Well, I just want to be clear about it because I don't know all the acronyms they use. So just walk me through the case real quick.
A guy is like, he feels comfortable in his body. He has no problem being a man or whatever, but he's thinking like, if I could transition to being a female, it would be so hot. I'd get tits, like the way my body would look. I would fucking jerk off this shit every fucking day. And then that person decides to trans for that reason. And then when they do that, it's just like, it's a fun experience for them. They enjoy it. They're okay with the transition. Will we consider that person trans?
To just clarifying question is the motivating reason behind the transition is not a type of incongruency between one's gender and one's sex that either causes any discomfort or causes a lack of well-being, which I don't take to be the same thing, but we can get into that. The reason in this example is because of like a sexual type of fetish. They get some sort of no, I wouldn't consider that person trans.
Okay, well, Pisco would.
Okay, but yeah. But hold on. But wait. That doesn't mean we agree. Okay, so we have three different people. But hold on. Yeah. Okay. But the point here. But I can give you another example where you probably, Pisco and I would agree, and you wouldn't.
Okay, hit me up.
Yeah. So like, let's say we have an individual who is not feeling any suffering from their gender incongruency. So they're like at the neutral point, right? They're not like really happy about it, but they're not really sad about it. And then they transition in every way, and then they're very, very happy. They have this sense of well-being. But the source of the well-being, the origination, is not out of some sort of sexual fetish. It's out of a improved congruency between one's sex and one's gender. And that's causing some sort of gender euphoria for them. So they're not getting off or anything. They're not like jerking off to it.
How would a person like this even identify that they want to transition?
Why would it matter?
Why would it matter? Hold on, what do you mean? Because do we want random people walking into the hospital like doing surgery to see if they... What do you mean? Why would it matter?
We're not having... So you're having a conversation about like, how is this...
We're not talking policy right now. We can talk
about definitions and meanings, and you're fine debating those hypos when it's on your ground.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so then the question is, okay, so we're in the total hypothetical land. Could it be that there is a person who is totally...
How could it be? What would that person be if they did exist?
I'm not sure. I guess I could invent a new category of trans to like encapsulate this person, I guess.
Why wouldn't they, on your version of the words, not be encapsulated by the definition you have?
Because it's a fundamentally different experience than a person who's fine in their gender, but like maybe would have more fun as another gender. That's fundamentally different.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we could grant that different trans people have fundamentally different experiences. I mean,
yeah, but that's not. But I wouldn't put this on the spectrum of like all the trans experiences. I would say this is like it goes on a different spectrum. It's not on the same one as like from intense dysphoria to moderate dysphoria. Like I would say dysphoria is fundamentally different type of experience.
It's no dysphoria. Yeah, but it's a lack of euphoria. It's like okay, look, we can grant that there are certain conditions that like we treat certain things to prevent suffering. We also treat certain things to not as commonly, but we often do, to prevent deprivation of well-being. We do, and we want to do that in society. We don't want to keep people at the neutral point all day. We recognize that in society, people are generally more productive when they're
Well, I mean, it really depends exactly on what we're talking about. You're a physician. When it comes to medicine, you do treat to the neutral point, and that's it. No?
No, not a, we treat to a target goal.
Yeah,
That
but the target,
goal is to a
when
neutral
I
point.
go to a hospital is not making me healthy. It's just making me not dying. Right? I don't go to the hospital to get a better diet. I don't go to the hospital to build muscle. I don't go to the hospital to build healthy routines. I go there for medicine and for surgery, essentially. That's what doctors essentially do, right?
Yeah, it's to a target point, and often on discharge of the hospital, you're not at the neutral point. You're still in the negative.
Sure, but I'm just saying,
after
like, we
that,
don't typically
you go to a clinic outside, and then maybe you get to a neutral point, and then after that, you keep going, and then you do follow-ups, and then hopefully we can get you out past the neutral point into some positive well-being range.
Yeah, but that positive well-being range, typically, like the medical system for hospitals don't typically like try to
No, not
catapult there.
hospitals. Yeah, we have different categories of treatment for different. Yeah, like we're not going to take perfectly happy, healthy people and admit them into a hospital. Of course not. But that doesn't mean we don't treat them.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that, like, I'm not aware of it. You tell me if I'm wrong. Like, I'm trying to think of like medical guidelines that are out that where you're prescribing drugs not to treat a condition or not do anything, but just to like make somebody really happy.
Yeah, sure. So let's say we have a woman who wouldn't be, would like to have sex without the risk of pregnancy, but wouldn't be that, depressed or anything if they just were abstinent. We still provide them with birth control pills.
Sure, but birth control pills, or we can think of like hysterectomies and stuff. Aren't these things generally considered like elective procedures that aren't generally covered by?
Birth control pills are covered by insurance.
Birth control is, yes.
Yeah.
Do you know if are things like hysterectomies and the tubal litigation or whatever, are they generally?
Hysterectomy may, prior authorizations may vary depending on which insurance the patient has, but yeah, hysterectomies are covered by insurance as well, even on an elective basis.
Gotcha. Now, while this is true, and it might be a little bit cheating, obviously there's a lot of like contention around reproductive health. Outside of like the reproductive category, can you think of anything that where you kind of go to a hospital and they'll like try to put you above like baseline or above neneutral? I agree for reproductive health. I think
because you're, so wait. So the reason why that doesn't work is because it has to do with reproduction.
Because I think that
the distinction without a difference. I don't know why would it matter.
Yeah.
Thank you for the contribution there. Because I think that when it comes to reproductive health, I think there is in a way like kind of a baseline being targeted here, which has to do with like not being pregnant, not like getting pregnant when you don't want to be, or sometimes avoiding like teen pregnancy, right?
Yeah, I can give another example. I mean, that's fine. I mean, it's fine. I don't think I should have to, but I can.
Sure.
So insurances commonly pay for a certain amount of therapy sessions, even if the patient is past the neutral point. Even if the psychiatrist or psychologist will determine that, okay, you are no longer depressed, you're not dysthymic, you're not really happy either, you're just at the neutral point. Insurance doesn't stop covering therapy sessions at that point.
Can you get recommended to a therapist if you don't have any like underlying like indications of anything? If you're just like at a hospital, you're like, I feel like it'd be cool to chat with a therapist. Like maybe like, I feel pretty happy. But
if your affect is at like completely the neutral point, oh yeah.
Well, but hold on. I feel like it's an interesting word. When you say neutral affect, like the default for human, I don't think it's supposed to.
Eeyore, basically, like just a
but I mean, like that would be considered to most people that a neutral affect would be unhealthy. That wouldn't be like the neutral point for your affect should be like relatively happy. I think, right? Like that would be like.
But wait, now we're changing. Wait, but now that's changing what you've asked me, because you've asked me. You originally asked me, do we do that like? So this whole
wait. So like, if I were to compare it to instance for like SSRIs, right? Like SSRIs are putting you to neutral, but they're not putting you at neutral. They're trying to make you somewhat happy because that's like the default state of human mind is a human mind that can have desires and do things or whatever, right? But the goal of SSRIs isn't like, okay, we're gonna give you SSRIs so now you're like at a blunt affect and you're at a neutral affect. It's to put your brain up at a higher point, but that higher point is like a neutral point for a human, right? Is a general healthy brain should be like what SSRIs are putting you up to.
I think we're using the word neutral differently there. Okay, I see the confusion. I was using the word neutral as having no suffering or well-being. Like neither you're at a point where you're just not experiencing.
Okay, sorry, my bad. When I say neutral, I mean like neutral is like the ordinary and average state of a functioning healthy human body or whatever, essentially, right? That's what I consider like neutral. I'm sorry, I should have clarify there. So
Okay.
like birth control helps you maintain like not being pregnant or whatever.
Okay, but then let's go back to the example then.
Okay,
because
yeah, go
now
for
that,
it.
Now that we cleared up our terms, so let's say we have a
Maybe instead of
individual
neutral, I could say like baseline, like a human baseline or something. But yeah, go.
Yeah,
ahead.
so let's say, but then let's just go back to the example and put it into the terms as we understand them now.
Mhm.
So because when I was using, so just to be clear, this individual who's transitioning,
Mhm.
they're not at a neutral point in the sense of an average person. They're at the neutral point in the sense that they're not experiencing any well-being or suffering, or they're experiencing it to the same degree that they're literally at the neutral point, which is not where the average person.
Okay, could I, for this person, could I not like, am I not allowed to say that if you experience absolutely no like attachment to your gender at all in any positive sense whatsoever, could that not be like a type of gender dysphoria? That if you have like, if you like are completely blunted to that experience and you don't have any sort of like good feelings or happy feelings about being a man or whatever you are, is that not like a type
I think
of
that's
dysphoria?
I think that's defining away the problem.
Cool.
And you're just using.
Well, you can't say that. What I'm trying to get at here is, are you including, when you say dysphoria, are you just saying that the person needs to have or experience a type of suffering when they have this gender incongruency in virtue of it?
Yeah.
Or could they? Are you going to include cases where they don't have suffering, but they have they're being prevented from having a normal amount of well-being?
Well, definitionally, is there a difference between the two things? Yeah. What's the difference?
So I can give you reasons why I take a lack of well-being and a lack of and why I consider well-being and suffering different things, and not just like two coins on the same spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing is they typically typical reportings of well-being and suffering and certain experimental designs. They map onto different parts of the brain, giving us reasons to believe there's empirical reasons to believe they really are different things. It's also for pragmatic reasons. We also have, in terms of research, reason to classify them differently. But whichever way you slice it, I don't take those two things to be the same exact thing, or on the same spectrum.
Could we argue then that like, so as a person that's very obese, but they're not experiencing, I guess, like any, or they've grown accustomed to or used to the obesity. Are we saying that this person is not experiencing any suffering? It's just a lack of well-being, or how would you classify that?
In terms of, well, I mean, like, are we wanting away all the risks of obesity or the health risks that?
Yeah, like assume that like at the very least they can like move around. I guess they're not going to be jogging around anywhere, but they're not having like severe heart problems or anything at that particular moment in time.
So
They're
we're
just, like,
wanting away the future risks.
Yeah. Just at that point in time, would you say this person is suffering or
Yeah.
just experiencing a lack of well-being?
Yeah, so we can certainly imagine someone with obesity, and in virtue of their obesity, they're just at this neutral point where, they're not suffering from it really, but they're not also like really experiencing. It's also preventing them from experiencing well-being because they can't move around as much. They're not to the point where they're suffering, but they're not getting like they can't stop and smell the roses or whatever. And so they're being deprived of well-being.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the question is, will they still be approved for Ozempic? And the answer is yes, insurance will cover that.
Sure. Which I think is fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think that generally that like not experiencing any well-being, I'm pretty sure it's considered a symptom to some extent, right? Like anhedonia, for instance, is like it's not necessarily suffering. It's just an absence of a lot of what we would expect from normal human experiences, right?
Right. Okay, cool. So then you would include, presumably, because of judging by your motivation, but correct me if I'm wrong, so you would include people who have this type of anhedonia or like lack of gender euphoria, or however you want to classify it, as trans, even if they're not suffering in the sense of how we're using the term gender dysphoria in medicine.
I guess it's conceivable if these people exist, yeah.
Okay, so both a deprivation of well-being and the experience of suffering would qualify one to be transgender, or have gender dysphoria in the way that you're using that term.
Yeah, it's conceivable, yeah, or hypothetically conceivable at least.
Okay. Here's another. Let me talk to you about the moderate severe thing. So here's the thing. So there's different costs of gender affirming care depending on what you're talking about. Some treatments I get the motivation. Surgeries are really costly, and it's not just the surgery; it's the aftercare and everything like that. Including everything, it costs $100,000, not just the surgery itself, but everything that goes around that. So if you want to, I understand the motivation to have restrictions based on and prioritizing those who are really suffering the most. There are some gender-affirming cares that are relatively inexpensive. And there's been papers on this, there's been analysis, and it really doesn't cost the U.S. healthcare system really basically anything in comparison, relatively. Would you, for people who have like a moderate form of gender incongruence that may not meet your threshold, because you said it's severe, do you think they should be precluded from having insurance cover the relatively inexpensive, like hormone pills or whatever, hormone therapy?
I would have to. There would have to be like some process to ascertain who's actually trans at that point, and I don't know what criteria you would include.
Yeah, I mean, so here's the thing. Sure, I grant that. I mean, but my motivation here is because my motivation of what I'm doing now is I'm trying to get you to lower your threshold. Instead of just saying like, okay, well, unless everyone meets the severe criteria, they're trans, and then if they're trans, they have access to all the different forms of gender-affirming care, and all of it's covered. Rather, just tier the levels, just have some sort of tiered system. Call them all transgender, but then just have subsets. Transgender with moderate dysphoria, transgender with severe dysphoria, transgender with... I mean, really just transgender with gender... I would encourage just the standard usage, transgender with gender incongruency, transgender with gender dysphoria. You can classify the severity. But once you do that, you can say, okay, well, then we can talk about what kind of therapies we're going to prioritize and tier depending on how expensive or inexpensive they are. I think that would be a lot more productive than just to say, well, you have to really, really be suffering or really being deprived of everything in order to just be, or else what are you even doing? Because there are therapies that really don't cost us that much to give to people, and they would improve their lives. And it would improve their lives in virtue of a gender incongruency.
Is there a percentage of people identifying this that would worry you at some point? Like, let's say 30% of people under this new definition went and they got drugs prescribed to them relating to their gender. Would that be an okay outcome?
So like 30% of the U.S. population, you're saying?
Yeah, that's a huge number.
Because then what would end up happening is actually I haven't done the math, but yeah. So I grant that if, to be clear, I don't think that would happen, but engaging with the hypothetical, if that did happen, then even a relatively inexpensive medication.
Wait, no. We're not talking expensive drugs. That's easy. Let's say that
I said inexpensive. I said inexpensive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said inexpensive. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I said a relatively inexpensive medication. Even a relatively inexpensive medication can become expensive to the taxpayer if and cause supply shortages of the medication for people who need it more if all of a sudden everyone starts to do it. And yes, and look, there have been cases of that happening in other situations. So, for example, with obesity, there are certain diabetes medications that are only approved for obesity but work better. Sorry, only approved for diabetes but work better for obesity, like tirzepatide from Eli Lilly, which works better than Ozempic. And so everyone's rushing to get tirzepatide because it works better as a GLP-1 to treat one's obesity and get one thin.
Yeah, but that's I think obesity is something we can recognize concretely as a negative thing that could create positive.
Yeah, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is that there are plenty of examples where when availability happens, more people want it, and then we put more restrictions on it because we recognize.
Yeah, but I don't think there's a worry about like more people wanting it in the case of obesity because we can clearly see who's obese. We don't think that people are just identifying as obese because they think it'll make them happier.
Whereas even if they're not obese anymore, they get approved for it. Like it's not an issue of like the pharmacist.
I don't understand. Like, especially if you've got like effeminate men, or especially if you've got people in certain communities that are like, oh God, it would be so cool to be a woman. Like, I don't understand how you would ever go about diagnosing these people as trans if we're saying, oh, dysphoria is not even part of it. And then boom.
Wait. Let me.
Oh God, sorry.
I'm trying to keep it on the flow of the conversation. So your question to me was, what if 30% of the people for this relatively inexpensive therapy, what if they all just started wanting it and instead of 1% of the population or whatever, it became 30? Then my answer is I would understand more restrictions put in place and more tiered systems put in place for it. And we do. And my point is just we do that all the time with other medicine.
What would the restriction start to look like, though? I feel like at some point you'd be rebuilding my world, where I would say, okay, well, for a restriction, we're going to actually require some level of dysphoria to gain access to this drug or something.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, yes. I mean, but that the point is that you're doing it in a context where we have current availability to treat all of them with a very inexpensive medication, and the difference is you would deny them and I would grant them, and I would only not grant them if it became an issue. And if it didn't become an issue, I would grant them. But I would take your side if it became a supply issue or if it became an expense issue. My only point here is that if that's not the case, then why not grant them their alleviation of their moderate gender incongruency?
Because I don't even know if I believe that they can have moderate gender incongruency without experiencing dysphoria. That was kind of like the initial part. Like,
you just said...
I said for the purpose of your hypothetical, I can understand there might be a person with no dysphoria who might think they might be happier as like a woman. But I guess like realistically, in reality, I don't know how many of those people exist, or if those people exist. I'm not sure if that's a thing. Go ahead.
Wait. So you're saying that, just to make sure I understand, are you saying that you don't know if people can exist, that trans people can exist with a moderate gender incongruency without gender dysphoria?
Yeah, correct. They would experience extreme euphoria as women. Yeah.
Okay, so the reason I brought that up is because I thought that you were defining gender dysphoria in terms of a severe form of gender incongruency. Was I wrong about that?
The dysphoria definition I believe I gave when you and Pisco were in here was dysphoria is the intense feelings of discomfort that arise from the incongruency. So it's hard to imagine somebody who's
moderate or severe.
What?
Wasn't there a point where we asked about moderate or severe, and you insisted that there needed to be like a severe?
Well, I think we said moderate to severe. I think is what we settled on. But it's got to be more than just like I'm unhappy because my boobs are small today or something, right? It's got to be something. Right.
Okay, so you'd include. Okay, so it's sounding like we're converging then, because so you would include those experiencing moderate gender dysphoria then?
Yeah.
Okay.
But somebody with no gender dysphoria who's like, I wake up, I see myself as a man in the mirror, and I'm cool with that. But like maybe I'd really want to be a woman, that'd be fun. I wouldn't consider that person trans, at least not in the same way.
Yeah, okay. And so that's fine. Mild to moderate. I presume you would say that they're look, regardless of where on the scale we're going here, I think the point I'm making is that we're just tiering. If your motivation is to not cost the healthcare system money on people who aren't suffering that much, the point I'm making is just that we can tier it in such a way where we assign the less severe cases, even if you're drawing it at moderate, I can say, okay, well, mild to moderate.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I think there's a scare, or I think there might be a worry at identifying a group of trans people that have no dysphoria, that a lot of people maybe wouldn't consider trans, as having access to the same medications and treatments as actual trans people. Because I think then there would be a desire to basically lump all of these people in together.
No, I grant the fear, and that's why you have your view. I'm offering you an alternative classification system that prevents that as well. But
I don't know if the tiered one
novel.
I don't know if the tiered one necessarily works. Like even in a case where we have no tiers around a lot of mental issues, people don't even believe they're real. Like a lot of people don't believe that like GAD or depression, like a lot of people think these things aren't real, right? And these things don't even have a tiered thing. It's just like all or nothing, and people don't believe those are real. I believe if we tiered off gender dysphoria, and now you'd have a whole group of people, and likely the people with no dysphoria would probably be the largest group of people, right? That would be trans. Now your largest group of trans people are people with no dysphoria whatsoever, who are like going into a clinic like they would a tattoo shop or a hair parlor. I don't know. That just seems like a really negative way to categorize those people as trans people.
Wait, hold on. So you're saying that, just so I understand, so you're saying that if we have a system where we tier trans people with no dysphoria, trans people with mild, moderate, severe dysphoria, if we have such a system like that, your fear is that the tiered system would not preclude more costly medication for people with no dysphoria?
Well, the original thing that I was saying, hold on, I'm getting turned around.
I'm just asking like what,
no, I understand. So so if here's my issue, okay? If we have mild dysphoria, severe dysphoria, if we have mild, moderate, and severe dysphoria, this is all dysphoria, okay? All these people I would say are trans, okay? They've got dysphoria, it can be alleviated with some surgery, right? However, if we were to include another subgroup here, and we were to say people with no dysphoria that want to transition, I think that group of people would overwhelm all the other 3 categories combined. The people with no dysphoria, that group of people would be larger than people with mild, moderate, and severe. And I think it would do damage to that whole the top group of people. It would be like that categorization would become meaningless or destructive, I think. Here's a question actually for you. Okay. Let's say that I were to say, okay, we have major depressive disorder, okay? We've got MDD. We're actually going to blow this out a little bit more. We are going to actually start including people who are sad or depressed that don't need medication, but might need other things. Like, do you think that would be harmful?
Like,
do you think that'd be
therapy or?
Sure, it could be therapy. It could be, maybe we try giving them SSRIs, I guess. I don't know, or whatever.
We already include people with major depressive disorder and people who just, who are successfully treated with therapy.
Yeah, but don't you think we treat these groups of people like a bit differently? Like if you have major depressive disorder, that's different than just like having some depression.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Look, yes, we have there are diagnostic criteria for major depressive disorder, and that's not the same thing as someone just saying they're sad.
Sure, there's probably there's an underlying fact of the matter as well. I think in terms of a difference, somebody who's sad or depressed because of something that's going on is a lot different than somebody with no external stimuli having like major depressive disorder, right?
Yeah. No. I like obviously this is coming from their brains, and there's something.
Sure. I mean, it's all from the brain. Yeah, but
yeah. But okay. So a couple of things. So yeah. Okay. So if so the concern is that we don't want to include trans people who have zero dysphoria, and by zero dysphoria, just to be clear, we're talking about trans people who have no gender incongruency. Really, that's how you're using the term.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So there's nothing, there's no suffering that they're experiencing in virtue of a gender-sex mismatch, and there is no well-being outside of the norm that's being prevented in virtue of a gender-sex mismatch.
Yeah.
Okay, so we probably will agree a lot more then. So we're going to probably agree a lot more based on how you're using those terms. Like on those usages of the terms, I suspect we'll agree a lot more. The things I would try to convince you on are a couple of things. I guess one thing. It sounded like you were more insistent on just including the severe ones, but now you're agreeing that you would include the mild ones even as well.
Well, I think in the beginning, I think there was a word thing that happened. So you keep saying moderate, mild, or severe. Maybe we need to iron this out still. You keep saying mild, moderate, or severe dysphoria. And I'm identifying dysphoria as like the intense feelings of discomfort you're getting for not being. So even if you have mild dysphoria, you'll still have mild feelings of intense discomfort. So mild, moderate, and severe are all dysphoria. And anybody with dysphoria, I would say, but there's probably a spectrum of dysphoria. Like some people especially, right? Like if you're like Tabor snapping and you are like a trans woman, like because Tabor's super tall, broad shoulders, that person's probably gonna be a lot more dysphoric than a very like femme presenting man, probably, right? I'd imagine, right? But I would consider the whole spectrum of dysphoric people to be trans. But somebody with no dysphoria or no big feelings of sadness or badness or whatever about like a mismatch between like a gender incongruency, I would consider that person. If you want to call them trans, you can, but I think they have to go in a fundamentally different category because that group of people is going to dwarf all the other trans people, and I think that their outcomes and everything are going to be significantly different.
Right. So so I'm not drawing the line correctly on your view when I say they're not experiencing any suffering and they're not being deprived of any well-being that the normal the person would be, because your usage of the word of any dysphoria includes an intense feeling, meaning that there's already a severity baked into the cake there.
Yeah, kind of. So when you say like mild dysphoria, it's like having like mild stage 4 lymphoma or something.
Okay,
right?
I see.
Sorry.
Okay, so someone can experience a certain amount of suffering in virtue of a gender-sex mismatch, and that could be a fact of the matter in their brain, but they can still not meet gender dysphoria in the way you're using it.
Yeah, I guess it just depends on how on if I believe those people exist, which I'm not sure if I do. Like I can conceive of it for a hypothetical. Like I could conceive of a 6-legged person that might need special shoes designed for them. And I could grant the factories and everything we need to, but in the real world, I don't know if I believe that those people exist. That there are people that are trans that just like don't care that much. They're like,
Can you conceive of it being like maybe a bimodal distribution? Like on the one end of the spectrum, you just have a lot of non-binaries just identifying for clout. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you have like another mode where you have like people with really like severe, intense gender incongruency that's causing them a lot of problems. But then you have like this area in between the bimodal where you have like, okay, well, these people don't really meet either category of those things. They're clearly not just doing it for the fuck of it. They're not doing it for the clout. They're not like doing it for Twitter. The likes or whatever, but they also are not like, they're not about to jump off a bridge either for it. What do you think about those types of people? Do you think those don't exist, or?
I don't know. I'd have to think about it a lot. I don't think that there are people that have that gender sex mismatch, or if it is all bimodal and they're so like modally clustered in that area. I don't know if I'd consider them trans. They might just be like more effeminate men or more masculine women, but I don't know if I would say that rises to the level of like trans. Like that's probably where the overlap would be my guess.
Let's say a relatively inexpensive medication like gender affirming hormone therapy would take these individuals and would, because we already specified that they have some form of gender sex mismatch, that would be, but it doesn't rise to the level that is as intense as you drew the threshold. Say if they were to be treated with gender affirming hormone therapy relatively inexpensively, it would alleviate their not intense moderate level of gender incongruency. Would you be opposed to that?
I'm not sure. You're asking me to conceive of a person who's not cognizant that they have severe gender, that they feel like, I don't even know what they're feeling. They feel neutral towards their gender, and then
you can conceive of it. I can give it over. Like this is a person who says, "Look, I feel like I have some sort of gender sex mismatch here, and I do feel sad about that. And day to day, I feel sad. It's not to the point where I can't work. It's not to the point where I can't maintain a relationship. It's not to the point where I can't get out of bed and do my daily activities. But it's there. It's kind of like that piece of gum that's stuck on my shoe, every step I take. I can still do everything with that piece of gum stuck on my shoe, but it really fucking annoys me.
I guess it's figuring out, because at some point I'm gonna say, if it's just like something that makes you a little bit sad, I'd say it's probably something you need to work on beyond doing drug therapy for your sex. But like when you use that phrase there, it's really fucking annoying. That starts to feel like a little bit more dysphoric, in which case maybe drug therapy is the way to go. But if it's just like a moderate to mild feeling of where like, oh, I don't really know how I feel, blah, blah, then I'd probably say there's something more important to explore there, or there's something else that's probably wrong with you, rather than going down the drug therapy route for treatment.
Sure. I mean, I'm just talking about in a setting where we we do all the exploration. Like we do all the exploration, we do see all the psychiatrists say, okay, no, this is not quite fitting with major depressive disorder. It's not quite fitting with anxiety. It's not quite, but it really does seem to fit with a gender incongruency issue. It's not a form in which I'm worried about this person committing suicide. It's not a form in which I'm worried about this person missing work. It's not a form in which I'm worried about this person breaking up with their boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever. But it's there and it's bothering them. The question I have to you is, would you be opposed to a inexpensive therapy that, if it would alleviate that degree of bothersome?
I think at that point I might have to start like appealing to like empirical outcomes, because I can conceive of what you're saying like in a hypothetical, but I don't know in a real world if this group of people exists who are like, I'm like, say I'm a man.
Look, let's just say the outcomes show that, okay, in this target population, that alleviates that degree of.
Well, yeah, like I said, hypothetically, I mean, if it showed it, it
No,
right?
I just want to know what your view is if that were the case.
Well, I mean, my view is going to be maximizing probably people's like outcomes, right? So if it is the case that like,
consider them trans, if that's your motive, given that this is your motivation for this inclusive exclusive definition of trans.
Yeah, I probably would, or a type of trans people, I guess, is conceivable. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, all right. So then it's not. So then you don't. So based on how you're talking about gender dysphoria, you don't need to have gender dysphoria in the way that you've defined it in order to be transgender.
Maybe not in all possible worlds. There might be a world where this group of people exists where I would say you don't need dysphoria to be trans. But in the current world we live in, beyond conceptual hypotheticals, I would say that you need dysphoria to be trans, because I don't know if I agree or believe.
Well, you don't know if you need dysphoria to be, because you're saying you don't know if those people exist, right?
Well, yeah, I don't know if they exist, so it's hard for me to contend.
Yeah, so you don't know. So you don't know if you need to have gender dysphoria to be transgender.
Well, I would have to be. I wouldn't just assume that I'm going to say like there might be some people, like we could say that with literally every disease ever, right?
Well, I mean,
that like for instance, you don't need anything in the DSM to have depression because there might be some people that have depression that don't have any of the things listed in these. I guess it's possible, but if I haven't seen any of them, I wouldn't make that assumption, right?
By the way, I don't think it's just as an aside here. I don't think we're just talking in some like vacuum here. I do think these people exist.
I understand that, but I don't. Right now, it seems
like
I know.
Yeah,
sure.
Because it seems like that's an empirical matter we can resolve.
Yeah, I understand, but it seems like right now our empirical issue is we're having a lot of trouble identifying even who is trans. Like that seems to be a really difficult thing, and that's with people that even have like moderate to severe symptoms of supposedly being trans. So to blow this category open even more, when it feels like organizations want to pump the brakes on who's actually trans, it just seems like it's going the total opposite direction of the medical discussion.
Don't you think that might just be because of all, like, don't you think this whole thing might be, like, at least the waters might be muddied by all, like, for example, what you're describing when you have, like, non-binary people just identifying or people identifying for clout or whatnot, and that's just clogging a lot of the system, whether in research and or otherwise? Like,
I mean, that could be... That could be bothering it too, but it could also be that some of these things are substitutes for other types of treatment. So like, for instance, there might be people that aren't trans that would benefit from hormones. So for instance, it might be that you take a very tomboyish woman who doesn't feel super strong attachment to her gender, and we zap her brain and we scan it, and she's absolutely not trans. However, giving her testosterone actually just makes her feel a whole lot better because testosterone does a lot of cool things to the body. And, you know, she has a little bit of, maybe she even starts to feel, or she would have a little bit of dysphoria about masculinizing, but she doesn't care. It's actually overcome by the positive feelings of testosterone, and now she's like, fuck it, this is awesome, right? So, like, in that world, now you've got a person who didn't have dysphoria, who would have fit, and now who's transitioning a little bit, and their actually outcomes are improved. But I don't know if I would consider that necessarily a good thing. That would be scary. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, and I'm not suggesting that and look, there's some research to that point that testosterone can have certain mental effects that can be alleviating to certain depressive symptoms, and that is one of the points that gender critical activists or academics raise in the literature. So yeah, I mean, I'm not suggesting that just treatment response alone. I mean, it's more. There's more to it. There's more like about what, in virtue of what is the treatment response and how do we ascertain that. But anyway, okay. But so the point is that you're saying that okay. So you're saying okay, you don't need to be you don't need to have gender dysphoria to be transgender. It's just that I happen to think that of all the cases that I've seen of people who really are transgender, they did end up having gender dysphoria.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if you're using the definitions that way, that's true of literally every single definition of every single thing ever.
Well, that's not true.
Really?
No, because you can have analytic definitions that completely exclude all those cases, even if you don't, regardless of whether.
Yeah, but I'm saying I could conceive of like people with any mental illness that don't have any of the qualifications of that mental illness. Like that's possible for every single mental illness, right? Maybe there's some people.
Wait. For example, if I say like no, like if I can take your definition right now and say look, you have to have an intense feeling, and if I give you an example, a counterexample, where someone does not have this intense feeling, but it is a moderate feeling in virtue of this gender sex incongruency, you could have just said no, and the reason no is because by definition they don't meet my criteria. That would be an example where it's just analytically the case where...
Yeah, I guess, but when these criteria that we're assigning aren't really the thing itself. We're trying to use the criteria, I think, as a proxy for the underlying fact of the matter, or at least I am, right? So the underlying fact of the matter is that...
you're willing to adjust them, that is what you're saying.
Yeah, sure. Well, necessarily, yeah. If your brain... So again, I'm working off of this definition that if your brain is sexed differently than your body for whatever reason, if that's even a thing, which I think it's kind of the idea that we're pointed at, but if that's a thing, then that makes you trans. But it seems like a proxy for that would be dysphoria. That if you have feelings of other feelings and you want to transition, but you don't have that feeling of just dysphoria, there's probably a different underlying fact of the matter, like depression or some other issue going on, rather than you being trans.
Yeah. And if you were met with a case where that seems... So if you're met with a case that
If I've met with a case where you've got a magical brain scanner, you scan somebody with a brain and they don't have dysphoria, then obviously I'd say, oh, okay, well, I guess that you can be trans without dysphoria. I would necessarily have to say that, right? Because I'm using dysphoria as a proxy for an underlying fact of the matter, and that underlying fact of the matter can't be analyzed yet. We can't zap somebody's brain to see if they're trans.
So the underlying fact of the matter in which you really consider people transgender is some incongruency between their mind and their sex.
Yeah.
Okay.
But even cis people can have that, no?
I mean,
so that,
yeah,
that doesn't. That in
but-
and of itself doesn't make people trans.
Well, right? Yeah, I mean, it has to rise to a certain level where I imagine he would say that it.
Well, then, okay, at what level do you
Yeah.
consider somebody trans? Is it just
Well,
like
that's what we were
scales
discussing.
of?
Yeah, so it's not just the proxy that has to be intense. So it seems like if that's the view, then it really is like what you're talking about has to be a certain level.
No. That this is absolutely like a misunderstanding of what gender is and what it means to be transgender. Being
I'm just trying to work
transgender.
with his definition and trying to understand.
Well, what I'm saying is that the definition is fundamentally flawed. When we're defining people by the incongruency between this idealized form of masculinity or femininity and how you are perceived by society, well, a lot of people fall into that category, including cis people. You cannot say, oh, it just needs to be of a higher degree, and then that makes you trans.
So what we mean by I take it what we mean by trans is that there is a mismatch between one's gender and one's sex. So that's the starting point. So they have a gender, and then they have a sex, and then their gender and sex. There's an incongruency between the two.
I think we need to define terms here.
Okay,
what
sure.
What do we mean when we say gender, first of all? Or
Yeah.
what do you mean?
So what I mean here in this context is, I mean weighted characteristics that are masculine or feminine. And the weighting is mostly on the mental characteristics, specifically of preference-based characteristics. So those are going to be the kind of characteristics that include things like how one desires to be perceived in society, how one so if one desires to be perceived in the archetypical way that a female or male is indexed to that society, or if one wants to be treated in a certain way of the archetypical male or female indexed to that society, or if one desires to look like the archetypical male or female indexed to how they look in that society. Those are going to be the kind of weighty. Those are going to be the kind of characteristics that are more weighty.
Sure. So
yeah.
to give a more simplified definition, I think we could maybe, if you disagree, let me know. Gender is the way that society perceives you in relations to masculinity and femininity in relation to your sex.
Not exact. I mean, that's one definition. It's not. If you're asking me on my definition, that's not quite it, because it's also about how the individual. It's not so much about how society perceives the individual as much as how the individual wants. Because on my view, how the individual wants to be perceived is.
How
also
can an individual have any sort of conceptualization of how they want to be perceived outside of how we societally know genders are perceived, right? Like this idea that it's like a purely internal experience is not true, right?
Wait a minute. Wait. Do you see an issue with me saying society perceives person X as a man, but person X wants to be perceived by society as a woman?
What I'm saying is that wanting, or just because society perceives as...
If you could just answer, like, do you think that there's anything like incoherent about what I just said?
Go ahead and repeat it.
What I said, right?
Could you repeat it?
Yeah, sure. Person X is seen by society as a man. Person X wants to be or desires to be seen by society as a woman. Do you understand what I just said?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, that is the type of thing that's one of the weighted characteristics that factors into gender, on my view. Do you understand that, what I just said?
Well, what do you mean by that? Because you can mean a bunch of different things. I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
so do you understand? Like, so you don't understand what I'm saying when I say there's different characteristics and they could be weighted, and each of that could tick the needle in favor of man or woman. Like, does that concept are we getting a mutual understanding there?
As far as the way that society perceives you in alignment with these sort of gender norms that we associate with man or woman, right?
Not all of them. I gave you a counterexample. So one counterexample that I am using as a weighting for gender is how the individual wants to be seen rather than how they are seen. So whether you agree with that or not is a different story, but do you understand what I'm saying?
I believe I do understand what you're saying, but so why are you making this distinction between how somebody wants to be perceived and how they are perceived?
Yeah, so because one of the motivations is with talking to a number of trans people. One hypothetical that's come up is like, well, what if you're just external to society? What if you're just found yourself on an island with a mirror, and that's it? Like, would you experience dysphoria? Would you care? And the majority of people I've spoken to say, like, well, yeah, I still would care. I would still it would still bother me when I look in the mirror.
It's impossible to know that. That's absolutely an absurd thing to even suggest. How can you have because how can you have an incongruency about your gender, right? When gender is a social phenomenon, right? If you are in a vacuum where no society exists, right?
But on my usage of the term gender, that's what's in contention. That it's purely a societal phenomenon.
Well, okay.
That's what's it's not even in contention. I shouldn't even say
no.
It's
but the question here is,
issue.
can somebody experience gender dysphoria outside of the context of gender norms, right?
Yeah. So if by gender, yeah. So gender,
and so the answer is no. Absolutely not.
So I don't see how that follows. If you want to draw the entailment, I'm happy to hear the argument, but. So I don't see how that follows, I certainly don't see how it follows on my usage of the word gender, and I don't see how there's any.
This is the problem. Is I think that your understanding of what gender is or how it comes about is sort of lacking.
Okay, wait. Hold on. When you say my understanding of what gender is, are you just saying that there's another usage of the word gender and that I'm not understanding it, or are you just saying that I have a usage of the word gender that you don't like the way I'm using it?
What I'm saying is that I don't like the way that you are using gender, because I think we can all.
But that's very different than me lacking an understanding of the way other people use it.
Understanding gender within the context of what we're talking about, right?
In
Gender
the context
dynamics.
In the context of what we're talking about, I was just trying to understand Destiny's uses of the word gender and see what his views showed until you came in here and started grilling about my view for some reason. But I'm happy to answer. I mean, which by the way, I'm happy to do. I'm happy to answer your questions. But the context of this conversation didn't involve any of that. It was just me trying to understand Destiny's view and seeing if, on his view,
right. And what I'm trying to say is that the reason I think that there's a disconnect is because we're talking about these terms in ways that are different.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to clear it up.
Right. So, to clear up why I have that disagreement with, you pose the hypothetical of a person who experiences could a person in a vacuum outside of society or like these sort of gender norms experience gender dysphoria? Well, then we would have to ask the question, well, what is gender dysphoria and why does it happen?
Yeah, so what I take gender dysphoria to be, and to be clear, this is a person who's like plucked out of society and put in a vacuum, right? It's not like they grew up in a vacuum like forever. Like they didn't, like I grant the case, like if someone just grew up as a baby in a vacuum without any society, like they wouldn't. I wouldn't have a notion of a gender. They wouldn't have a notion of a lot of things. They probably wouldn't have a language either. Like a lot of their language faculties would be messed up. But so we take a person, we pluck them out of society, we put them on an island, and the question is, can they experience gender dysphoria? And I take gender dysphoria to be either a deprivation of well-being or an experience of suffering in virtue of a incongruency between one's gender and one's sex. And I take one's gender. Well, I gave you an account of that already. You didn't like it, but I gave you the types of weightings. Not all of them were societal dependent. And then I can give you an account of sex as well if you'd like. Sex is archetypical of a reproductive strategy in which one produces large or small gametes, or a certain physiologic proximity to to one that produces a large or small gametes. Okay, cool. So the answer is I certainly don't see why someone couldn't, based on my account of gender, because one can desire to look like the archetypical sex that they are not on an island, and they can see the mirror on the island and see that they don't. And so that's one of the weighted characteristics of gender. And so there would be a mismatch there could totally be a mismatch between one's gender and one's sex, and that can totally cause suffering. So yes, of course, someone could, on my usage of the word gender, one can have gender dysphoria on an island. Sure.
Okay, so yes, given that the hypothetical, like you said, is somebody that has already lived within the context of society, already understands the societal pressures and gender norms that is pushed on the different sexes, right?
Yeah. Look, I'm not talking about someone who was a fetus on an island outside of anyone else, because then they wouldn't even know any words. Yeah, I'm not talking about that.
Okay.
The language center wouldn't develop.
Yeah, so okay.
The main motivation here is, look, the point is that there are certain things that matter. When I speak to transgender people, there are certain things that matter to them, and it's not just that I want society to perceive me this. It's not just that how society perceives me. There's a desire of what they want it to be. They want society to perceive them the way.
And what is that based off of? Is what I'm asking you.
What is that belief based off of? That's based off my belief that certain transgender people desire that is me asking them that, and they telling me that they do.
No. What I'm asking you is that feeling that they have, right? That motivation that they have. What is that based on?
I imagine so. That's a subject of current neuroscience study that I imagine that has to do with certain underlying facts about the brain. And
so, do you think that there is a transgender brain? That's what you believe.
Yes, I think it is coming from the brain. I mean, sure.
Why do you think that? Not coming from the brain, but that brain structure.
I don't know if it's structure per se. Wait, that's a different claim. I don't know. It could be structure. It could be channel response. It could be the type of synapses. It could be the type of neurohormone transmitters. It could be sensitivity to certain neurohormone transmitters in certain areas. I'm not committed to it having to be a structure. I'm just saying there's some sort of currently not well researched underlying difference about the brain, whatever that may be, and that is causing this type of response.
Okay, so this is where I'm coming from, right? The way that I view.
Do you disagree with anything I just said? Do you think I said something false?
I think that if we are okay, so this is part of the reason I came in here. The idea that
can you answer that question. Do you think I just said anything false? Do we disagree on any of the propositions I just said?
I don't think so. Not necessarily.
Okay, cool. So,
okay. So insofar as that, I think that brains can develop in different ways, and that is maybe related to one's sex in certain ways, right?
Yeah, brains can develop in certain ways. Certain are archetypical of a certain sex, and certain are archetypical of another sex. And then there are certain ways that brains can develop in which there is a incongruency between one's sex and one's gender.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that I don't think that trans people exist because there is this brain in their body that is the idea that there's a female brain in a male body, right? I don't think that this is bared out in anything scientific, and
Wait, I think there might be a disconnect on what's being said here. When I said female brain in a male body, I don't mean that a trans person has an archetypically female, a trans woman is someone who has an archetypically female brain and structure or neurochemical or anything like that, and then but there's a mismatch between the two. No, that's not what's being said here. What's being said here is that there's some underlying fact in the brain, whatever that might be, that's causing the feeling as if one is having a mismatch between one's gender and one's sex, such that their gender is a woman and they are a male, for example.
Sure. And so yes. I would ask you the question, well, do you think that is caused societally? So let's say that we take a...
Yeah, there's an interplay, of course. Anything, all of these things,
okay.
My language...
Let's say that we take somebody that is born a female, is kind of tomboyish, right? Has no sort of connection to what is stereotypically associated with women. They don't like pink, girly things, whatever. Do you think that at what point does this person become trans, or are they already trans, or is
the main things is their, again, we've already gone over, the main weighted characteristics are going to be the preference based ones. Like, does this person have a desire to be treated in the archetypical way of the other sex? Does they want to look the way the archetypical sex is? Do they want called in the way the archetypical sex is? Do all of those things apply? Do they want? If you ask the question, do you want to be the other sex? Like, do you want? Like, is that something you desire? So the weighted characteristics are mostly going to be preference based. Not to say that that's the end all be all, but that's where most of the weighting is going to come from.
Wait, can I ask you a question on this? I guess. Yeah. Okay, maybe this is like the ultimate question. Do you think somebody else can want to be the other sex and not be trans?
Right.
Yeah, no, someone else can want to be the other sex and not be trans because they're, for example, I'll give you one example. Like, one example is someone who wants to be the other sex out of like some sexual fetish and not because of any gender sex incongruency.
So then the question would be how do you distinguish from somebody that would want to be the other sex that isn't trans versus somebody who wants to be the other sex and has no dysphoria?
So wait, so could you repeat the question?
You've got two people. One person wants to be the other. One person wants to become the other sex, but they're not trans, and the other person is trans with no dysphoria, but they want to also become the other sex. How do you distinguish between these two people?
No, and to be clear, no dysphoria is in the way you're using the word dysphoria.
Yeah, no feelings of discomfort.
No intense feelings, right? The intense is doing a lot of work there.
Okay, hold on. Let me just verify. Is this the only source of disagreement we have? Is that word intense? If you think,
I think a lot of things may clear up if you abandon that part, because you keep going back to whenever you abandon the degree contingency on your definition. I think we mostly collapse into a lot of agreement, but then you kind of find a way back into like
the reason why. Okay. I think the reason why this has gotten so abstracted, there's so many orders. Okay, this isn't your fault. I'm sorry, just clarifying this. I think the reason why people use intense feeling of discomfort surrounded to gender is because I think a mild feeling of discomfort, I think it's going to be really hard to pinpoint if that's actually caused by gender or not. So for instance, let's say
that's an epistemic question.
Let's say that a man that is like flabby and doesn't have very much musculature, let's say they feel like some form of like dysphoria, but it's not like intense, but they're just like, I wish I looked more masculine or something like that, right? But we call that gender dysphoria, or are they just like sad that they're like kind of flabby and not muscular enough, right? Like, I think that's why the intense modifiers in there is to like really ascertain whether or not this feeling is due to gender and there's not some other sort of problem going on.
So it's there for pragmatic purposes, but it doesn't really define what would be transgender on your view. Would that be fair?
Yeah, or like a feeling like if somebody wakes up and they're like, they can function on their day-to-day life, like they do okay, but they're just like, they're internally like, God, fuck, like I hate being a man, like I feel like a woman so much, and it sucks that like my body, I feel like I'm never gonna match or whatever. But they're not like suicidal or anything, but they have that feeling. Like, I think you would say maybe that's not an intense feeling discovered, but I would say that's an intense feeling. So I'm wondering how much of our disagreement is just lying in that intense thing. Because the reason I'm asking that is because now when you ask me that, it sounds like you're saying some sort of psychological incongruence needs to exist, otherwise you wouldn't consider that person trans, or?
Yeah, some sort of psychological incongruence, and by what that I just mean that either some sort of suffering is happening in virtue of the incongruence, or a deprivation of well-being is happening in virtue of the incongruence. And
okay, so let's go with on the deprivation of well-being. How would you clarify between a person who merely has the deprivation of well-being versus the person who wants to transition for sexual reasons? How would you figure out which one is trans and which one is not?
Okay, so the person who merely wants to transition for sexual reasons, I mean, there's versus a person who wants to transition because of a gender sex incongruency and out of a deprivation of well-being. So, I mean, one way you can do is you can interview these patients. You can ask them, like, what are your motivations for transition? Why do you want to transition? Not a perfect way, and if like one person tells you like, well, every time I think about being the other person, I just like, I can't help but masturbate and get off all the time. Well, I mean, that clearly favors one hypothesis than the other. versus someone else who just says like, well, I mean, I never really felt this happy except when I imagine myself in the other sex's body, and I just imagine myself being treated in the way that they're treated, imagine myself interacting in society the way that they typically are, and I imagine myself looking that way, and I just never, it's just the happiest feeling I've had. Like, yeah, I mean, these two answers clearly support different hypotheses. So one way you could do it is by interviewing.
Okay.
Do you think that you seem to be using gender euphoria in a way that I've never heard people use it? Gender euphoria is the absence of gender dysphoria, right? So doing certain things that make that dysphoria go away, right?
That's not how I'm using it.
Okay, so gender. Okay, well then you're using it differently than
Yeah,
everybody
I mean,
else.
I can
Because
clear that up.
gender. You're using gender euphoria to describe a positive feeling about one's gender.
About one's gender in virtue of a gender-sex congruency that's being corrected.
Right, and so by this definition, cis people can experience that as well, right?
Yeah. There's nothing about. I'm not saying, to be clear, I'm not saying everyone with gender euphoria is transgender. Of course, cis people can experience gender euphoria. I've experienced gender euphoria. The point is just that if someone wants to transition to the other sex, someone starts saying, "Listen, I don't just want to have a gender euphoria that I'm missing. I want to have it, and I'm going to start the process of transitioning to the other sex to get it." Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to call that person transgender.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm back.
So,
yeah.
So you think that basically you can be transgender without experiencing gender dysphoria because any amount of incongruency with the idealized form of masculinity or femininity in respect to your sex makes you trans?
It doesn't have to be any amount, to be clear. It could be. It just has to be. If we're defining, it also depends on how we're defining gender dysphoria. Because the way Destiny's defining gender dysphoria, he will include all those things as gender dysphoria. Like, he'll include things about deprivation of well-being and not just experiencing suffering as gender dysphoria. But when I came in, I initially thought he was only talking about suffering. But
well, I don't. It depends on how we depends on what we consider suffering or not. I'm not sure, right?
Yeah.
Like, because for instance, if if a woman is in a hospital and she has a child and then she holds her child for the first time, but she's not feeling like feelings of elation or joy, I would consider that like a kind of suffering, even though she's not really suffering. She's just like missing out on a lot of well-being. But that might be.
Yeah. So you're including things like, okay, so I can work on your terms. That's fine. So you're including things like,
So there's going to be that that's like when I talk about like a neutral or baseline experience for humanity is not truly like neutral, because truly neutral would be like a blunt affect, which I think is like a symptom of like schizophrenia or severe other forms of like other like mental illness or whatever, right?
Sure. So you wouldn't. So okay, I can work into it. To be clear, I used them differently. That's fine. I'm happy to work with it.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. So you would include those cases as gender dysphoria. So then I think the major part of the difference is the gender dysphoria need to be an intense feeling, because there's clearly nothing inconceptual and no reason. I'd make a further point that I don't think there's reason to believe these people don't exist that have a moderate instead of intense feelings of gender incongruency.
I guess I could probably, if we're going to say that, if we can 100% say that it is related to gender, if for sure it's gender, and we can say that there are feelings of dysphoria there, I could probably drop the intense part and change it to any mild or actual. It has to be certain that it is actually dysphoria, and it's not just
Your
like some other
concern
type is identifying that there's a gender component to it, which is usually, I think, what the intense is there to ascertain, not just like somebody's like feeling
the intense
bloated
is there
one
for
day.
pragmatic reasons. It's there to as a precaution but that's not what your definition is in terms of like the ontology of what you would consider transgender. It's there in terms of your epistemology.
Sure. There's
going
to be a line. There's going to be a varied line of people who are like, I'm trans and I guess it sucks. And then there's people like, I'm trans and I want to kill myself. Probably, right?
Yeah, and okay. So it's not like you're going to say all of them are not transgender. There's probably some that are just going to get missed for pragmatic reasons, even though you may consider a small amount of them transgender.
Potentially, it's possible.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So I think So then I don't think we have a whole lot of disagreement then once we clear up those terms. The only thing I would encourage, and you can take this or leave this. I would try to encourage a more adoption of standard terminology. Number one, because I know you're using it colloquially, but I do think that when you're seriously talking about diagnosable mental illness, you don't usually strike me as a person who sticks to like colloquial terms unless you're like dunking on someone or making a joke, like calling someone the R slur or whatever. But when you're talking about like a genuine diagnosable mental illness, like you've always struck me as someone who tries to stick to how it's used and defined standardly.
Sure, but I don't know if it seems like there's hardly a standard at all in this world. Like it feels like everything in the
there is a standard of how gender dysphoria is defined. It's defined by the DSM-5, and it has certain specific criteria for inclusion and exclusion being gender dysphoria. And you can have that while acknowledging that there may be cases that are tracking some underlying meaningful gender incongruency that just hasn't risen to the level of diagnosable mental illness as gender dysphoria yet.
Sure. I guess that's possible. I guess it feels like right now the modern conversations that people are having societally aren't necessarily tracking like the strict language in the DSM. Because I
agree.
Like I would say, like probably the majority of people online, the majority of trans advocates probably reject like the DSM's definition of like a lot of things related to trans people or gender dysphoria. What makes a trans person? I would imagine.
Well, I'm not talking about their definition of transgender. I don't think they have. I've looked for transgender, and I don't really think they have a very rigid definition of transgender. I've searched the DSM-5 for that.
Mm-hmm.
They talk about it, but it's not very. They don't have like this list of criteria. They have a list of criteria for the diagnosable condition of gender dysphoria as a mental illness.
Sure.
And yes, I mean, there are transgender people who take issue with that. But whether they take issue with that or not, I mean, it is important to recognize that in medicine, that is the standard use of what is a diagnosable mental disease. And in any other context, like when I see you going into like a debate with a bunch of normies or whatever, and they're using like some sort of normie terminology, if you can call it that, or to talk about like a medical diagnosis. The first thing I usually hear you do is say, hey, you guys don't know what you're talking about. Like, this is what that is. Do you know what like a doctor will do? Like a doctor is going to ask you this and this and this, and here's why, because this is how.
Yeah, but this is you can give me examples of this, but this is usually going to be over like a lot more solid grounding. When it comes to mental diseases, a lot of this gets a lot hairier. And when it comes to trans stuff, like all of this is super ultra cutting edge. Like in terms of like all of this is being continuously debated or contested. I don't even know if there's like a standard of care right now that the world agrees on, or even the Western world agrees on. When it comes
standard
to
of care is different than a standard usage of a diagnosis of gender dysphoria.
No, I understand, but I'm saying like there's not even like a standard of care for at all for dealing with trans people. Like let alone like having conversations about what a trans person is or what constitutes gender dysphoria or any of these things. Like all of these are ultra hotly contested. So I don't think I typically tone or language police when it comes to this when I'm arguing with other people. I'm usually pretty patient in explaining what I feel like I mean for terms or whatever. Usually I'll just get upset when people are like denying anything.
I'm not asking you to tone police or language police them as much as I am for you to just go in the direction of adopting a more standard terminology. Because I do believe there is a standard terminology, maybe not for what makes a trans person trans, but gender dysphoria as a diagnosable mental illness, there is a standard terminology for this. In psychiatry, in medicine, that is the DSM-5 criteria.
Yeah, but is anybody, if I use the DSM-5 criteria for gender dysphoria, that's going to be something that I don't think very many other people are going to map onto, do you think, or will they?
Yeah, I think an easy way for you to reach them is to say, you're talking about gender, you're talking about suffering from gender incongruency. Gender incongruency is an all-encompassing term. It can include gender dysphoria, and it can include non-gender dysphoria that causes suffering. That doesn't rise to the level of it being a diagnosable mental illness. I think that's the appropriate term that is more all encompassing and maybe a bit at the cost of being a little bit more ambiguous or vague. But yeah, gender incongruency would be the better way to describe that. Because I do resonate with the view that, like, in order to be transgender, one needs to have, I mean, maybe not sufficient, but at a necessary condition being some sort of gender incongruency at some point.
Sure, I guess. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't necessarily disagree. I'm just trying to think of an argument where I'm trying to iron out, well, this is the difference between gender incongruency versus gender dysphoria, when a lot of these people don't even believe like gender is a separate concept from sex. But I mean, I guess I can always be more clear when I speak.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just especially when you're talking about diagnosable mental illnesses in a serious context. But yeah. Okay, so just to wrap it up. The things that's important to us is not so much to make someone transgender is pragmatically the degree, but in terms of what we consider transgender in an ontologic setting, it's in terms of like what we consider that to be. It's not so much the degree of intensity. It's just that the reason for their desires to be the other sex is in virtue of some sort of gender sex incongruency that they want corrected.
Yeah, not some other issue that is manifesting that way or potentially manifesting that way.
Yeah. I don't disagree with that. Yeah, that's fine. And then in terms of policy, just my envisionment of this, and you can tell me if you disagree, is just to prioritize the more expensive ones for more expensive interventions for those with the more severe cases of gender sex incongruency, such as the surgeries, and the relatively inexpensive ones, such like hormonal therapy. I would include those who have very. I would lower my standards. I would lower my thresholds of intensity of the dysphoria, because there's really not much of a cost. There's much less of a cost in that case to society. If that changes, we can raise it. That happens all the time in medicine. But so like a mild form of gender sex incongruency, but that is or moderate, and that's causing someone to have feelings of desires wanting to be the other sex. I don't see a problem, all else equal, giving them inexpensive, non-costly to society gender-affirming hormonal therapy.
I think there's probably going to be a social cost that everybody's going to want to talk about if we're literally on some like gender is totally arbitrary thing, where it's like if you feel kind of like sad about your gender sometimes, like take a pill and switch it rather than working on something else relating to making you feel more comfortable with your body. There's probably going to be like a social cost that we're going to be talking about there at some point, I would imagine.
I don't think either of us think gender is totally. What do you mean when you say totally arbitrary?
That like if you're having a little bit of like gender incongruency, just like a little bit of problems, like go like take some hormones and see how you feel afterwards. That's
no. I mean, look. I mean, you could probably have like. I'm not saying it has to be first line. It could be say like you can try something. You can try therapy, and if therapy doesn't work, you can do gender-affirming hormone therapy. Like the point is that at some level, like insurance will cover that because it's dirt cheap, and it doesn't really cost society that much. And in relation to it's not the biggest benefit in the world, but it makes a difference to these people.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Anything else?
All right. Mind waves. Did you want to grill now that I've?
I just want to see if I actually understand your position, because I'm still not sure it's coherent to my understanding, at least.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
So when we're asking, okay, what makes somebody trans? You came in here to reject the idea that trans people necessarily have to suffer from dysphoria, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
just to be clear, I am not including on that view. I'm not including a deprivation of healthy amounts of well-being as a form of suffering. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. And so you're saying that instead of using that standard of in order to be trans you have to have dysphoria, you're saying, well, there has to be some sort of incongruence between your gender and your sex,
Mhm.
right? The way that you're perceived and your assigned sex or whatever. And then when met with the idea that cis people can also experience that incongruence, and that doesn't necessarily make them trans. You say, oh, well, it has to be a more extreme level.
No. That's we cleared that up. No. I see. Yeah, I see the confusion. No. It's not just that there is, because cis people can have a gender incongruency. It's just that what makes someone trans is the desired direction of change. There is a gender sex incongruency, and they want to change in the direction of their sex being opposite to that their gender. Like the correction, what would correct the gender sex incongruency is for them to either change their body to match their mind to be opposite, so that, like in the difference between a cis person experiencing gender sex incongruency is just like for example, let's say like you just had gynecomastia. I'm assuming, sorry, I don't know your gender. Are you man and male?
Whatever you want me to be, baby.
All right, Destiny, are you a man? Okay.
I am. He's man and male. Yeah.
He's man and male. Okay, cool. So let's just say you started having gynecomastia, for example, and you wanted to have. You experienced a gender sex incongruency in virtue of your gynecomastia, your growing boobs. You're a cis person and you have a gender sex incongruency. The point is, though, that your direction of the correction will change you in the direction where you are just cis again. Your sex and your gender is just going to match because you are going to be man and male. Whereas with a trans person, that's not true. Like the trans person, if they have a gender sex incongruency, and they're going, what the direction of correction is where they are going to be either woman and male or man and female.
Right, I understand. So, in your opinion, I'm just trying to flesh out exactly where you're at with everything. So, do you think that incongruency is caused by like societal pressures, or do you think that basically what I'm asking you is, do you think that incongruency always needs to necessarily be some sort of affirming care, right? Does it necessarily have to affirm you with the opposite sex, or do you think that there is this incongruency that between your gender and sex that could be treated through other means?
By what I just mean by a gender sex incongruency is that there's either some suffering that's being caused by that deviation, or some well-being that's prevented by that deviation. And if that deviation were, and it's corrected in virtue of that, it would be corrected in virtue of that correction. Now, if you're asking me, well, could someone have, just a clarifying question, are you asking me if someone could experience the same amount of well-being or prevent the same amount of suffering with other means, or are you telling me that the same type of well-being and the same type of suffering would be like we could have ways of giving that patient that without bridging that gender sex incongruency? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah. So if that's what you're asking me, no. Like, just I don't think what the type of well-being and suffering that I'm talking about is just the type that is formed by this gender sex incongruency.
Yeah, but what about the other types, though?
Oh my God! Please, can we get it?
No. All right, before we engage with Toronto.
Wait, why is Avi talking like he already knows me?
Dude, before you jump in, let me just try to get through this. We're almost done, okay?
Mindwaves, you've been almost done for the past hour, okay? You've put the fucking Insomniacs to sleep. It's time to spice things up, okay? Move on from the trans, whatever the fuck is going on. This is Resident Sleeper as fuck. Come on now.
So what I'm gonna ask you.
This is what you get for banning Jonathan. By the way, free fucking Zerka. This is terrible news.
Look, it's possible there might be some way of doing it. Like I'm not gonna say it's impossible. It's just that I don't know of any technological way of.
Okay. So can I posit something and just see if you sort of agree with it? So in my opinion, the incongruency between one's gender and one's
Don't
sex.
say incongruency again, please.
Oh my God.
Dude, shut the fuck up. All right,
I'll pay you not to say it. I don't even have that much money.
I would argue that that comes from the societal pressure to adhere to certain norms, right?
Partially, sure. I'm sure that for many people that's part of it.
So
Chad, spam one to free Jonathan. Spam one if you want to free Jonathan.
Okay, stop, Kratos. Let him finish our conversation. Jesus.
I would say wholly.
Oh, you would say wholly. Okay.
Yes,
So
and you're saying partly. I'm trying to see where is the like. What do you mean by that?
So you're saying all of the gender sex incongruency is in all transgender people is coming from how society, the pressures that society have in terms of how society sees them?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah, and the reason why I don't think that's the case is because when I speak to transgender individuals and ask them like, like, let's just be clear, like, you are divorced from society now. You are like, nothing anyone in the society says or looks at you, or like, they can't put any pressure on you anymore. They don't matter. You are now on an island for forever. Like, would you still have these same desires to be the other sex?
That question is fundamentally flawed, no?
What's the fundamental flaw?
Because you're asking somebody who has already lived within the context of these societal pressures if they would still experience those if they didn't.
Oh,
This person cannot possibly conceive of what it means to not have those societal pressures put on them.
So you're not saying it's like a present and ever present pressure, it's either present or past. Correct?
What do you mean by that?
Well, in the case of where the island, it's what's causing them.
What fucking island are you talking about? Avi, have you been to the island?
Avi, what he's asking you to consider is, or what he's saying is, how could a trans person consider whether they'd be trans divorced from social pressures when they've already had all those social pressures thrust upon them?
Yeah, that's the past part.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is the past part. Oh,
yes,
I'm not asking. Wait. I'm not.
So when you say that, like, well, the reason I don't think that that's true is because when I ask them this question, they answer in a specific way. Well, that answer is meaningless and could be disregarded because there's no way for them to perceive what it means to live in a society that doesn't have those pressures.
True.
So the question is, how can I ask a transgender individual to imagine themselves not perceived in a society because they've grown up in a society where people perceive them? Is that the question?
Yes.
Oh, I no. So that I don't think is a problem. I think you can envision yourself in a context where you won't be perceived by society any longer, at least. If you want to, like, so what I thought you were saying was what I would view more defensible, was that you would say something like, well, society, it may be the case that there's no longer pressure now from society, but this person grew up in a context where there was societal pressure, and that shifted their interests, that shifted their views, and that was wholly encompassing this.
I think that's what he's saying.
I am
that's
saying
what he's
that.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
That's what he's saying as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, if you are saying so, then there's just going to be some empirical underdetermination in that case. But it seems very okay. So you'd want to say, like, if there is just societal pressure. So do you think? Let me ask you this question then. Do you think that if we were to live in a society where no pressure is exerted,
that trans people wouldn't exist?
That trans people wouldn't exist. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's quite
true.
Yeah.
I agree. Great take, mind waves.
I have. I guess we have different priors then. That's just different empirical priors that we have.
In what way?
Well,
no,
I don't
ask that. No, you should have said yes. We do, and let's end the conversation. Fuck.
You seem to have a high. You seem to have a high prior on that being true, and if I were to, and I have a lower prior on that being true. Like, if we were to have society, I think trans people would exist. If society.
Why though? Why would they exist?
No. Mind waves. Agree to disagree. I see where Avi's coming from.
Yeah, because I don't see a reason to believe that the entirety of the causal chain of making someone feel suffering in virtue of a gender-sex mismatch is because of societal pressure. I certainly grant that that's a factor. I just don't see a reason to believe it's the only factor. Why do you believe it's the only factor?
Because I don't think that anybody can. Okay, well, first of all, I don't think that somebody can trans their gender in the sense that, like, I don't think that the reason that people want to transition is because there's that incongruency. The incongruency is caused by the societal pressures that are put on them.
To claim. Why do you believe it's wholly that You're just repeating the claim again. So my question to you,
Guys, you've been repeating the same thing.
No, what I'm
for like
saying
an
is
hour.
that if you take away what causes the incongruency, well, then there wouldn't be any incongruency, which
That's
means they
another
wouldn't need to
repetition.
transition.
You're already assuming the entire thing that causes the incongruency is societal pressure. Again, my question to you is not what do you think causes the entirety of the incongruency. My question to you is why do you think that societal pressure causes the entirety of the incongruency?
Because that is where gender exists, right? Gender is the
Oh,
societal
okay, so
pressure.
that's just you defining gender in terms of an incongruency by which
No.
caused by societal. Is that
I
what
am
you-
defining gender as the societal pressures put on the different sexes,
Okay, so
right?
Well, that's not.
You cannot
okay.
be
Wait,
transgender
wait,
if there is no pressure, if there is no gender, right?
Yeah. So just to be
True,
clear,
let's abolish gender.
So just to be clear, the reason you believe the entirety of the causal chain of transgender people existing is because of societal pressure is because you've defined gender in such a way where there is where what that means to be transgender is just to have an incongruency caused by societal pressure. Did I get that right?
No.
Okay, then why do you believe
How have you been talking for this long and you didn't get it right? Get it right
why
next
do
time,
you
dipshit.
believe? Then why?
Okay, wait,
if I
also
didn't
real
get it
quick,
right, then how about
hold
tell
on,
me
you
why
guys
you believe
can-
in the empirical? If it's not an analytic claim, then maybe it's an empirical claim. In which case,
Mind
you
you,
need to
get
provide
paid
me
to make this
evidence.
stream, by the way. You get
Excuse me.
paid to fucking make
Can
it
we-
written cheaper.
Please, can we shut this guy up? Look,
Okay, hold on, wait, real quick.
I
This-
promise you, there's about 1,000 people that wish the same for you right
No,
now.
no, chill.
buddy.
Okay,
that's fine. I don't care.
Just so you guys, I have to, because I got shit I have to do tonight. You guys can continue your conversation, but I have to dip. I'm sure Karantos and his stream will love it, but
if it's not analytic,
You think I came in here to listen
not
to this shit?
all right,
Yep,
then
good
I'll just mute you and I'll talk over you.
Fuck you, you bitch! Give me.
okay. Oh god, we have to run through that. I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. I can't. I have to like sleep at a normal time. Okay. I love you guys. Be careful. Rip on.